Good evening, folks. Back here on the regular Friday. A little weird, actually, being back in the office. It felt like longer. It was a shorter period of time. So we'll have to see here. I did laugh a little bit though because I was looking a little earlier and I saw that I scanned through Sports Collectors Daily. I scanned through a lot of the regular sites and things, and I was like, yeah, pretty quiet. Coming into the end of November, so it is Friday, November 19th, 2021. We got one more Friday next week, and then we're on to December, and then we're approaching. So it is Black Friday, I guess, as well. That's the other one. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. We'll have to see. But yeah, it's one of those things where when I was starting to scan through all the usual things, I looked through Instagram and everything. Cardporn gets into a fight with some folks, the usual thing. Nothing crazy there. But yeah, I was scanning around a little bit. Although there was one thing that did come up today, and I'll mention here in a minute. Business 124, good evening. Absolutely. Absolutely. At least back on the regular time schedule, so that's always a good thing. So that'll work. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, Eric. Beautiful. Let's see here. Did I see the AEW box case configurations? I have looked at them a little bit. It's been a little while. I know that the autographs are a lot tougher to come by than the previous than one would have thought. But I have scanned them a little bit. I do want to look at them again. I think the value is in the singles, although I guess somebody does have to break it. So it'll be interesting to see if box breakers do anything with it. That's the part I'd be very curious about. Good evening, Yannick. Absolutely. Bobby's just running a little bit late. And speak of the guy himself. Good evening, Bobby.
I'm late.
I know.
I got my pass though.
Oh, you got your pass. That's important. No, it's all right. I
Is the
figured
show over?
I figured it would take a couple of minutes for everybody to get settled in because last week I told Vinnie he was a ratings draw. The views on the live stream caught up to the regular one. I was like, we did that in the middle of the night impromptu and just made it up for 2 hours. And I was like, Vinnie, you're a ratings draw. You gotta charge the IRP guys a little bit more.
I think so.
We did it in the middle of the night, and we were still able to draw the views, buddy.
Special guest appearance by Vinnie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it worked out. It's all good. How's this week been?
Busy. Actually, a lot of pickups after the show. Actually, better pickups after the show than during the show. Isn't it surprising?
Well, I think I saw on the Facebook post you took a picture of a bunch of different things. I think there was like a ceramic plate, a calendar, and a bunch of other stuff. Is that the one you're talking about?
Man, you're fast because I just posted that.
I scan everything just before I go live. I do a quick scan through of everything just to make sure I don't miss it. If I can catch it quickly, I do.
Yeah, I was trying to take some pictures and get things arranged because I wanted to post that earlier, but I was busy doing some other stuff. So, yeah. So yeah, I picked up some great stuff. One of the nicest things I really picked up was, a lot of people might remember these things. They're called the power pucks, where you would shoot it.
Well, I think that was the one where if you shoot it, it shows the speed, quote unquote, depending on the mechanism inside.
Yeah, that's basically what it was based on. But this one was really interesting because these were sold normally in the stores, but this one was a mail-in offer through Kellogg's. Through you could if you got a special ticket inside Kellogg's, you could send away for a special puck. So this one was kind of rather special, which was kind of nice. So 1967, and here's the box that came in.
Yes.
So that is actually, when it comes to rarity, you're on a 9 out of 10 on that one.
Well, those of you who are sharp-eyed, I believe, I could be mistaken, I feel like you've shown us one of those before.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I couldn't tell you which episode it's on, but I feel fairly confident we have seen one of those before.
Power pucks, and then they also came with different stars. Like you had Horton Keon, you had actually a Gordie Howe one, and Montreal Canadiens. I'm always tough on the Canadiens. It was not a big Canadian, one of those. What's that balding head guy from the 70s? Oh my gosh. La something.
La something. Wow.
Yeah, Nick, help me out.
You narrowed it down very nicely there. I like it. So Robert, I'll be honest, I remembered that it was coming up here. I didn't realize how I did do a scan of the first couple of days worth. And it is funny, the PWCC auction, once you mentioned it, I opened it up because I think today's the last day. It's the catch-all for the last day of the current month sequencing. I didn't see too much that caught my eye, but I did check just a second ago. Now I'm scanning through.
La Perriere. Sorry.
So I did put in, I just put in a placeholder bid on something though, because I didn't catch it on first pass. So maybe they threw it in late, which probably makes sense. That's cool though. So here we go. There you go. La Cue Ball. Is that what
no, actually, I was thinking La Perriere, but it's actually Jacques Lemaire.
Yeah, Jacques Lemaire. I did appreciate the cue ball. I like the attempt. I like the I like the help.
Mm-hmm.
Stayed on
The
theme.
cue ball with the bald head. Yeah.
Yeah. So 4 per K. So yeah, 8 game used, 4 game used per case, and the 4 boxes of inserts boxes. Yeah, it is a little light. It is a little bit light on the inserts and things with it. I think my biggest issue with it is for the first AEW release, I really wanted to buy a box or two, just for fun. I thought it would be fun to open one, but with the price point and what you actually get out of it, the value isn't there. It's gonna have to be singles. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm not in the business of just throwing away money, even though it would have been kind of cool to open it up for an inaugural, first run through with Upper Deck. Oh well. Now I do actually have. It's not news per se, but I do have a couple of little updates here that pertain to some folks we know in the channel. So I will share that with you guys.
Please
So
do.
before I do, I'm gonna put up the link here. So any of y'all, the usual thing. I'll leave it on there for you if you want to try to pop on for a little bit. Bouncer in effect, behave yourselves accordingly, but if you want to pop on and chat a little bit, you certainly can. So first of all, let me do this one quickly, and then we'll talk about this one for a second. So I think it was a little while ago when he officially did, or it might have been just the other day. Yeah, Victor actually updated his website officially, and I wanted to take a second and acknowledge that and quickly show it on the screen. Thought it'd be kind of cool to do that, so let us do that for a moment. So now it's truerookiecards.com. So truerookiecards.com. That'll be his hub as far as his website is concerned. And he's put together some nice articles and listings about
I like the
different
color scheme that he did here. This was really, it
Yeah.
standed out very well.
Well, he's taken. It was very clear from what I was seeing from updates and stuff that he's very clearly taken a lot of effort.
Yes.
Because right now this is broken down into these different categories. He's got all this information included in it, more information to come in the blog. But if you click on any of these categories, if you go like baseball grades, for example, I'll switch the page over because I got to switch which screen I'm sharing, but I'll share it with you. I like that he did it as a pop-up, but you got to swap out which one you're doing. So let me see.
Oh, so you gotta have to. So if you click on it, it doesn't automatically go to that page. It kind of swaps. You have to. I got it. Yeah.
You have to.
It was too good to be true.
If you do a screen share on the entire window as a whole, it will work.
Got it.
So bottom line is on the articles themselves, he does a little write up on the rookie card of a variety of these different guys. So it's actually pretty good. If you're interested in that, it's a nice bit of information, and it links to all his other stuff, his social medias and such. So you can show Victor some love. TrueRookieCards.com, and also very easy.com to remember. That's pretty straightforward. True Rookie Cards. So that's with his adjusted branding.
Yeah, I wrote a recommendation for him in this blog somewhere there. I don't even know if it's in there. Yeah. We'll see.
You get a little bit of an article and a write-up. So pretty good. Pretty good. The other one real quick that I'll do here, and then I can see you guys in the chat, so I'll grab some of those comments. The other one quickly I wanted to say, good buddy of the channel, Brad here, AMG Collectibles had its official grand opening of the store today.
Ooh,
yes.
AMG.
Yep, so that was today. So the guys opened up the store, and I did see. I'll see if I can find the picture. There was a picture of the grand opening with Bubbles, of course, and the Trailer Park Boys showed up. So we'll have to see if we can get Brad to post some more stuff on social media so we can definitely check it out. But yep, now his store is officially open, and it'd be nice to see. And I'll get Brad back on so we can chat about that and some other things for sure. But we thought I'd give him a little congratulations. Hey, the store is open officially. He's got his website, amgcollectibles.ca.
I like the tagline there. Nobody pays more in Nova Scotia for collectibles than AMG.
Well, you got to pull it out. Sounds about right. So there you go. So yeah, so Victor and Brad, a little bit.
There's an error there.
On which one?
Nobody pays more than or than.
You're gonna have to tell him.
Is it then or then? Then. Then?
I think it's then. Might be then. I don't know. We'll get the grammar folks on it. So let me take a look here. Got first 33 Peachy card the other day. Very nice. Well, good evening.
Nice. Which one?
Baz, good evening. Evening. Shane, good evening. Started a Wamasoto PC. Very nice. Very nice. What did you pick up? Let us know. But anyway, so yeah, it's one of those things. It was kind of now fortunately, I guess for me this week, it was a busy week in terms of stuff to do at work. So I kind of had to get caught up a little bit. And then the other part of it was that I actually I had the Thursday was a bank holiday, so I had it off anyway. I took the Friday off to give me the time so that I could be there during that period, no problem. But this week now, officially, I am now on my actual vacation. This is my real vacation. So last week, well, this is the vacation where it's like I don't have to be running around a convention center or doing anything, whatever. This is my vacation to do stuff that I need to be doing around here.
The phone
And
is off, kind
yeah,
of
the
thing.
phone is off. No pretenses. Like I am not available for anything.
Hmm.
So I've got this week off, so I can kind of take it. And then December is usually pretty chill. December is usually pretty chill. We're just kind of cleaning stuff up and getting things ready to go for 2022. So we're in good shape right now.
Nice.
But it also meant this week was very little sleep involved because I was trying to finish everything to not leave something half done before I went offline on Friday, and I think we got there.
Good catch up week for sleep.
Yeah, well, I wish this is gonna have to be the catch-up week for sleep. This past week didn't quite cut it.
Gotcha.
So see here, saw your pickups of Expo here, some nice cards, absolutely. So Bobby, did you officially pick up anything at the Expo? I think you had a couple of things in a picture. From memory serves me.
Yeah,
Handful of
it was very slim pickings for what I pick up. I really think that people weren't prepared for the expo so much. They were selling a lot of stuff online, and they didn't really know 2 months prior to the expo going that it was even going to happen. So I think a lot of people sold off a lot of stuff. But I did find a few little neat items. I'm always looking for the red herring, So I did find that nice Star Weekly box, which is, kind of historical, and the Toronto Star, the Star Weekly did a lot of photo inserts, really gorgeous ones through the 60s, 50s, and 60s, and a couple other things, but nothing really stands out that was really good. There was some nice stuff there, but very pricey. Some display boxes that were offered, but not in my league of paying that kind of prices. It's like some dealers get stuff and they realize that they've never had it before. Have you ever seen another? And they go, yeah, I've seen 50 myself, but a lot of regular guys out there haven't. So they just lock it down and say, oh yeah, I need like 1,500 for that, or everything on it. If that's 1,000, that's 1,000. It's like, okay, guys, you're maybe at half of that if you're lucky. But guys push the envelope because they haven't had these items and they think they're rarer than they actually are. And they realize that their customer base is very low at that high level for that particular thing, like empty display boxes. You only have so many people. Everybody wants them, but only so many people will pay for them, and at a certain price point. So when you're over $1,000 to $2,000-$3,000 for a box, it gets a little bit thin up there. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, a good show. Socialize. We had a great time. Had a nice time at dinner. We had a nice time. I went wedding. Everything. I was busy all weekend. I don't think I've been busier. And even when we were at the booth, the constant, we haven't seen people in 2 years. So you had to talk to everybody for, 5, 10, 15 minutes. And I just ran slow on the time. I didn't get around as much. I seen other people picked up some items that I was a little jealous of that I missed, but I was there on the Wednesday and Thursday. But the social aspect takes over, and you just have to walk by the wrong table at the wrong time, and you miss something. So that was my take on the expo for fines, so to speak.
There you go. So Robert here says our resident person fact checker here. Then
it's then, yeah.
There you go.
So if you're listening,
well, I would suspect that Brad's probably celebrating. I did shoot him a message to congratulate him, but I bet they're celebrating hopefully the success of the opening evening opening up the store.
Yeah,
so we'll have to say we'll have to catch up with them a little bit later and see how they're doing. But I did send some congratulations.
Nice.
Yeah, so Odd Heller, very nice.
Six is good. See, 6 is a great grade for that year.
Yeah,
and I love his name. Odd Heller was just a cool name.
There you go. So Yannick, it is, but the problem is that you try to sleep every day. Once every week or two, it's fine. You can indulge. It's like a cheat day. I'll allow it, but like every day, Yannick, come on.
I think we can change that to he will sleep this week.
There you go. So is the Vancouver show happening with the weather factors?
Oh, I've heard a lot of stuff about that. Wow.
What specifically was they referring to? I wasn't. I had my head down for the work this week. So what's going on with them?
Well, what they're saying is that a lot of the dealers can't drive there.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get there via, and they can't fly in because they have too many items. So there's quite a few that had canceled for the show. So I guess the flood is kind of not that close to where the show is, but still getting around and through all these and the traffic. It's just mayhem out there. It's one of those things, it's if anything bad can happen before a show, it'll happen, and sure enough, it did. So I feel sorry for them out there. They have such a hard time getting people, and they're really starting to go out there in Vancouver. I know they invited me, said, Bobby, why don't you come on out? And I said, yeah, it's tough. The Expo, going from Vancouver to Toronto for the Expo, justifiably so, 400 or 500 tables, it's okay. You go back out that way. I know there's a different clientele and what have you, but it's a much more scaled down show. And the stuff that I would sell if I set up would mostly be for, you'd have to drive it there or ship it there. And hotel accommodations, casino money,
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds fair. So that covers it. Basic highways of open or essential travel only. Yeah, that'll do it. So kind of answer your question, Ben, if the dealers can't make it, good luck with that. It's not going to be, you're going to have a little bit of a tough time. I like Yannick's comment. Carlos Senior has Netflix shows to watch. Carlos Senior isn't watching, but he'd know. He'd know. Why do you think you're not allowed to? If you want to sneak in a nap, sleep. Once every couple of weeks, you can probably get away with it. Maybe if he's distracted, but you can't sleep consecutive hours, Yannick. Foolishness. And Brad's in the chat. Good evening, Brad. Absolutely. So tune in. Thank you, Brad. Opening was a huge success. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. Absolutely. Congratulations on the new store. You can see here. We got some images, so that's perfect. Now, Brad, listen, I assume you guys are pretty worn down with it, and I certainly don't want to keep you very long. But if you want to come on and chat for a couple of minutes about it, literally a couple of minutes, then you can take off. No problem. I know it's late for you guys. But if you want to pop on for a couple of minutes, the link's already there. Feel free to come on for a bit, because I'd love to see how the opening the store went. Because obviously you guys had a lot of planning going into it. I did see some of the mock-ups of some of the design of the store. It looks very cool, very well done. And obviously I got the pictures here, so I'll take a look at them here, and we'll see. Maybe we'll show a couple, but I'll take a peek. Brad sent a couple over just now, so definitely worth checking out here. I'll take a peek. Oh, looks nice. Actually, this look nice. Cool. Oh, there's the Trailer Park Boys picture. Okay, so I'll show you guys a couple of these pictures. I think you get a kick out of it. Oh, here's a good one. Let me show this picture. Yep, absolutely. No problem. You do that. Perfect. It's always fun to chat with Brad, so we can definitely do that. So let us grab this picture, because I think this is a good one. I like this picture. Let's take a peek here. What can I do? I want this window. Oh, I know how I can do it. StreamYard's good, but sometimes you gotta make some adjustments on the fly. Here we go.
Well, if Brad's going to come on, why don't you just explain?
He will.
Oh,
but
okay.
This is a good general picture just to get one vantage point, and we'll get Brad. I'll keep some of the other. He sent a couple, so I'll do. I like this. I like this setup though. I like it with the TV there and the table and everything, and a nice spot there to do some chatting. And I like the little table, the little displays there on the ground. We'll have him do a little explanation of it, but I'll just say, just on paper, I like the setup. It's nice and open. I dig that. So that's pretty sweet. Love it. So definitely. If Brad's going to come on for a little bit, we'll have him explain a little bit of that, but that looks good. We'll definitely showcase a couple of those images.
Has some explaining to do.
So there you go. Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards. Good evening. Missed your Brady and Trout pickups. You missed them? I went through so much trouble. Yannick.
So much trouble.
Did you send the video from the bonfire? We needed kindling. It was great. It was fantastic. Let me tell you. Trading Brady and Trout cards, they burn great. It's like they got extra
plastic off.
It's like they got a little extra accelerant, a little enhancement. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Here's a cool thing I picked up. There's an old tuck tape box. So this would sit in a, like a Canadian Tire or what have you, and you'd open it up, and there'd be one of these little things to tape. Now, if you go back, well, this is 60s, right? So if you go back, that's not much tape to tape around your skates, around your ankles or whatever, keeping your shin pads on. Boy, you'd go through a roll of that in 5 seconds. So
I would think a roll of that size would be good enough to tape one ankle.
Maybe.
Yeah.
if that. If
Maybe
that.
the stick blade.
That's why the box is so big. It probably had like 40, and you'd buy a box per game or something. I don't know. But anyway, it's a cool hockey scene on it. Tuck Tape, very Canadian company. So, and actually, a few years later, which is documented on my website, soon coming to you in February, uh, on the back of these, they had all the different from 1969 to 1976 it ran, and they would show the Vezina winners and list 15 different winners for Vezina, Calder, Stanley Cup, and I think one other one I can't remember at this time. So they had a tuck tape. So this is why these are kind of significant in a way, because this is the predecessor. So anyway, there we go. I got stuff everywhere.
It is a colorful box, so that's always a good thing.
Color is good.
Well, absolutely. But yeah, I think what I found interesting, and this is something I touched on a little bit there. One of the takeaways I had from the show, and I think I covered it in the video briefly. So long story short, I was very surprised that I thought there would be a little bit more of a heavier mix of the non-hockey stuff. So we predicted a little bit higher number, which is fine. That's okay. At the end of the day, it's fine. It's always going to be a hockey dominant show. But my point was, if I say 50% plus one hockey and 50% everything else, or 50% minus one, that still means a lot of hockey with the amount of dealers and everything. That's still a lot in the room, both old and new. I think that's still a good mix. I think the goal of the expo should be like, hey, we're always going to have hockey as being the strongest representation here. That could be the strongest single category, but having the other ones add up total with everything, Pokemon and everything else, add up to 50% or 45%. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing to give a nice overall mix of the hobby for everybody, so everybody's got a stake in it, regardless of what their collecting preferences are.
You're so right, Carlos. I expected more too. Going in, we didn't know anything, but I almost had this sense of I think the video of Dallas was probably pretty good. I expected more tables full of basketball. I expected more tables, lambasted with football and other sports. And there was a couple tables with just Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, what have you. But I didn't see what I thought I was going to see. I saw a lot more hockey, but I also saw a lot of places like Dave and Adams had a nice big booth. You had a lot of display cases. They had that center floor space that was huge, where they were selling display cases. And so there was a lot of different new businesses there, which was very interesting, I thought.
Yeah, I think if Steve succeeds in his goal, getting it back to a more standard rectangular configuration, that'll help some of the new dealers that got stuck kind of in the back. Because some of them, I did in the conversations I had with a couple of them, they said they would try to set up again next year. So they would still be interested, because they understood that, hey, I'm getting shoved over in the corner. The likelihood is we're stuck, because since it wasn't known for sure that we were going to run it until pretty late. It's not like they had a ton of time to plan. They would love to take another stab at it with proper and full planning and hopefully a better configuration. So it's good. It's encouraging that they weren't discouraged too much from the attempt.
Sure.
So we'll have to see.
Yeah, that back area was a little bit unfortunate for some, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Like if I had my stuff and I was back there, I don't think I would have been the happiest camper at that point. Yeah. It was down and around. It was kind of nice in a way, but then because it was carpeted floors, it looked really nice. Mm-hmm. But it was far and away from everything else. Another part is because I was located more at the front where the booth I was hanging out at, I was looking at going to the back, and it's just like, I gotta go all the way to the back in the corner. Oh, geez, it's a long walk, It seems like the expo, you can go zoom, 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 zoom and get to anywhere. Even if you're at the front, the back's doesn't seem too far. Here it was just boom, 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 like, Well,
I think the reason the rectangle thing always worked is that if somebody is new and just wants to take a look, they can go in a straight line, come back around. They can basically snake it, go all the way up and down the aisle. Like there's a natural flow built into that. Where this one is like, okay, so I go up and then there's like another box that's sideways, and then you can go that way, and then there's another corner, and then there's a hallway, another room, and then another room, and then another room.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward, configuration. Your mind is like, okay, so where was the booth? And there's always a challenge anyway, finding booths sometimes, like if the numbers aren't super clear or if you forgot the number or whatever. But now imagine if you're in one of the side rooms and you're like, so which dealer was it? Or you try to direct somebody else to it. It's like, oh, it's in the other room. You mean the other room?
The other room, exactly, because there
And
was
then good luck with the
room.
directions. Good luck
Then
with the
there was
directions.
another room. That's where all the signing was, and that's where
what
they
I'm
had the stage. And
Yep.
and Brad Hart was there. I saw Brad Hart.
Yeah.
Was hanging out there with who? Was I with Brad or Yannick when Bret Hart was there? I can't remember.
Well, Yannick got his stuff signed. He got his comic book.
Yeah, but we were doing some other social thing before
Gotcha.
that. So I don't really know. But I was there. Maybe I was alone. I'm not too sure. I went in there quite a few times because I had some friends in there. We had the Hockey Time Machine was in there. And the Beehive guys and a bunch of other things. So there was some nice stuff in that room, actually, if you looked around.
Oh yeah, well that's why I say, like, I was able to get a good deal with on that Roy Campanella from one of the guys there, who I think was happy to do some business because he had some nice vintage on his table, which would have done well had it been on the main floor.
Exactly.
because people would have been interested. He had some decent stuff, and the prices weren't ridiculous; they weren't out of line. So I think they would have done okay with a little bit more foot traffic directly, because he was literally in the back and side of that side room. So it's like you're about as physically far away as possible from the rest of the show. You're disconnected from the whole rest.
Carlos, you did a pity buy. I knew it.
Oh yeah.
Was that the last guy down that last row?
It was right at the end. Yeah, right at the end.
I know, and he had some great stuff.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it was good. So for me, it was a good card for my side of things. But I probably
maybe you got it because it was back there and it wasn't bought up sooner, or was it that cheap, or was it?
I thought it was reasonable. I don't think it was ridiculously cheap. I thought it was reasonable.
But available, which is good, because it's not like there's a lot of Roy Campanella cards.
Yeah,
the Expo anyhow. So
yeah, and the 53s are a popular year and series for that. So it's one of those things, because they got the attractive portraits of him. So it's one of those things. Those have started to escalate. The Jackie Robinsons have gone crazy. The Satchel Pages have gone crazy for that particular year. There's a lot of quality cards in it that have started to jump up in value. So we'll see.
And the Campanella now.
Yeah, exactly. So Robert says, was there a lack of U.S. sellers? I would say some, but here's the truth. I don't think they were lacking in sellers, because the reality is, if they had been short on dealers, they would have never had to go to the side room. They had physically room to put people in, and they actually used additional space. They put some people in the corridor in the hallway, but they were later folks. People that had bought in early got the better location, better positions. But we had plenty of dealers. I don't think we lacked in dealers.
We lacked in American dealers.
Sure. But it's one of those things. Now, imagine, though, if we had the American dealers too, where are we going to put them? Like in the room configuration as
in
it
the
was.
Next hall behind us.
That's my point. But that's my point. Like, literally, as it was, we had no trouble filling the space that was done, to the point that they had to come up with this funky configuration to accommodate some additional dealers. So if we had the American dealers too, we would have had to come up with an even funkier design. I go, it's like, you need another hall.
There would be no design. There'd be a waiting list at that point, because you couldn't squeeze. Well, there was a couple rooms off to the side there. I don't know how many.
That's what I mean. You
beyond the room, beside the room, in the other room.
Yeah,
there was a couple other rooms there in the in that hallway.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We'd have to see. I'd be curious to see what Steve would have done if it had been if they had somehow at the last minute, that had cleared up and been like, yeah, no problem, we'll be there. Like 50 of us. It's like, where are we putting you?
Did we get a count
on the amount of dealers?
No, on the amount of people that came through.
So I did see that Steve did a discussion. I did hear where he actually talked about, he didn't commit to a number, but he said, I think we're close to 10,000.
Oh, we're back to 10,000.
Yeah.
So that's going back a decade or so, more than that. Yeah.
From the early figures, and we can always put it to Steve once because as the day goes by, now he's going to get a much closer. The final figure is probably pretty close to being had, but he alluded to being close to 10,000.
That's really good, because that is so when the show was at its best.
We did very strong on that. Very strong. Yeah.
I don't know what the numbers from 91 were, 92, 93. I'd like to know those numbers, but because I know it was very busy then. I know the late 90s, it wasn't so busy, but by 2002, 3, it was really starting. That's where the 10,000s came in, because the lineups were around, and there was huge lineups. So they told me, I actually wanted to go outside to take a picture, but there were so many things I wanted to do, I never really did. So.
Yeah, I'll say this. Like I said, I found that there were certain segments that were much busier than in the past on certain days that traditionally aren't as busy. So I can only imagine if, like, okay, no restrictions, mask, no mask, do whatever the heck you want. Wow. Like, imagine.
Crazy.
I think it's testament that actually it could indicate, even if it's not near a record number, it might have been the strongest show top to bottom, given that we had additional constraints and restrictions, and they still did a very strong number, a very competitive number compared to years past.
Yes.
Because we'd have to go quite a ways. So that's kind of with that qualifier understood. It's like, actually, given the conditions, that was a really strong turn through the turnstiles. Really strong.
I heard it was really busy on the Saturday. The Saturday I really wasn't there. I did show up for 2 hours, but I mean,
it was.
Huh?
Yeah,
I came in. Busiest day though.
I still feel like, well, actually, why don't we do this? So, Brad, if you're good, just nod your head and I can bring you on. Beautiful. Hey, Brad, how's it going?
Hi, fellas.
Congratulations, Brad.
Yeah, thanks. It went really well. It was a busy day, and Sherry led the charge, and my daughter Summer even helped out. It was a full family affair there, so it was good.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Now, quick question, because you'd be a good one to get a kind of a gauge, an indicator, because the PSA Canada booth was doing bumping business at different times. You guys were busy.
Yeah.
Which day do you feel like was the busiest? Where did you feel like you had the strongest, like, because the PSA Canada booth is going to have stacks of folks at least ask questions. You're going to have a lot of folks at least inquiring about things.
Yeah.
So you're not a bad example of, where a lot of because you're in the middle of it. You're seeing traffic back and forth. Where did it feel like it was busiest?
Friday.
Okay. That's kind of what that was kind of what I was feeling too. But Saturday was pretty good. Saturday was pretty good at stretches, in pockets for sure. I felt like Friday was strong.
I didn't get to do my usual side of things because I was working the PSA Canada booth the whole time, but I did get a chance to walk around. I made some purchases, but it was busy, and there was a lot of money that changed hands, and like a lot of money. Like I know some guys that did some deals that, you don't see those deals all the time. 100,000, 80,000, 50,000. I know the guys. I talked with Adam from Dave and Adams, and Adams guys were buying like crazy. They went home with like truckloads.
Adam didn't even come back.
Yeah. Like there's a huge amount of money that changes hands. And
yes,
I kind of said, if you have something, my outlook on it was, if you didn't do good sales, you just had your stuff not priced properly. Because if you had your stuff priced properly, it was selling, right?
On the whole, I'll agree with that. The only qualifier we'll make is the one we mentioned earlier. If you were stuck in the Bermuda Triangle over in the far corner and people can't find you, I can't blame you for that, because I went and looked on the third and fourth day, and I was like, actually, your stuff's not half bad, and your prices aren't ridiculous. It's just no one's here, no one's finding you, and it's not your fault.
Yeah, that was bizarre. And you know what? And I mean, I put on events and concerts and lots of different things in the past, and with no bias or anything, you got to give Menzie credit, because he was doing the best with the circumstances he had.
Oh yeah,
and he wanted to get people in the room, and this is what you have to deal with, right? And it was unfortunate for those guys. Like, I guarantee there was a lot of people that would have no idea, didn't even enter that whole side.
I know,
right?
For sure.
You would never know. Yeah.
I can guarantee that, and I do agree with you. I think it's fun. It's fun to poke fun at Steve, and it's a lot of fun. But I prefer to do it while he's around. That's more fun. But the point is, though, I will give him credit, because given that he threw it together in a fraction of the normal period of time, he was so distracted. I was even let in, like, despite the mandate to keep me out. Despite his best efforts, but they still let me in. So security kind of broke down there a little bit. But the point is, outside of that, I think they did a reasonably good job. Of course, it wasn't perfect, because you're trying to work with what you got, and you're working in a weird configuration that you're not used. That's the reason why I went through the trouble of taking the camera out on one of the days and doing a walkthrough of that section, because it's like, no, there's a good likelihood we're not doing this configuration again. So it's good to just, like, let me chronicle this time around, and I expect next time it'll look different. I do expect that. Like, it's just, you're not going to do it this way again.
Well, I was sitting across from Brad's booth, and I seen the people coming, and Brad's a trooper, because he just kept going and going and going. It's like the energy bunny was just like, oh my god! And the people were just, and I said, guys, you can't stand in front of the booth. It was just they were everywhere. It was like crazy. So Thursday definitely was certainly your busiest day, I would say, or your Friday, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think the whole Thursday thing created the scenario where Friday was the busy, because Friday is normally the first day. And things are kind of winding up and getting going. Like Friday, Friday used to go late, but it was the first day. A lot of folks are like, yeah, I'll get to it. But technically it was the second day. So it kind of created this scenario where people came in on Friday, and then Saturday still was strong, like really strong. And for me on my side of the table, and I can't speak for you, Brad, I'd like to get your take on it. I felt like Sunday was stronger than I'm used to at the outset. Obviously, it slows down once you get it going later on in the afternoon, but considering Sunday was, I've been to shows where Sunday is almost a ghost town
Yeah.
for the majority of it, and people are already packed up early and they're out the door. And I was like, no, I saw business being done. I saw money changing hands. I saw foot traffic still on Sunday.
People weren't even packing up. It's
Yeah.
5 o'clock. They're just going, hey, business is still happening. Wow.
Yeah. No, that was good to see. I mean, it was busy the whole time. It really was. And it was good. I was super impressed with everything, to tell you the truth. I mean, when you really dig into it, like I said, with all the transactions and going back and forth, and I don't like the Thursday night, the VIP night.
Sure.
I think that my take on that one is that every card show, even, our show here in Halifax, or you go to card shows, the one thing is that I always enjoy the most is dealer to dealer transactions. And all of a sudden you get by paying the setup, and by paying to have a booth or have tables or whatever, you also get that advantage of being the first ones in the room to go over. Now, all of a sudden, and I get the point, this is just my personal opinion on it, is that kind of took away from it a little bit. It was like all of a sudden you added an extra 300 or 400 competitors into that same space. So that's a little bit greedy, I guess you could say.
Okay.
I honestly, even our show in Halifax, we open at 7 o'clock for dealers and 9 o'clock is to the general public. And we used to have guys waiting outside. Like, I'm sorry, it's dealers to dealers first. That's just kind of how it goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Brad, you weren't there the Wednesday. That was the natural Thursday. So you sort of missed that early point. Now, not granted, everybody wasn't set up, but I did quite a few deals on the Wednesday. So that was sort of the early dealer kind of day. So
I did. I messed that one up. I said it when all of a sudden Bill texts me and he's like, "Yeah, I sold a couple grand already." I was like, "What do you mean?"
Right off
in the room on Wednesday. And he's like,
"Oh yeah,
there's all kinds of people." And then Adam texts me. He's like, "Where are you at?" I was like, "Well, I'm in Halifax. I'm going to get there at 8 a.m. Like, what's the big deal?" And there's people buying. I was like, "What? How did I miss that one?"
Pedal to the metal. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, you can basically, like in your planning, you kind of have to go backwards. Like when you add the extra day, like think of what your normal schedule would be like and back it up a day. Like it changes the math. That's the reason why I think that the Friday was so strong. Like in people's brains, it was almost like wired in like a Saturday. It was like, oh, Saturday. No, it's Friday. It's still Friday. The day of the week has not changed.
So Saturday was the new Friday, and Sunday was the new Saturday.
Yeah,
So
which is why I would think
it went to Monday, really. I guess.
Which is why I would think that Steve would be like, "No, it's great. It's great."
Oh yeah, it was great. Oh, we were all disillusioned with what day it was. I couldn't remember either. Remember, I had a wedding on Saturday, so I was cognizant of when I had to be and what I had to do. So
my brain, like even with 2 years off, my brain is still wired to operate at Expo on a 3-day schedule. So it's like having the extra day, like suddenly it's like, oh, okay, that's different. Okay, gotcha.
So Wednesday was a good day. Like a lot of people came in, set up. I was there all day Wednesday. And it was pretty good. You didn't really miss too much, Brad.
Yeah, I think you're all right. I know, but now mind you, in your case, what would have made it probably beneficial is that at least on Wednesday you would have been unencumbered by the masses. As soon as you guys have your booth, it's like, oh my God, I can't leave. I'm tethered to this booth.
And we honestly, like myself and Sherry, like that was our job, but we did not anticipate that. PSA didn't anticipate that. Like I didn't. Steve Menzie was kind of like, maybe we should go 2 booths and we should have an area. And I was like, well, honestly, like you just don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like you really didn't have any idea that we were going to get that busy.
Oh, I would have bet you that one, Brad. If you guys had let me in on that, it's like, guys, you're going to need a second booth. You're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah.
The foresight for Steve, that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too, because I'm sure everybody was going to line, but you had your AMG.
The first indicator, Steve did have one piece of information that he mentioned that would have been a good indicator is that his pre-sales were much stronger than normal. people were ready to run
Oh, yeah.
head to the VIP stuff. So that should be like a tip off that is like, oh, okay. So if people are willing to buy the VIP really quick just to be and buy the daily ones ahead of time, be ready to go. It's like that means that at least some folks are a little bit more revved up and ramped up to go.
Yeah.
Well, those probably on per capita are probably the ones more inclined to visit you, Brad.
Yeah.
Those eager folks are probably the ones who are going to visit you first.
Yeah.
They're probably front of the line. The other ones will join thereafter. Soon after, you had plenty of friends. You got to make a lot of friends, but yeah, they were front of the line.
Brad picked them up pretty quick though.
Yeah. No, I think I was.
You guys
were
are busy there. I seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was around. I
did,
thought
you
you
know.
guys did well. I thought you guys did well considering the volume of crazy people that were visiting you.
Yeah, and we turned away a lot of people. Like I think Carlos, when we were talking about that, like
Yeah.
we didn't turn away. I shouldn't say we turned away people. We turned away submissions after
Yeah.
educating people on what you should submit.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest things that I feel like I even, I had a little this morning, kind of a what's the best words to use? I don't know, like a recap of the show with PSA. So when I was telling them about it, I was like, we were more personable because that's kind of my job and I want to educate people. And I think that's the direction that I really love that PSA is starting to do. But like if you go to submit a card to the National, you get in a line, there's the computer, you fill out your cards. No one's there to really advise you. And it's not, I know that's not what they look for, but I think it's important as PSA keeps on doing all these right things and they want to build up your brand. You can lose a customer for life on one bad submission if they go,
True.
I just spent $250 to grade this card and I'm going to sell it for $100. You know what I mean? Like so you try to educate people and say, don't submit your Eiserman that you know is going to be a 5 or 6 or a 7. Just hang tight. When services come back, submit it, right? But I tried to come back and do all this express and above was everything that we submitted.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually, from what I understand, it's the first time it's ever happened, but our values exceeded the limit on express levels on PSA's website. So all of a sudden it took an extra day because I lost all the data because they've never had so many express orders on one submission.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
In Canada, we're setting records.
There you go. Right?
Well, this was kind of the insight that I was trying to give the guys when we were talking a little bit is that you wouldn't think so. It's just because a lot of our submissions are funneled into, we do prefer to go through trusted agents rather than do direct submission. Because if you guys remember how it used to be is that, yeah, you can join the collectors club, but it kind of sucks if you're on this side of the border with the irritations you'd have to deal with. Just understanding that, okay, so here's the price, here's the customs, here's the shipping, like it's not completely white glove service, but it's a lot more. You actually have somebody, okay, I have questions. Can you explain this to me? Run this by me. Or did I fill this in correctly? Just having that little extra input makes it a smoother transaction. And then you've got that connection because even everybody's favorite Len Potty, well, except for Eric, because apparently Eric, causes anger in people. But the point is, even when I was dealing with Len, even at that time, and Platinum Promotion side of things, is that when my stuff was done, I'd get the call. If there was an issue, I had a submission that was coming up right on the holidays. He goes, "Hey, holidays coming up. Do you want me to hold it for you a little bit longer, and we do it post holiday rush, and then you get your stuff a little bit more cleanly? It won't get stuck in the pile." I go, "Yeah, hold it a couple more weeks. Great, boom, send." But not everybody will do that for you. So it just depends.
So we shipped half the cards we shipped out on Wednesday, and I get the other half going out on Monday. I don't like to ship on Thursday because they're not going to get there till Monday, and so that means they're going to sit
somewhere.
Memphis or East LA is one of the other depots that they.
Oh, okay.
Well, we already discussed this. It's like your new favorite place, Compton.
Absolutely.
You got to go hang out with the homies. Let's go.
Yeah.
We saw the Cheech and Chong movie.
Look, what you got to do is take the Trailer Park Boys with you, and then bring a camera and let hilarity ensue.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be funny.
Nothing could possibly go wrong. Listen, California is the old stomping grounds of our good buddy Josie.
Yes, absolutely. Cheers to that one.
Indeed. Well, we may explain that later, maybe not. No promises.
Yeah.
Let me quickly get to the
He
comments
didn't
here.
say Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very clear on what I said, Josie.
It was nice tonight, though. What a surprise when the boys, friends of mine for 20 years now, and I hired their video guy, Chipper, who's just an awesome guy at everything. And Sherry wants to really move forward because she's been so involved with AMG the last 3 years, and she really wants to make that presence of a woman in the hobby.
Sure.
And she wants to do the videos, nothing crazy, but like a good solid 10-minute video. So she's videoed from the opening, from when we took over the space, through the build, videos, clips, all the way up until the opening. So they're going to do like a 10-minute video that they're going to post. It's going to be cool. So when I hired him, all of a sudden they said, yeah, the boys are going to come. I said, oh, awesome. And then all of a sudden they walked in and I was like, oh boy, they're in character. This is going to add an even more of a spice to it, right? I wasn't sure. I knew they were going to drop out as my buddies, but I didn't think they were going to drop out as in character, right? So that was awesome. Guys that were there, we probably had 100 people through the door.
Nice. Okay.
Awesome sales. We sold, I don't even know what it would be, but 40 or 50. Probably $1,000 on the opening day at 4 hours at AMG Collectibles.
I was gonna say that'll work. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there a lineup like the Expo?
Yeah, there was. We had a lineup of 15, 20 people, and all of a sudden I was like, "What's good?" Like my biggest fear, if we're gonna sell, we're gonna sell out. So I put out like 15 Gretzky rookies from PSA 1 up to PSA 5.
Sure. Right.
And all of a sudden, the guy, my uncle, first guy that was in the store, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to take those 4. And then another guy goes, I'm going to take those 4. And I'm like, no, when I opened the store, I wanted to have a little splash sections. And I said, all the stuff's gone in the first hour. I'm like, what am I going to do? So it was awesome. It was it was perfect.
Nice. So I've got a couple of the pictures you sent over, and I'll pull them up here in a second, and we can look and quickly chat through them. Let me get caught up in the comments real quick here. So yeah, could you imagine if I had to do a live stage? I could interview DJ Ski. That'd be entertaining. He's like, "What do you hear?" He goes, "What kind of DJing you do? You any good? You any good at death metal, DJ Ski?" He's like, "But exactly, it was a missed opportunity. I would have enjoyed it." Will here asks the important question. Now, man, around these parts, a fake vaccination card costs more than the real one. Real one's free. The other one you got to pay for. No deal. Hashtag cheap. So Eric here bought his Aura 4-in-1 on the other side. There you go. So there were some deals to be had.
On the other side.
Yep. Hockey didn't attend card shows because he can't go back in time to use cash. Sorry, buddy. Cash is king. You're going to have to live with it. Here, I'll actually give you a quick anecdote about that, though. My buddy Steve, who was setting up out there, I was kind of hanging out there at the booth at that time, which I did for large chunks of time, but I was listening in on a transaction, just kind of observing. And the guy was buying some stuff for pretty good money. And he basically said, hey, would you be willing to do PayPal, basically? And he goes, yeah, he's reluctant about it, but he'll accept it. Like, he'll take it. But then here's the problem. How the Wi-Fi and everything is going. For the most part, over the weekend, I found it was all right. For the most part, it was fine. However, what happens is sometimes there are delays in processing. So here's the deal. We got the transaction. We came to terms on the deal. We agreed to PayPal. Fine, great. Oh, have you gotten it yet? Nope, not yet. A couple of minutes later, 5-10 minutes. You got it yet? Nope, not yet. It's like they look at each other's phones. Yeah, I sent it. Yep, that's the right address. Yep, it's good. There was a delay with the system. He goes, well, come back in about half an hour and I'll make sure it's on and then I'll give you your stuff. So yes, you can. But the people that put the cash on the table, you count it up, you're already walking away with your stuff. So I understand. I'm a guy who my wallet is one of the thin ones. I basically have a $20 bill there in case of emergency, and that's the only cash I keep on me the other entire portion of the year. I have no reason to carry cash on my person. But when you go to the card show, cash is kind of useful. So it's like, I do understand, but it's kind of tricky.
Brad, how did AMG do at the Expo?
You know what we did? We didn't have anything, so I just let the guys use my booth.
Oh,
yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, because I think they had like a half with like some logo stuff on it, and that was about
it.
You
didn't have anything on the table?
Was it buying? I think were they buying stuff? I think.
But it was the young. I took up 2 young guys, Carter and Logan, who were awesome, and Corey and Trevor Silver, a couple other guys. I said, boys, here's some showcases. Just use the booth and have fun. They said, if anything comes up to the table and you think I might be interested, just let us know. And they absolutely crushed it and had one of the best times they could ever have at a show. So it was awesome.
Nice. Eric here says he's a very angry man. I don't know, Eric. Like, Len is not always the nicest guy in the world, but like I had no issues with him. But mind you, he's not the only person. He's not the only person that seemed to have problems with you. Again, the common denominator seems to be Sanderson to Orr. Is all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Moving on. Jared's to be over the top Canadian sports card investor with new camera person hire. There you go. Love it. Love it. And this is en français. I don't know what it actually means. I have suspicions. I think I know what it means, but I'm not sure. I'll leave it be. I think it's supposed to be because I'm Carlos, but I don't know. Like because I think part of that I recognize the first couple of words, but I don't know. This is where I need Yannick. Yannick can properly translate for me. I can't do it. My Francais is weak. My French game is weak at best.
Dad, are you bilingual? Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. They kind of no. There's dividing line over there.
He knows English, and after a few pops, English. It's a dialect more than another language.
Mm-hmm.
I know that one well. Many last calls. That one is the universal second language. We know that one.
Mm-hmm.
So there's Yannick. Brad's boy did really good last weekend. Really nice to see youngsters moving and shaking. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Totally agree. And it's good. And be honest, like I took it for granted because I started in the hobby early. But what happened was as I started up in it, you do learn negotiation. You do learn how to make decisions and do all that. So if you can get good at it early, it's a great training ground for that kind of lesson, which by the way, still works. Almost everything in life can be a variety of sales. So learning how to do that well, like that's a transferable skill. My entire career was based on, I didn't have the degree to do my job I did now. I started off in retail and in sales. Turned that into call center where you still had to do sales. Call center became help desk. Help desk became the technology side. And that's what I do today. You started off with a foundation of sales, though. You were able to carry that. It's like after a while, it becomes less selling a product. Then it becomes selling yourself, selling your skills, selling your experience. You're still selling. The principles don't go away.
There is a certain skill to the buying and selling
Absolutely.
across the tables. And some people just don't have that knack. And unfortunately, they end up paying too much for some things. They usually come over and go, hey, Bobby, look what I picked up. How much you pay?
See, this one I'm a little closer
come
with
to me
Robert. Yo soy
first,
Carlos. That's
and
right.
then we go there. And then you can negotiate.
Yeah.
So.
Good evening, JJ Bama. All right, cool. So let me open up here. I can open up a couple of these pictures as we're kind of chatting. So I'm going to put it in preview here, and I'll do it. I like the storefront. It's very, because I think it's in a mall, right, Brad?
Yeah, we're in a mall.
Right.
And, is there outside entrance to the mall, or is it just inside?
Yeah. So this is inside down a big hallway. So
Okay, gotcha.
Now, right here at the front, you can see the AMG, which is very classy right in the front there, very clear. Now, here's the question. So right now on the front, and we're going to zoom in on a couple of these elements because a couple of these pictures take side shots of it, but already you can see directly into the store, which is very nice. Now, you got the little conference table thing going on with the TV there where you can be playing the hockey. I think there's a hockey game going on right now at the time of this shot.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the conference table area for? What's your vision on this?
So we have a group of local guys that come into the shop, and Bobby, you know a lot of them, led by Mr. Bill Fougier, but they come in every day. Mm-hmm. So I really wanted a comfortable environment, and they come in and they talk shop. It's almost like a Tim Hortons at the card shop. They come in, they got their coffee, they gossip about everything, they talk about deals, they bring in deals. So I wanted to have a nice spot. We've got 2 other chairs, so we'll have 8. We'll be able to have 10 people at the table that can just sit around. Guys can go over there and open up boxes if they want, and to be comfortable. You're not jammed up. You're off to the side. Just a perfect little environment. That's it.
That's a good for you, Brad. Having that activity within your store makes people more friendly coming, because if nobody's there, and if it's like that, and you go, "What's in here?" I feel intimidated going in. Yeah. So if you have a bunch of people talking and everything, people just kind of, hey, what's going on? It's like at the expo when you have a booth and there's one guy and 2 guys start talking and getting into stuff, and then 3rd and 4th, and then they go, what's going on here? I want everybody wants in on a deal. What are you giving away for something free? I don't know.
Yep, absolutely. And you wanted to put them off to the side because you want them to be comfortable in their own environment, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, kind of get a little bit of a view here because it's always good to be able to see it in action. You get a little bit of a vision of what's going on there.
Yeah.
So there's the table, and you guys hanging out, chatting at the table.
So
and obviously,
right
again, you got the TV going on there. And I also like the little display things in the middle because it's because I mentioned to Bobby before. over in Toronto. It was Legends of the Game, and they would do these full displays. But it's just nice having something in the middle that people can walk by and go, oh, that's kind of cool. And then in this case, you got the comic books going on there. What kind of percentage of stuff that you physically have in the store is kind of comics? I saw there I got a picture of a wall there of some comics and stuff.
So 80% would be sports cards.
Gotcha.
And then between memorabilia and comics would be the remaining 20%. But we got a lot of, we probably have 200 plus graded comics, and that's all we're going to be carrying is just graded comic books.
Sure. Very select pieces for the specific clientele that might be interested in certain
That's
things.
it. Yeah.
I think that makes sense because comics can take up a lot of room. I've been to my share of comic book shops. My younger brother is a comic guy, so he's into that. And his store has done well because they had to adapt. Obviously, they couldn't do too much traffic physically in the store, but then their clients are on their mailing list, and literally it's like, hey, what do you want to order this month or this week? And every week he'll be by to get the latest books. Yeah. Like he's on the, he's basically on the call. Hey, do you want XYZ? He goes, yep, I'll take one of those. And he'll go over there and collect the stuff every Wednesday. That's his routine. But when you got the loyal customers, that's what they do. So it works out.
I like the upper tier there is painted blue or black. It really makes all your frame stuff pop. And it's not cluttered in the walls. It's over and above. It's a nice, smart way of doing it.
That's what we wanted to do. Nothing in the store is cluttered at all. And that's the new wave of thinking. And even when you start to look like, when I talked to Fanatics last week, we did another big order with them. And like all these things we're thinking, the more we brainstorm with me, Bill, Sherry, like we talk, we say, how can we make this women friendly as well? Like you come in, again, we all like to go into the basements to the, those old classic stores and dig through. And Carlos, I think we talked about it with dust built up on the top. I enjoy that. But 95% of the new people in the world, customers that are in the hobby, they don't want to do that, right? They don't want that smell, the comic book smell. Like you open up an old box, right?
Yeah. That's the best smell.
Yeah. So
yeah, but it's not gonna get you mass appeal. And if you're running a business, you need mass appeal. Unless the person who really likes it is willing to spend a ton of money at it and keep you afloat, basically. Yeah. Just have them pay the employees directly. And if that's the kind of money they're talking about, then so be it. Yeah. I like this angle as well. You got the memorabilia still going across the top. And it's nice and clean and uncluttered with the boxes and stuff going on there, which is kind of cool. Now, are you worried at all about having enough space if you do end up with enough wax and stuff? Or is this kind of like get replaced on demand as it gets used?
It does. And we've got enough stuff. Like we've got enough guys that we can keep rotating stock.
Okay, cool.
The more we consult it as a team and go over it, and I don't want to have anything that's sitting there. If you come in there and there's something still there in 6 months' time that was there before, we're not doing our job as a team to keep moving that and keeping fresh product in.
Gotcha.
So that's one of our concentrations. And I think we even consulted with the diamond or the jewelry store in the mall, talked to them about some ideas. So we were brainstormed, like, how do you guys keep fresh and keep moving things? And they gave us some ideas on that because we want to kind of follow that model. We still want to have dollar cards, $2 cards, not saying just high end, but we want that customer experience that they come in and things are fresh. It's like, oh, what do you got this week? What's new? Oh, that box was 200. Now it's 175. Now it's 165. Now it's 150. A year from now, it's 90. And people just, that stale environment, right? So,
I think that's fair. So I'll grab one of these pictures because this one plays into a little bit of what you're talking about as well. So this is kind of those little floor displays and angle on those. And I'm not a big comic book guy, but I know that's a pretty good Spider-Man over there on the side. At least a couple of pesos. That'll cost you a couple. Because I think isn't that the introduction to Amazing Spider-Man, the first one?
That's Amazing Spider-Man #1. Yeah, that was one of Sherry's first buys that I convinced her. I was like, you should really invest into this, and that's one where it went 200 to 300 times.
What's the grade on that, Brad?
That's a 5.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So which is good and solid, especially for that kind of one, because they deteriorate. They were read, they were abused. Kids wrote on them, tore the pages. So even if it's in decent condition, they go for a pretty penny. That I do know.
It's interesting that they press comics and they actually you know, they refresh them. Obviously, you know that, Brad.
You send your comic into CGC for grading, and you can click, please press remove wrinkles from my comic before you grade it. Like, it's still.
You know, I heard somebody on another blog stating that, you know, when we get into sports cards, they're talking, well, if they do that in comics, can we kind of do that with hockey cards? Or, yeah, don't
Is
worry.
that Dakota Sports Card Anonymous?
They already are. Don't worry. But
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
if you haven't done anything other than press or something, you know, if you took a crease out, the guy said, and you put the crease in, you did it by accident. Well, you can take it out on purpose if you wanted to. And I went, well, whatever, you know, that's another move altogether. So,
yeah. Yeah, I think was that Dakota Sports Card Anonymous? Because
Yes,
I think he mentioned
did.
something like that. Yeah,
it was like, well, okay.
I think here's the thing. I think he means well, and personally, I don't care, but I also understand why it's a big issue with a lot of folks, and disclosure is key. Because if the CGC or whatever does it, it is mentioned. It's not like they do it and then don't make any reference to anything. Because if you do any kind of restoration work, I believe, I could be wrong about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brad. I think if you do restoration work and ask them to do it, isn't there like a variation on the label or a different color
Purple
or something?
label or blue label? Or
Yeah,
something?
there is for restoration, but not for pressing.
Not for
Okay.
pressing. No.
Do they
Not for
mention pressing on the label though?
Nothing.
They leave it out, eh?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can get it done before. Like
Oh,
those
of course,
guys who do it
absolutely.
down the road. For me, the guy does it. So
Yeah. My preference would be like, fair enough, but my preference would always be, I'm okay with almost anything if it's disclosed. As long as it's abundantly clear and disclosed somewhere, especially if it's an integrated thing. If you make it clear, like this is what it is, this is what it was. It's like when I got that Gordie Howe card. It's a very nice, clean card, but it's authentic. Why? It's trimmed. Like flat out. I would prefer if PSA said it's trimmed because I know it's trimmed. I can tell. But of course, as long as it's authentic, you know it's been altered in some way.
my simple rule is if you add anything or take anything away, that's a no-no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
But whatever happens to the card, you know, like if you grab the corner and pull it because it was like a little dinged, it kind of straightened it out. Did you fix that card? Yes, you did. But is it allowed? Sure.
Yep. There you go. So real quick here. And of course, the piece that is a stance. The guests of honor.
Oh no. Hey.
There you go.
I
Can you
even got
recognize them?
in that picture is my uncle Charles, who started with me in collecting back in 1987. My mom's brother,
Gotcha.
who we talk every day, who is one of the biggest, passionatest card collectors in the world.
Oh, very good.
And
Very
yeah,
good.
he just loves stuff. So it was great when he seen the boys. So that was good.
Did they have fun?
Yeah, they had a blast. They loved it. They were just amazed. I walked them through, you know, we're working on doing an autograph deal. Like I've been trying to help them on that end of things. And I think we've got a good little thing together because of their popularity worldwide. We're going to certify all their autographs. We're going to certify by PSA. Again, they've always sold them. They've always done things on the website. They give out 99% of them for free, but there's a real revenue stream for the guys to get into. They were astonished on that. I showed them WADA, what WADA was, and I explained the video games. And
Yeah.
you know, when you explain to someone that's not really in the collectible world, I mean, Bubbles has a huge Beatles collection of all kinds of like crazy cool things. Julian collects cars. There's lots of things out there that they do.
Did you tell Julian that if we get Collectors Universe in, we can probably encapsulate his car? We need a really big box.
Absolutely, right?
Really big box.
So when it's amazing though, when you show someone the picture of the Super Mario Brothers 3, even though there's some controversy, whatever, but like everyone that would be 45 years old in that range,
sure, I
had that game. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't even a gamer, but I was like, I know I had that Super Mario Brothers video game, and it just sold for $1.6 million. Like it blows people's minds away. Here's my big pickup. This was my mail day today. I'm trying to get.
Hold on, is that the ice hockey? Yeah, I can tell.
Oh, there we go.
It's got a little tear, but it's a sealed version, and I don't think there's too many in existence.
I think they've held up pretty well. But you're right. The sealed ones like have definitely dwindled number by comparison. The only tricky part that has been, and you're right, I think I don't have an issue with it. When I had an episode where I got Dustin, personal finance dad, to talk about it. He's a lot more bullish about it than I am. But through pressure and competition, WADA is kind of being forced because now they're under Collectors Universe umbrella. And Nat Turner and those guys understand that they're like, we can't have this. They've basically as much as said, we're going to have a population report in short order, so that at least you guys will know how many there are that we have graded. So at least that will be there. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah.
And that's really it. Like, it's transparency. Like, look, do what you're going to do, but at the bare minimum, just be honest with it. It's like, in this condition, this is how many there are, because then the person who's paying good money should know that. And then they can decide if it's still worth it for them or not. It might still be, but let them decide with more complete information. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Are you going to get the boys to do their own cards with the autographs and stuff like that?
They did over the years, you know. Like, I mean, they did a remake, and I was talking to Smith about it, Bubbles, tonight. He still has 3 or 4 unopened packs. They did their pictures on cards from like the 1980-81 O-Pee-Chee.
Okay.
They were used
Nice.
for a promo, and I forget exactly what the promo was for, but they're really cool. I have a set of them somewheres, but they sell, actually, you can see them on eBay, a couple $100. I remember I probably had 500 sets at one point. We were doing some promotion. I'm like,
Nice.
should have kept a few more of those away. But
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
If only.
I know, eh? We all say that.
Oh gosh, I've been saying that and I never thought I would, you know. But
Yeah.
Nice. Just quickly checking here. I actually did in the PWCC, once they mentioned it, I found an item that is like, actually, I'll bid on that. It's like, and now I'm in extended bidding. Ooh. Very exciting.
Have you been enjoying that? I haven't. No, that's a lie. I did. I won 2 cards. Nothing major. But I never thought I liked extended Vinnie. I didn't. But now that it's now I understand it. I think like more so than I did. Now I love it. I think because everything on PWCC, sometimes I had 5 cards in a 20-second window that I'd like to bid on at the end, and it would just be gone. Right?
Yes.
But you mean selling or buying?
Buying. I like the.
I just wanted to end. I just wanted to, whatever it was, end. Thank you, please, quick, get it over with.
I think it was less problem. Here's the thing with when it comes to eBay, that system, and this is kind of the way I try to present it. And maybe I'll do something where I'll explain it a little bit better. I think as long as you have a way of making the system work for you, all of them can work. Like any of them can work. With eBay, I use Snipe software. So if I've got a bunch of stuff going on at the same time, I don't physically have to be paying attention to every single one of them. For whatever reason, I need to step away. I literally get a call the moment that something's going on, and I have to take it, and I'm not, my eyes off the ball, so to speak. The system will handle it for me. And it puts it in the bid at the last moment, and it decreases the likelihood of me getting shilled on and pumped up unnecessarily. With this one, it's like, yeah, you can pump it up, but like, look, at the end of the day, you got to make the bid you're going to make. So it's your choice. And the windows get tighter and tighter anyway. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you just got to be more patient. And because they do an accelerated window where it shrinks faster, the first round will be 30 minutes, but then it starts rapidly shrinking thereafter. It helps. The golden one is 30 minutes, 30 minutes. It such drags it out a couple hours. It's like, okay, that's kind of annoying. I have to physically be here to push this button in 30 minutes. That's kind of dumb. I get it, but it's kind of dumb. So I saw Mark's question. I'm going to touch on it, but I'll quickly read a couple comments and then we'll come to it. So I agree with not wanting the smell of an old used comp shop. Makes it look like junk nobody wants. You did a great job modernizing the card shop. So there's a little plug for you, Brad.
That is a high-end looking store.
It looks nice. It's a good, clean look. When you explained it, I was like, okay, that sounds cool, but it's nice being able to see it.
Yeah.
It's nice actually being able to, okay, now I see your vision. Now I get what you're saying.
Smells too nice.
Now you know when you walk in there, just like spray musk in Bobby's face and he'll be like, oh, great. Now we're good.
Yeah.
All of the Elder Brick Road. Wow.
Yeah.
Put my hockey gear in the back room. That will clean.
Oh yeah, that's
leave him in the room.
There's a difference.
Leave him in a room for a little while. He'll be fine. It's like next season, the Trailer Park Boy is going to rob the store. That could be an episode right there in and of itself.
Oh yeah,
that would be good.
Get him in there.
Yeah. That's a pretty good piece. Good suggestion, hockey. So here's Mark's question, and like I didn't miss it. I just needed a couple of minutes. I wanted to talk with the guys here. So not necessarily the most costly, but what were some of the more rare or unique items that caught your eye? So this doesn't imply that you picked it up, but maybe it just caught your eye. Was there anything in particular that you saw that was interesting? Maybe even if it was overpriced or whatever. What caught your eye? What do you think, Bobby?
Oh, at the show?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was reading the text. There was one piece in particular. It was the when the Toronto Maple Leafs went from the St. Pat's to the Toronto Maple Leafs, the official signed document was there through the NHL and certifying that the Toronto Maple Leafs are a team. Funny enough, there's an accompanying letter, which was in 1950, because that was 1927. So in 1954, there's a Clarence Campbell letter asking Conn Smythe to return that piece of paper because it should be in the NHL archives, not in their own possession. So, and obviously Conn Smythe never did return it because that's the way Conn Smythe was. And that was a pretty big piece, had a hefty price of $100K on it. So that was probably, well, that's more significant than Toronto hockey. Like, that's the first start of the Toronto Maple Leafs. We have that 100-year, the 1917, and it's like, yeah, well, that's the NHL. That wasn't they had the arenas, and then you had the St. Pat's, and then the Toronto Maple Leafs came in 26-7. So that's the big difference between that people don't understand. Toronto hockey, yes, but Toronto Maple Leafs is very specific. So we're going to have another 100th anniversary in 2027. How's that?
Nice. I think I'll give Brad a second because I know some interesting stuff came to your table and different things. Was there anything? Take a second to think about if there was anything more unique, because you might have seen the odd Gretzky rookie. I know those are rare, so it's fine. I was literally standing there and somebody brought a Gretzky rookie and took it out of the thing. It's like it was probably one of dozens brought in during the show. It might be the most common card ever made outside of the Gretzky rookie. I'm teasing, I'm joking, I'm exaggerating for comedic effect. But you never run out of them. Especially if you go to the Expos, for God's sake, you can get buried in them. The real ones, not even the reprints, the real ones.
It was in a high production year too.
108 Gretzkys for grading that on the weekend.
Yeah,
rookies or
rookies.
Gretzky, oh wow,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. Literally, you almost trip over them if you're if you're in that area. You're gonna have no problem finding them. They're everywhere.
And there's two that are the nicest Gretzky's that I may have ever seen. I mean, it's such a subjective card too. There's just so many different things, but there's one in particular a guy took out of a yellow top loader.
Mm-hmm.
This top loader was as yellow, the
old. Oh my God.
And I looked at it, I was kind of you could barely see the card inside. I was like, he goes, yeah, I've never taken it out. I said, well, I can tell that. He goes, can you pop that out for me? I was like, well, sure, but as long as because we're not really supposed to touch the cards, but I'll do that. And I popped it out and I was like, well, and then I started looking at it. I was like, I think this is just really nice. And he was like, yeah, what do you think? I said, well, my go-to move, I think it's a 6 or higher, just my personal opinion. You never know what to say, right?
When I was there for the one that we were talking about, is that, he went with he's like, that's a safe estimate. If you think it's really, really nice. But I think you mentioned that one where we were having dinner and I said, so that'll be a really nice 9.
There you go. This one, honestly, I even put I did a separate submission for it. And I just put some notes on the bottom. I don't know if it means anything, but I just said, honestly, I've had 1,000 of these in my lifetime. And I just really look at this card. It's 50-50 all the way around. All the edges they had the fuzz, not too much, just a little bit.
Nice,
make it even look crisper. It just, I don't know. If there's ever a chance that there's a third 10 in existence out there.
First 10 in existence, yeah.
The third, the third one. The first 10.
First.
I apologize. I missed that.
I know. At dinner, I told you that. It's so you're saying it's the first 10 to ever exist? The first one? That's amazing.
So, Brad, did you get nervous putting it back in the sleeve?
No, I explained to him how to do it. I let him do it.
Oh my gosh!
I gave him a card saver, and I said,
it's still safer than you touching it, Bobby. If it's a really high value piece, no. If you break it, you broke
it. I know. I don't want that.
I don't want to be responsible for what
you put it back, but don't put it back. Do it nice, but it's such a hard thing.
It's hard. That's the hardest part when you see all these things coming and you look and you want to tell people. We had 2 guys that I felt really bad. One guy emailed me, super nice guy. His Gretzky was a reprint or fake. Yeah, you got to use the terminology. Fake, not a reprint, fake.
Yeah. Sure.
And I took it out of the case and I was like, well, I'm 95% sure, but you maybe want to go check some other experts. He goes, well, no, it can't be. And we talked for a little bit and I said, well, go down and see Len, who's ran PSA Canada for 15 years or 20 years, sorry. And See what he says. The guy takes it down, and I said, Len sends him over to see, I think it was Jason Martin.
Yeah.
He goes, Len goes, I don't think this is a good one, but you might want to go see the real guy. And he goes in, so he comes back to me. He's like, yeah, Len said to check on another guy. And I went and checked the other guy. The other guy goes, all he said was fake. I said, okay.
Was it right away?
You could tell, like, the front, it was a really good, it was a different one. Like, all the attributes were there. The dot was there. The hairline was there. But when you took, like, you just touched it, and I just was like, yeah. And I couldn't, like, I was 99, like 95%, 99, but you can never say you're 100%, especially, I didn't really want to, you could tell the guy was visibly upset. Like, he thought he had this beautiful Wayne Gretzky rookie card, right? So that makes it hard. So
I guess he bought it from somebody.
He got it from his dad, and he couldn't understand, why his dad
Ripped him up.
gave it to him. Like I said, and then I went into trying to make him feel. I was like, your dad could have bought it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
he bought it from someone that he had all good intentions that it was a real one. You know what I mean? And
Right.
It's funny. I remember we went back to that Tiger Woods scenario. I think we talked about that, Carlos. Not to get off topic, but
Sure. Yeah.
where a good friend of mine, like a close friend of mine, Carl, he said, he goes, yeah, my buddy's got a Tiger Woods signed golf ball. And I was like, well, it's fake. He's like, man, the guy's been to the Masters 20 years in a row. He doesn't have fake stuff. Like, he bought it at this auction. I'm like, well, it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I'm telling you, stop it. He was visibly getting annoyed with me. I'm like, I'll find the article. So I flipped on the article. I think it's Sports Illustrated one time where Tiger Woods wrote, Sports Illustrated said, I don't sign golf balls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't do it. He goes, I might have signed half a dozen golf balls in my lifetime. Like, maybe if I hit a guy or something with a ball and he came up, I just don't do that. And he goes, and then the article goes on, and you can Google it and read it. It's really interesting. He says, and there's 250 of them for sale right now on eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, so I was just like, well, if Tiger Woods is telling me that he doesn't sign golf balls, then I don't think it's a signed Tiger Woods golf ball, right? So,
well, that goes back to a conversation we had some time ago about the whole thing with autographs. It's an inexact science at best. Sometimes somebody has a bad day, and there are variations. Variations are normal. Variations are human. You do your best to try to sign with consistency, but guess what? There's going to be some telltale signs. But the other key is, if you're a real expert, you're going to know that it's less likely that he signed a golf ball because for whatever reason he doesn't want to, or he doesn't like it, or he used the wrong kind of pen for what he normally does. Or there are certain telltale signs that are beyond just looking at you already know you're 99% not likely that this is real. Why? Because there are certain things that do not match, that doesn't fit what he normally does, and alarm bells start going off. And that's where the expert comes in and tells you, oh, by the way, he doesn't normally sign golf balls. And when I say not normally, I mean good luck with finding one.
Yeah. And sure, I think so. When you think of Tiger being the perfectionist that he is, I mean, I'm biased. He's my favorite athlete of all time.
Sure.
And that's a bold statement for a hockey guy. But you think about it, when everything he does, all his upper deck autographs, he's got a beautiful autograph. Like, he does everything with perfection in his life. And he goes, I think in the article, when you read it to the reporter, you try to sign a golf ball.
With the dimples would make it miserable.
You know what I mean? So I just think,
and it's small, and it's also really tiny. It's the dip. Signing a baseball is annoying because of the form factor, but then take it and shrink it down further and add dimples. Yeah. Like, it sucks.
And slippery.
Yeah, like, it sucks. There's no aspect of it that would be comfortable in the least. It's like, and then you have to write smaller in order to fit it onto a smaller surface. Like, it's a pain in the ass.
So it's 250 on eBay aren't so bad anyways.
Exactly. Exactly. But it also, some people are lazy. It's like, did you do any research into this? You're doing something that probably didn't happen.
That's key information though, Brad. That's good to share.
Yeah, it was a great article. I think it was Sports Illustrated. It was like one of the big, it was somewhere probably 10 years ago that it happened.
Do you think that'd be a hobby magazine that would do something on memorabilia? That'd be a great little article, just to help people. Because we're always I always try to write articles that give people information so it'll help them down the road. But I think that's a great piece of information. I've never heard that before.
SCD would have been good for that back in the day.
Yeah.
Under their old editorial staff, SCD, that would have been the kind of thing they would have done.
Or Beckett or the Canadian Sports Magazine.
Sure. I think Beckett. I would put Beckett third on that list. But SCD used to be really good for articles of that exact type. Like they used to put a little effort into them, and like it was very clear that someone actually cared, gave a damn, and wrote the article accordingly, which is always good. Beckett less so, just a little bit
In
less.
2008, they were good.
There you go. I might go further back than that, but yes.
Well, that's when I wrote for them. So sorry.
There you go.
Look at this submission. So I've got 90%, and I got about maybe, I don't know, 50 or 100 more submissions just to process. I'm shipping out Monday. This one still is one of my favorites, and it completely shocked me. I'll put it up for any baseball fans.
Sure.
So,
Okay, hold on. Let me back up here and I'll zoom you in. All right. Okay. So you got to get rid of the one on the front there, Brad. That's kindling right there. You got to throw that out. That one's for Rick. He'll appreciate that.
you like this? I thought you loved this guy, don't you? But anyway, a guy comes up to the table with, I don't know, there's like 30.
So is that a set or is it just the same card or what is it?
It's all trout rookies. He's
All
got,
trouts?
all
Oh
trouts.
my God.
And all
Rick,
the-
where are you? We got the kindling. We found it.
like
Brad's got it all.
You think at the Toronto Expo,
Yeah.
someone rolls up with 30 Bowman Chrome trout rookies, and half
Yeah,
of them are
they're-
refractors.
Mhm.
Another dozen Topps rookies. It just and they're all, you can see like they were bought at different times over the years.
Mhm.
Like absolutely, just sometimes it's mind blowing what you see out there. I mean,
Oh no, I believe that. That's very true. That's very
Well,
true.
in another 5 years, you can write a book there, Brad.
yeah, there you go. Well, I couldn't be more confident. This is not a shameless plug at all.
But we like shameless plug. Brad, now
we're
is the
here
time
for
for shameless plugs. This is the time.
I have never been more confident, and I lost confidence at some point in the last year with doing what I'm doing on the grading side of things. There was many frustrations, but I've never been more confident in a company that in the last 2 or 3 months, and especially over the last 2 weeks, even seeing what they've done and where they're going with it and the space and how much they are focused on the common collector, and they want to get things right. And it's amazing what's going to come down the pipeline. I think if you look at where PSA was in June of this year and the public perception of just their service levels and all that, not what they're selling, but just everything about the company itself. I think when you look at the end of 2022, people will just go, wow, like this was a complete transformation of a company from, the leadership all the way down. And they're doing just amazing things. Like the technology side of it, just to take digital pictures of every card. So it just, all the things they're doing to protect us as collectors and hobbyists that people might not just see. It's not just a grading company, the behind the scenes and the steps. It's amazing. And they're going to make all that public information. The information that we're starting to hear about is going to be public information. And people are going to be astonished, right, at the knowledge, and very impressive. So that's my shameless plug. That's it. But
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if I could find it, but I believe I saw, and this would actually be a good one if you've understood, if you've got any indication of this. I thought I saw it was either a Twitter or an Instagram exchange, I believe, where Nat alluded to the next service level coming back soon. Not long. And I don't remember what the timetable is. I wanted to find the exact post because I'm pretty sure it was Twitter. I believe it was Twitter where he replied to somebody and then kind of left it out there. And it escapes me exactly what it was. But did you get any heads up on that a little bit?
yes. So yes, I did. I got to make sure I say things the right way.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm trying to find because if it's on his Twitter, he's at least alluded to it. That's
He
why I'm
said-
trying to pull it up.
Absolutely. He came out and said regular service will be back in 2 weeks.
That's what I thought. Yes, that's what I thought he alluded to.
Yeah.
Which obviously he would know. He has a little bit of insight. He may know a guy. He might know a guy on the inside who can give him a little information. But that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because it was expected because we knew that as they were going along, because the numbers keep coming in. And I think GemRate's been doing a great job keeping track. And I think the last 2 days they've graded 87,000 cards. The last 2 days. So like once you're up above 40K per day, it becomes a heck of a lot easier. You're chipping away at that. Like it's a big backlog, but you're still chipping away at it in big numbers. and the submissions are coming in, but at 150, 200 per, it's not as crazy. So you're sending more stuff out all the time here, and as the big lots are headed out, that pile gets a little bit more manageable, you know. And if they can get a ComC machine from space, oh my God, heaven forbid.
Yeah.
Like to this day, you know, we all praise the Tim.
But like I say, international expansion
Mm-hmm.
takes place in 2022, and capacities get to that goal. Like I listened to one interview with Nat Turner, and they want to get to 75 to 100,000 cards a day, graded. And how can you do that? You can't keep doing that in Santa Ana. You expand, and they've got their expansion plans all in the works, and it's going to make a lot of people happy. Right?
Yeah.
So,
well, as soon as they're at that level of capacity, so here's what I'll say as far as that's concerned. If they can successfully reach that level of capacity where they can have that consistently, not everybody working 24/7, working over like an amount of hours that allow them to rotate through their shifts and workers at a normal pace where you're not just burning them out. If you can have that in a sustainable level where you can have that kind of production, even if it's in 2 locations, then that means that you're going to get your lower tiers. Not all the way down to like $10 a card. I don't think it would make any sense for them to ever do that again. But 20 and change, $25 a card, I could very much see if you've got that kind of capacity, you could do that.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily have to promise like super quick turnaround. But if you tell somebody 2 or 3 months at 20 or $25 a card, I think they'll eat it. They'll be fine. They'll accept that.
But you won't get the junk in anyways at that point.
At 20, $25 a card, you might get some of the junk again.
A little bit, but not much. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you won't get those other guys. Because if you take the cost of grading and the card sells for $50, how do you make any money on that?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
gotta
Well, the
educate
secondary market will handle that. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Brad.
You got to educate the people,
Okay.
because I was absolutely shocked of how many people wanted to grade cards at these rates now. People get so excited about it.
Yep.
So that's one of the big things. People just want to submit cards and they want to grade them. You know, I do. I've got a stack of 1,000 cards over there, but I've got a pile that I separated. I can grade these ones at 100, these ones at 75, these ones at 50, these ones at 25, and these ones, if there's ever a $10 in the future, which is like Carlos, like you said, I think there will be a $10 option USD in the future for cards with a raw value of $25 and under, something like that. So guys can keep on doing the set registries. And
Yeah.
I was about to say, do you think that since Nat alluded to it, do you think that pricing level could be tuned in with the set registry? Because if he succeeds with that piece, then that makes a lot more sense. Be like, okay, if this is something like here's your set registry, you're submitting in 1986 Topps cards, and it's like that's what your registry is. Okay, you can have those for $10. Sure,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I agree.
I got a beef with you, Brad.
Yeah.
I didn't get my gum pack.
Oh my God.
Don't make us send Josie. We will send Josie for you.
I didn't bring it. I apologize. It's yours. It's in your spot when I told you. I just realized.
Yeah, I know.
Nice,
Oh my God. I will bring that up.
No problem. Next time.
I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
yeah.
Okay, so real quick, let me grab a couple of these comments. It's a good one.
Don't worry. I
So-
thought I forgot 50 things. Don't worry. It's like-
It's possible we all did, and we'll find out later. Oh yeah, true. I was hoping for Eddie, Bobby, Brad, Carlos would end up doing a trade on SCI channel. I think that would be a great, wonderful trade. It'd be great. It's like, so Carlos, I'll trade you these Mike Trouts. So you're gonna give me anything good? I'll throw in some Tom Brady's.
Did you meet Joff?
I said good. I was feet away from Joff. That's about all I
No,
needed.
Brad, did he come by your table?
Who's
Geoff.
that?
Jeff.
Did you meet Jeff
Oh.
Wilson?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Too bad. You should have had him come by. We would have waved him over. So
Exactly.
Paul here says, Brad, you're on a show hosted by a guy with unfettered megalomania. Shameless plugs are expected. This is facts.
Yeah.
These are facts. Paul knows. Brad, do you see a market for high population PSA 10 cards picking up again in the new year? Right now, base cards are hard to sell. As a quick side note, congratulations to the Prism Zion Wilson card that is now cleared 20,000 PSA 10s. Dun, 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 dun. Mission accomplished banner behind us.
What's the current value of that now? That card.
I don't know. It's definitely lower because he's been injured. So that certainly hurt him quite a bit. But
It's been
20,000.
because too many cards have been graded.
Here's the thing: in the basketball market, if he was killing it right now, they wouldn't care. Like
True.
it wouldn't matter. But if he's injured and there's a ton of them, then the whole thing overall is not going to help.
Someone told me today at the shop they were buying a couple of Zion cards that for $5 each, and he goes Zion
286.
He's over 300 pounds now.
Yeah, well, that's always been the
Yeah.
problem. Is like with his style of play, it's so dependent on athleticism, it's explosiveness, and he's a big guy anyway. Even if he was in shape, he's still a big guy. Like regardless, he's a big guy. So being even a little bit out of shape, he can't afford it. Leg and foot and knee problems, like you're gonna have more of that if you hold extra weight. You basically can't afford to hold any extra weight while you're playing. You have to stay in shape. However you're gonna do it, you have to find a way.
Yeah.
Going out paying those big bucks for those meals at Chop. So
Well,
like that restaurant, wasn't it good?
It was good, but I thought Chop was actually trying to help us with our figures by not giving us food for several hours. I thought that was part of the secret.
Of when you guys went?
It took a long time for them to actually get the food out.
Well, remember somebody was a little running
No,
late.
they went and chased down the cow and then killed it and then dragged it back in and then eventually cooked it. They got there eventually.
Well, they were ready for us, but we weren't ready for them, unfortunately.
Clearly. So yeah, I would say the trickiest part, it's supply and demand, right? The thing is you need enough demand to make it work. The supply is plentiful, but you need enough demand. And when the market was hot and everybody thought everything PSA 10 should go for top dollar, they were buying it. My contention was always the same. It's not rare if I go to the dealer table and they have a stack of them. If they have a stack of the Zion PSA 10s, how rare can they be?
Yeah.
I didn't need to see the population report to know that.
That's kind of good. I think that's a good thing in this sense that people will learn to collect that way, opposed to invest. Hey, it's only $280. I want a Zion. I like him. He's a great player. Yeah, and they get it and they collect it, and that's sort of more of an emotional tie-in to opposed to the investment tie-in of things. So I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, and you look, the basketball card market is, I think it's really tied into PSA's grading services. Like, there's no doubt about that. I mean, wax sales across North America of basketball products have declined considerably, and it's tough. The market's really taken it.
Mhm.
I think when you look, it's because of PSA not being able to grade those cards compared to what they were able to do.
Yeah, that was part of the business model. You open the boxes,
Right?
pull
Look
the
at
packs.
the hockey card market right now, and look at the young gun graded market. It has never been hotter than any time in the history of PSA graded young guns. Alexander Ovechkin, PSA 10 young gun right now, you can get $7,500 for that card now. Today.
Wow.
If you want to sell one, I've got buyers lined up that want to put $7,500, but the pop report's $1,000. I think it's under $1,000. I think it's like 900 PSA 10s. So even at the bulk, if it gets to the point, maybe there might be 1,500. A lot of guys are saying they might end up at 1,200, but 1,500 PSA 10 young guns when there's going to be 25,000 PSA 10 Prism Zions or 30,000 Lucas when that product gets all open, or 40,000. I know it's two different markets in the size, but the hockey card market is just on fire when it comes to PSA graded young guns.
It is, but also one other thing we got to bear in mind when we're comparing the two, we are comparing apples to oranges, mainly because the Chromium cards, if they're centered well, they tend to hold up better condition wise. Those young guns, they have edges that can chip very easily. So there's a couple more things that can downgrade them to a 9 or to an 8. And I've seen enough examples where it's like, even if it came straight out of a pack, very easily it could have just already gotten chipped. A Chromium card, as long centering tends to be Panini's, Achilles heel with that. But if the centering is on point, you got a good shot of getting a 9 or a 10. Pretty much out of the pack, straight up, a good chunk of percentage of the time. That's why there's 20,000 Zions, because the quality control was actually pretty good that year, all things considered. 2018 Prism football, for whatever reason, Lamar Jackson is actually fairly low pop-wise. For whatever reason, the quality control on that card has a propensity to be lower because people were submitting them. When Lamar was winning in the MVP, people submitted them. They had a tough time getting a 10. And it was a Chromium card, which has actually helped keep the pricing on that okay. If he goes back and plays well again at an MVP level, that card will go up in price again because people look at that pop report and go, but isn't that a Prism card? He goes, yeah, but look at the population purport relative to other Prism cards in the era. Actually, it's kind of low. Why?
Right.
I don't know. Centering, edges, corner. There's something wrong with it where they have a propensity, but that's a condition issue, which is where, you know, the grading scarcity piece can play into it. If for whatever reason that card is hard to find in a high grade relatively, that can keep the price up. But the Zion is not hard to find in high condition. So therefore the price gets pushed down.
Yeah.
It's market dynamics in effect. Like we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're just following the rules as they stand of supply and demand.
Yeah, there it is. 1,747 Ovechkin Young Guns graded by PSA.
Which is pretty low considering they printed a lot of those.
Yeah.
The Young Guns are usually printed pretty strong as far as numbers.
938 10s, 565 9s, 147 8s.
Yeah.
1 3.
And the
Some
thing is,
definitely
if you have one, you have plenty of incentive to submit it. $7,500 for a 10 is plenty of incentive if you already have one or two to send a couple in and take a shot.
Yeah.
Even, you know, because you just never know. If you end up with a 9 or a 10, you'll do okay.
Yeah.
But
That was my explanation. I used Ovechkin to explain to people, like, what should you grade at these rates?
Yeah.
Well, if it's going to cost you, if you send one card, close to $300 Canadian, shipping, everything, an Ovechkin raw is going to sell for $1,000 to $1,200. If you grade it and it comes back an 8, you're going to get $1,500. So you get your grade. Worst case scenario, if you look really nice to you, you get your money back if you get an 8. A 9, you double your money. A 10, I was saying you make 3 times your money, but you actually make
more.
4 or 5 times your money now with this, right?
Yeah.
I was shocked when I seen it. As a guy came in tonight and he said he was talking to Sherry. He goes, "Yeah, I'm looking to buy a couple Ovies, and if I can get a couple PSA 10s, I'll close the deal at $15K if you can find them for me." I was like, I just kind of overheard, and I was like, I'll find him a couple PSA 10s somehow for 50.
I was about to say, it's like eBay, buy it now. What?
Yeah, look, check on eBay. They're all they're all going up. I bet you'll be 10 grand in the matter of the next month. Right?
Yeah. But what does that tell you, though? Actually, so between what you just said, this comment here, it led me to a very specific thought, and I think this is really good. So I'll read the comment here. So why are there bulk submitters for bulk submitters? How levels deep are willing to go? Why not submit to Brad at PSA Canada directly? I had a conversation about this exact thing while I was at the expo. And someone gave me the little card. There was a booth of a guy there who was doing submissions to PSA, I think in BGS. I forget the name. The name escapes me. But anyway, I looked at the card and it showed the rates. And I think they were asking for like $225 or $230 to submit to PSA. And this was from a dealer. The dealer showed it to me when we were having a conversation. And which is why it's good sometimes to have a conversation. This is a guy who's setting up at the expo as a dealer. And he showed it to me and he goes, "Yeah, I was checking this thing out." He goes, "I was like, so why don't you just go to the PSA Canada guys at the booth?" He goes, "Why?" It's like, it's $195. It's literally directly to PSA through.
Yeah, I saw those guys too.
Yeah, but my point, and it wasn't to pump your tires, Brad, and the guys, but it's like, well, no, I know, Brad, those guys will go straight to PSA for you and then send it back, and like, look, just go have a chat with them and you can take care of it directly there. And it's like, why would you pay an extra $30 and go with it? It's literally right there. We're here already.
What they're doing is then they're taking them in and then they're going to give you Brad.
Yeah,
it could be, but
why not? Hey, I'm submitting. Their largest submitter is one of those guys.
But my overarching point is that even at an expo, even at a card show, talking to a dealer, not everybody pays attention. Not everybody does their basic research. Because it wouldn't have taken you long to figure this one out. It's not difficult. The friggin' sign is right there. It says PSA Canada.
Yeah.
If you want to submit to it, it says it. It's got the logo on it and everything.
You couldn't miss it.
So it's like, it's not that difficult. It takes the most bare minimum of effort to figure this one out. Like, if you're in the market and you're interested in doing such, well, then why wouldn't I want to? I want the most direct path. I want the simplest path, and I want the economically sound path.
Yeah.
So my statements were like, so I had to educate this guy. I go, but it's an education piece. It's like, no, by the way, they're already working with PSA directly. You submit it, it goes to PSA, it goes back to them, it goes to you.
Yeah.
We're done. Why do you need an extra layer to this process?
And for an extra $5 or $10, because the service that group submitters offer is a very valuable service compared to submitting directly.
Yeah.
At a percentage, at a $30 per card or $40 per card, then That's not right. But if you could send a card for $5 and have the guy look at it and even do a pre-screening of it,
Yeah.
something like that's a big advantage. And that's what I kind of wanted to offer this weekend to people with no extra charge, just to say, hey, just our opinion, but yeah, I don't think this is going to be it. And people have a hard time. The other thing is people have a hard time figuring out the value to put on their submission. Like, what's my Gretzky card worth? And then you walk them through, well, this is what you're insured for.
Mm-hmm.
If you put the value down and it's damaged during encapsulation, or if it's lost in shipping or whatever could happen, that's the insured value you're going to get for it. So, and PSA is very clear with that. Like, I mean, they have another shameless plug to PSA, but they do an incredible, there's been 7 cards. 7 cards have been damaged out of 300,000 that I've dealt with. And there's no question, there's no dispute, there's no anything. Their service level is top notch. I think I mentioned that to you, Carlos. Like, we had a guy that had a Prism Mahomes. It was graded an 8. They dinged the corner during encapsulation, just very, very minor. Like, I couldn't even see anything wrong. And they regraded it as 7. They covered the full value that he had on his value, which was $800 or $900. Plus, they graded the card for free. They put it in a new holder as a PSA 7 and sent the card back. So this guy got, like, those are, like, that's top-notch customer service. Again, people say, well, they damage. Absolutely. Mistakes happen. Yeah. Geez, you're pumping out 40,000 cards a day. Like, think how annoying the machine at the show when you hear that noise, right? Think about 40,000 cards a day, like what that room sounds like.
Oh, no, thanks.
Well, that's why at the National that's why at the National they had a trailer, and they were doing the encapsulations inside the trailer. So I'm sure the sound was dampened inside, like it's literally inside a separated off area, and they're doing all the work inside of there.
I don't think the normal machine sounds like that. I think that's the Canadian.
Is that the first show machine? It goes,
yeah. That's good.
It's like, did you guys put any oil in this? Nah. Nah.
You have to put oil in it?
It's like, this was made in World War II. What? Leftovers. Army surplus. What is this?
Basically. I'm sure PSA is hydraulic and done.
I'll be honest, with the volume they have to do, like extra vibration and stuff, like, no, just get it over with. They probably have industrial ones. It's like, guys, we can run a lot of slabs through this machine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Sherry just walked in and said Zion's 316.8 pounds right now.
I believe it. I can believe that. You don't have to sell me on it very hard. So let me ask you a question, Brad. This would be kind of interesting. Obviously, you were mainly focused on the business at hand. And this is something I was doing some research into. I did finally find the answer, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Pre-Expo, we talked about the trade night thing, which was the first time that I was familiar with the trade night. I didn't hear one damn word about it the entire show. I was kind of walking around listening just to see if by chance I heard a little bit about it. And I know people went to it, but I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find posts or whatever. Finally, I had to go to the hosts thing. By the way, Upper Deck sponsored it. So like they were doing stuff there. So they at least had, contributed and assisted with it. So it's not like they had no support at all, but it was very interesting to me that it's like, yeah, it's like it didn't happen, but it did. Like, I know it did. And I was finally able to find some of their social media posts directly from the hosts themselves. So because they walked around with a camera to be like, hey, we're here at trade night, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, good. But did you actually hear anything from anybody about the trade night, or did the words even come out of anybody's mouth?
Nothing.
I didn't think so.
Me either.
That was...
the 2 young guys with me, they both... They were more.
I'll just play it in the background while we're talking. So this is from the social media posts. The guys at least posted it themselves, which is good. It helps promote the stuff, but you have to be following them. So they did have a room in the hotel there, and they did. Conceptually, it's what you expect. It's a trade night, right? So so they did do it. So we do have visual evidence that in fact something occurred. And here are your Pelican cases, guys. For those of you who are looking for them.
Decent amount of people.
Yeah, they were capped at 200 anyway. They couldn't have gone any more than that. So for the size of the room, I think that was reasonable. They kept it probably under that because you had to RSVP no matter what. Yeah,
That was like the back room of AMG. I knew it.
yeah, exactly. But anyway, whatever. It's all good. And I think they had some giveaways from Upper Deck and stuff. So if you were there, you had a chance to win some giveaways and whatever. So it's not bad. I don't blame them. And it seemed pretty under control. And you could win like a prize here with this autograph thing.
Oh,
Looks
that's
like
nice.
yeah. So like, I think they did as good a job as they could under the circumstances, throwing something together that hadn't been done before. I just wanted to give them their credit. They tried to do a thing. So good on them. It's not normal for our market. So good on them for giving it a try and giving it a go. And at least some people participated in it. I'm hoping that in time I'll hear from somebody who did it because I'd like to know a little bit more about it and how their experience was. But I didn't know anybody who had visited or was familiar with it more than peripherally. During this time, we were out for dinner on those evenings. So
Yeah.
we were out grabbing a bite. So, but there it is. Kind of what you expect. Yeah, you got there's your basketball, guys. It was at the trade night. That's the problem. Y'all didn't look at the trade night. That's where you had to look. Not surprised. That's fair enough. It's all good.
Nothing like the National, but at least. there's
Hey,
people
look,
there.
it's a start. You're not going to get all the way there without having a starting point.
PSA's in the corner there.
Yeah,
Brad.
so
What's going on?
that was the logo there for the guy's shirt. That was the company that had the other offerings for the grading thing that I was familiar with. The name escapes me. but I know.
Oh yeah,
They
I
were the
did
one.
see that guy, or we did
Yeah,
see
yeah,
him
yeah.
together.
That
I
was the
can't
card I
remember.
was looking at. So there you go. And you can definitely see it's Canadian. The Winnipeg Jets jersey gives it away. And a little reference to Upper Deck. But there you go. I just want to give you guys a little taste because at least those guys themselves captured a little social media from it. So there you go. It did happen.
There's so
And I
much
bet you
going
if
on.
it wasn't capped and it was just at a hotel and it wasn't capped, I bet you it would be a whole other element.
Yeah, I think they would have been able to be a lot more aggressive promoting it because it's one of those things. Imagine you're capped already. Let's say all your SVPs are taken. Are you going to blast it to everybody going, hey, come on down to the thing you can't go to if you did an RSVP already?
Yeah.
Never mind. We're going to turn your way at the door, just so you know.
There was another thing on Thursday night, I think. Was it
On Thursday night?
Yeah, there was at Jack Astor's or something. I think there were 60 people that went.
Oh, I heard a rumor about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you're referring to. No idea what you're referring to. So Eric
I
claims
don't
he
know
was
if
on
anybody
time.
went. So
Yeah, no, nobody of significance. Nobody of importance. Anyway, so Eric here says he was on time. I don't recall him being on time to chop, Bobby. I don't recall that.
I don't know.
Maybe in another time zone. Like, if you're...
Boston's in the same time zone.
No, but I said if he was in another time zone, perhaps he was on time. Did we forget about to mess around with daylight savings? Like, was there an issue? Who knows?
Well, I said our thing is 8:15,
Mm.
and I called them at 8:30, and they're having shower. It's just like, where are you guys? Because we're trying to shuffle between picking another person up and everybody else go.
Yep.
Oh, it was kind of funny. But so we didn't start till 2 hours in, so they weren't ready for our orders because they were already ready 2 hours earlier. So probably half the staff went home by the time because we closed the place.
Oh yeah. Well, by the time we finally did get ordered, get a food, actually ate it, and everything, yeah,
Yeah.
no, definitely. I think though, and that was kind of the takeaway I gave from the video is that no, the funnest part was just hanging out after, doing a lot of that stuff. Like the stuff at the floor was good, and we did get a chance to see some stuff, which is fun. But it's not like stuff you can't see. Like I said, I literally did buy stuff on eBay while I was at the hotel in between. So I was like, I didn't really prevent me from doing what I normally do. Like nothing really changed in that regard.
I bought some great stuff on eBay on Sunday night, Monday morning. It was amazing because I don't think people were. I don't know. It's just timing.
Yeah, the stuff was still there, so it was like, if it's there, go get it. But that does bring me to a tip that I delivered, and it's still, by the way, it's still valid. It's valid for this show or any other show. If you're there and you want to do your comps, check the current comps too. Then I just gave that as just as a general piece of advice. If it's something, just check it out because then you can see if there's something live right now going at the price you want or similar price or whatever. Use it as a comparable. You can still go after the one that's in front of you, but use that. Kind of play into it and be like, okay, so this is what's already available. If I hit a buy it now right now, I can just buy it at this price. We're done. But you got this in front of me. There's some value to that too, by the way. But then let's make a deal accordingly. Let's work it out.
Eric, yes.
Now, but so let me pose this question to you, Brad. So now you had a tremendously successful opening day. As you go along, you're going to be setting up some other stuff, obviously, going forward. Do you guys expect to kind of settle into steady flow now that you had a bunch of folks coming in and now they've got a chance to see the new store and everything? Is it going to be like a consistent blast for a while of trying to promote it, or you're going to kind of rely on some word of mouth? What is kind of your idea of how you want to kind of work this now that you've got it going?
Yeah, so like more or less, how make sure I put this all in the press. I think there's going to be some big changes potentially some big changes for me going forward.
Mhm.
And Sherry has owned AMG, and I've worked there for the last three years, I guess we could say.
Mhm.
So there's a whole bunch of changes coming along that side, because I'm hopefully making a couple moves in the next 2 or 3 weeks that will change my space in the card industry. So,
Brad, do we need to get on the Learjet? Do we need to go hang out with Ric Flair and Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Like, is this what we're going to have to do right now?
We might have to do this. We might just have to do this. So,
oh man,
there's some good opportunities that are coming down the
Sure.
pipeline that I think I want to pursue.
Okay.
And but AMG again, like it's kind of evolved in a whole bunch, and we've got a great crew from Carter and Bill, and Blair and Ryan is starting to work a couple of days a week. It's kind of like a community store where we have a little feel for everybody, and they're all part of it. We're all kind of, we've all done our part to build it up where it is. It's evolved over the last, I guess it changed some names at different points, but over the last 30 years, from the Brad Sports Cards when I was 15 in the Spryfield Mall, had my first store, to where it's at today. It's like this community environment, and we just got all the regulars, and they come in, they have fun, they buy stuff, and we don't rely just on allocations. We don't rely just on singles. We don't rely just on cards. We have comic supplies. We've got a little bit of everything. Like we got a nostalgia wall. We sold a Charlie Sheen autograph picture tonight. I sold a autograph picture of Darryl Strawberry, Dwight Gooden, and Mike Tyson, all three signed, which is kind of a cool, unique thing.
Yeah,
we sold a picture of the guys from Chips.
Okay.
Eric Estrada and
Eric Estrada.
Yeah.
We sold, what else did we sell? A couple things. We sold a few Jason or Ari, the first Jason that played Jason in the water in Friday the 13th.
Oh, okay. So the kid that came out of the water, the one that was decaying. Gotcha.
That's it. We sold 3 or 4 hit pictures, which I bought at the show, the National in Chicago this year. I bought 10 of them from the guys, and he said they're just signing away. So yeah, we had some cool stuff, but it kind of evolved into everything. But like my transition, and I think it's going to change a lot in the next 2 or 3 weeks, which is super exciting. And I think there's going to be some great things potentially happening. So
you'll have to come back on and tell us.
I was going to say, Brad, that's a tease right there.
That's I'll be all over it.
To be continued. We're gonna need some of the Learjet stories. I might have to. I had a conversation like this, and Bobby will appreciate this. I was having a conversation at work this morning where one of the consultants was invited to go give a speech to the company that runs the application that I help administer. But he's working as a consultant. He's not going to be working with the bank very much longer anymore, even though he had a long career at the bank. But he was saying, I was invited to do the thing, and they're having their conference in Vegas in I think January, and I was like, wow, I said to my manager, it's like, I think we should offer some moral support to Steven. And he goes, Carlos, he doesn't work with BMO anymore, but it's important that we send the right message that a long time contributor at BMO should get the kind of support, and I am willing to volunteer as tribute to go there and give support on behalf of the bank. And then my other teammate was like, I'm not even going to be that subtle. I want to go to Vegas. I'll be in the casino. And I was like, you're ruining this, man. You're ruining this. Just work with it.
I will be his champion.
It's like, I will spend a good 5 minutes supporting this man. Yeah, Steven. Great job.
See you later. I'm going to the casino.
I'll be at the MGM if y'all need me. But that's how you got to play it, man. You got to work with it. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
It's that show that's coming up. I just was trying to look for the email, and not the January one, but the March one in Vegas.
I think they've got 2 promoters now that are doing, because there's the one that I'm familiar with already. And then there's one that is starting to do a regular kind of show that they're starting to do, because I feel like now there's I feel like now there's two promoters that are starting to push shows in Vegas specifically, because I think one of them is doing a show at like this facility that I think UFC does some stuff with, and that's part of it. So they got that going on.
That's
and
cool.
and then there's the other one that's doing a regular now show that has already started to get some traction in Vegas. So Vegas is becoming the new hotspot. National, get on it. What are y'all doing over there?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
Slackers.
this guy's show he's doing it in March.
Mm.
Steve Lim. When you look at it, it's a whole other level of a card show. Like it will blow. I mean, you know what, guys? I'll send you guys the link. You can just check it out and you see it. I don't know if you can pull it all off, but it's interactive. It's going to be probably, it will be bigger than the National, and not just for like not from dealers per se, but from the event itself. Like they've got.
Oh.
I'll flip it to you guys. You can take a look at it. I'm doing it no justice trying to explain it.
Sure, yeah. Now, one of the ones that you guys can be aware of if you want to look into it a little bit is on Instagram. It's LV Card Show. That's one of them. Like I said, there's two promoters, I think, now that are doing some stuff. I think Brad is referring to one, but this LV Card Show I know has run a couple already, and they're getting into the business of promoting some other stuff as well, and they're getting into the promotion business about that. And it's very interesting because obviously it creates. Las Vegas is more of a destination. Like I make the joke with the thing about the moral support because frankly it entertains me, and frankly I'd love to go to Vegas. I just need a good excuse. That's all I need. That's all I need. Do not threaten me with a good time, gentlemen. Do not threaten me with a good time. But it's like now it's like, did you all just realize that Vegas was the thing? Bless you for that, I guess. Oh, the Global Collectibles Expo. Yes. You know what? I am familiar with this one. This one does
I just flipped it to you guys. I met him at the Beckett Industry Summit when I went down there, but I don't know. Like again, if he pulls this all off, like there's some crazy events, right?
Yeah. So I'll show just the front slide just so folks can see it. But it's Mandalay Bay, which is a good venue, by the way. I was around there quite a bit when I visited. So they could definitely pull that off. I could definitely see that being a thing. So yeah, Global Collectibles Expo, and they got it set for March.
Yeah, global.
Yeah.
Well, they're really going ambitious. Like they're going 300 square feet of wall space. 300,000 square feet. Sorry.
Okay, I was sitting there going, Brad.
Yeah. You got to remember. You got to remember. His store's a little bigger than that. But you got to remember though that Vegas has a lot of convention space. Convention space is not something they lack. You can find some very large venues if you have something to put in there.
Yeah,
that's where some of the some large events, the old Consumer Electronics Expo, they need a ton of space, and they managed and they run in Vegas, so it's like that's just how they do it.
And so some of the things like the live, like you get to go to on Friday night, like there's an actual party at the stadium. I think if you keep scrolling down, like I was looking at it, I was like,
that's pretty smart.
We got Steve Aoki there because you got to have Steve Aoki at this point.
Yeah,
gotta have him.
So I think
coming like
I'm just scrolling through. So there's some of the show times and stuff. So that's all in March here. And then you got trade night at the Lagoon. Come on.
There you go.
Scheduled right in. The after party. Allegiant Stadium. There you go.
Yeah. So you go to Allegiant Stadium, you get to go out, you want to kick a field goal, and it's there's a whole other level to it that they're going to, which would be pretty cool.
Trade night. Pelican cases as far as the eye can see, people. As far as the eye can see. Live the dream.
So making it more of an event than just a show.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
It, right?
Yeah, that's
if you're gonna go to Vegas, you gotta use the facility. Use the facilities. Because look, even this thing, this room is 15,000 square feet. So now imagine the trade night has a 15,000 square foot space. So it's like, no, you can fit a lot of people in that space.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're gonna have VIPs at the trade night. That's how you know you're getting serious.
What's the show they did? It's I've never been there, but I thought it was brilliant. The Wisconsin.
Oh, the Dell, the Dells, or I think that's what's referred to, but it's in Wisconsin.
Now it's at this incredible looking resort with a water park and everything. Like, you almost think if you're going to make a journey, you want to go with the family or whatever. It's like, hey, I'm going to my card show Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You guys just have a blast.
Kids, all day pass, water park, enjoy. Daddy will be over here.
I think that plays into what we talked about earlier with the store with AMG and what you guys are doing is that it's not good enough to be like, oh, here's some venue, here's some table, here's some cards. No. You want to bring the people from a distance, offer them an experience. Yeah, we've got the card show, but we've also got the trade night. We got the thing at the stadium. We got this thing. We got Steve Aoki randomly waltzing around, like doing who knows what.
So, Brett, what square footage are you rocking at the AMG store?
3,500.
Oh, okay, so 3,000. Yeah, I was pretty close.
Yeah,
that's big. That's
pretty good for a store. I think in the mall, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's a big store for them.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So all things considered, it's a good setup. And like I said, given the configuration, I thought it really well done. Like for what they were trying to do there and keep it from getting too cluttered, I think it fits because you can go in, do your business, find some stuff, hang out for a bit, and then chat for a bit and then take off.
Someone made a comment, bring back the mall. Like, what is in the mall there?
It's more like a business center now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of converted over, and that's when you were able to do it. Like, you could put I think Halifax Shopping Center is the most expensive mall to rent in Atlantic Canada. So your rents start at $100 a square foot and up.
Wow.
So I think when you start to get to those levels, it's like, well, geez, are you for a 33,000 square foot space, are you going to be able to spend $15,000 a month in rent?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work.
Yep.
You can make it work on the high times of this hobby.
Sure.
Anyone could have done anything, but I remember struggling to pay $1,500 a month in a full-time employee. Like that was hard. You know what I mean? So you kind of it's a roller coaster. You got to be prepared for that. So we were able to sign a long-term lease agreement. So I think this should be AMG's final move, and Sherry will just keep on rocking and rolling, and she can take over if I go down to greener pastures.
Now, like I said, now with the teas, we're all waiting. We're all going to be waiting to see
where
Brad goes in and becomes a mover and shaker in the hobby, personal advisor to Josh Luber.
Well, I still get
the hobby now runs through Brad. It's like Brad is like, listen, Josh, I got ideas, man. I got ideas.
Can you imagine that? I think I talked to you. Maybe I don't think I mentioned it to you, Bobby, but I did mention it to you, Carlos, about how when we were at the industry summit and Josh Luber rolled up onto the stage for the power panel, whatever. I forget the name and the terminology, but Sherry said to me, she's like, who's that guy? And she's like, looks like a guy like who we would hang out with. And I was like, no, absolutely, 100%. I said, I don't really know. And at the end of his speech and at the end of that panel, Sherry says to me, she goes, that guy is absolutely incredible. Like he is incredibly smart and just thinking ahead of the game and everything else. But personal appearance, when you roll up with track pants and your sneakers on and, like, again, that perception, but that's the new way that I think the whole business world is moving. You know what I mean? Like the days of the guys rolling up with the suits on. I think Ken Golden had a pair of shorts on and he was just kind of hanging out. But I think
we never did find any video on that because we did hear there were some great speeches with Brian Gray and
the Brian Gray
Luber
one is the one we talked about. That would have been nice to have some video. Beckett basically owns it, so if they if they wanted to release it, they could. If maybe Beckett can't find it on their own website, maybe that's the problem. It's like we uploaded it. Where?
Maybe
it's like I don't know how to get into it. Do you? It's like I uploaded it to the thing.
I clicked 16 times. I still haven't found it.
Like, Jesus, it's like what happens? You go look for pop reports, you just see Brian Gray screaming at you. It's like that's what I was looking for. What the hell is this?
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, it'd be great to see a video of that if that does exist. I'm sure somebody must have taped it.
Oh, I'm sure
they have to.
In the world of social media, everybody tapes everything. This is like I'm sure, but it's like I guess it's like everything else. Like I had to go out of my way to find you the footage of trade night. I had to go to the host.
I know.
And it was like, it's something we knew about. It's something we mentioned prior. And yet I still had to go out of my way to go find it.
And you searched, did you not? Like
I did. I tried to find, I knew of it. I knew it was a thing. I was like, did it happen?
After Brad talked about it, I went searching. I just couldn't find nothing. An interview with Luber. One other thing, but nothing much.
I will direct you guys if you're curious as well. The other day there was an interview with Luber on Sports Card Nonsense, the podcast.
Oh yeah.
I don't particularly like the guy's style because they try to get a little too cute. It's because they're playing into the ringer, which can be entertaining if the guys are really clever. If they're not, it's just really annoying. So it's like, just please get to the point. But they did interview and talk with Luber a little bit more about some, and also mentioned a little bit about his, his document that he made and kind of his explanation about the hobby market and everything, and get some thoughts in it. And if you read in the subtext and then go down to the footnotes, you'll see it's like, and then when Brad Hartlin comes in to personally advise me on these matters, you got to read between the lines, y'all. Got to read between the lines. I read the whole document. That's how I know. I read the whole thing. But it is interesting, though, and that was why I mentioned in the video that I did talking about it, is that whether you agree with his perception or not, it is interesting to see how his mind works because he wrote it out for you. He explained his reasoning why. He gave some examples of what he you can disagree with his example. That's fine. But at least now you understand where his head's at a little bit. It gives you a taste of where he's thinking. In this interview, they did elaborate a little bit once they got past trying to be funny and failing. Once they got past that point, Luber was talking about kind of expanding on some of the ideas. It's like, yeah, no, we're still going to work with stores and stuff, but he emphasized it. He goes, there needs to be room for different types of products. And then he explains some of the stuff they did early on with sports cards at StockX and trying to do certain types of things and experimenting with that, and expect some of that. Expect some experimentation, expect some ideas. You're going to get different price points. He acknowledges the need for there to be retail products, but it might be one type of product as opposed to a high-end product that is a different thing, as opposed to a different kind of low-end product that's hobby only. So you're going to have these different areas, things that are available for different groups of people at different price points, which is what you need to have. It's just good business because not everybody's high-end and not everybody's low-end. There's a bunch of folks in the middle who is like, well, I don't want it to be available everywhere so the cards are worthless. Or, oh, I just want my kids to have some packs to open. Then great. Then we need the mass produced. That's what the mass produced is for. That's for those kids. Let them make some sets, build some team sets, whatever. But that's not for everybody. For the other people that are buying boxes and boxes and boxes, they don't give a crap about your, base set that's $10. What's the point? Yeah. You got to have something for everybody.
And even kids now, when you look at it, they want, like, everyone knows what quality is. Like you be like, oh, make up some kids packs and give them this base cards from Upper Deck Extended.
Well, I joke. Good old Upper Deck Extended. I will never get tired of making fun of Upper Deck Extended. It's too good. Well played, Brad. Well played. But all I was going to say was, but the thing is, Brad's right though, because I said when I was, not as long ago as when Bobby was a kid, but when I was a kid and still in the 90s when they were already producing a ton of stuff, we were collecting the same base sets as the adults. There was no distinction. There was no delineation. Topps flagship is Topps flagship. If that's what you're collecting, that's what you're collecting. Fleer, Donruss, it doesn't matter. It's the same product. Everybody's opening the same stuff. There was no kid version. That came later where they tried to do, Donruss triple play. It's like, why don't you just buy base Donruss?
Yeah.
What's the point of having triple play? Who cares? Oh, but this is for the kids. All of it was for the kids when I was growing up. All of it.
Just different ways of marketing, that's all.
Yeah, but the thing is though, triple play, because of the design and the amount of stuff they made, they dumbed it down basically, and the kids didn't like it. So it's like, I want the one that that my older brother's collecting because that's the regular version. Why would I want the dumbed down version? They tried to do a collector's choice, and it was fine, but it's like, what it is.
Yeah.
The kids aren't believing that. They're not buying it.
Like every year I buy an extra 20 or 30 boxes of. We buy the National Hockey Card Days. Yeah. And they're like, why would you buy 40 boxes every year on that? Because I have them all year long and you can give them out. And in those, they're randomly inserted autographs available.
Yes.
So when every time the store comes in, whether it's me, Carter, Bill, Sherry, whoever's there that day, it's like, kid comes in, it's like, here's not our base cards of 90-91 Upper Deck. I'll switch from the extended. But here's not a base card pack that there's nothing in it. Mm-hmm. Here, take these. Here's 2 packs. You might get an autograph of Kyle Connor or Steve Stamkos or whoever the guys that are autographed. But it gives them that excitement and the pull, like the chance for it, right? Yeah. So that's an exciting part of it. That's an important part that we all have to do.
Too often they give kids cards and they open and they go, oh, okay, what's this? that thing.
They don't care.
You know?
Well, that's
They
the
don't
thing.
care. Yeah.
The
Don't
kids
care.
might not be as sophisticated, but they're not stupid. You can't pretend that they're dumb, because if you try to trick them, like they'll see through that in about half a second.
Yeah.
And if that's what you're trying to sell them on, well, you're not going to really hook them on the hobby if you start off with tricking them. If that's the first experience of the hobby, it's like, yeah, I'm tricking you. I'm giving you garbage, and I want you to be excited about garbage.
That's it.
Could
Yeah.
you please be excited about garbage? Because I wouldn't want that shit, but I want to give it to you. Here you go, kid.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hope works on old and young.
Yeah. So it's like, but you got it. But Brad's right. You got to give him something that's like, even if it's remote, give him a chance to pull something a little more interesting, something that'll sink their teeth into.
Yeah.
But that's where it's got to. The only reason Tim Hortons exists at this point is for two reasons. It's for the kids, or it's for Carlos Sr., who can enjoy opening packs and then buys his coffee. And then literally, I opened 5 packs myself. This is all from Carlos Sr. And these packs are already open. I didn't open a damn thing. Carlos Sr. wants to open the pack. He doesn't care what's in it. I mean, he's just, whatever. I bought 5 packs. I don't know how many packs worth I got in here, but I got to have like 25 or 30 packs worth. And I was like, he keeps giving me stacks of open packs. I was like, maybe I want to open a pack. At a certain point, he goes, It's like, is there anything good in it? I go, well, if it has a redemption, it's probably good. Otherwise, it's fine. There's some decent cards in here if you like them, but it's nice stuff. But whatever.
I have a weird
Tim
little
was good.
story.
My buddy bought a card today. He
What's that?
goes, I bought a Tim Hortons card.
Okay.
He goes, I'm not really sure, but it was an official prize. I'm not sure what it is. So he sends me a picture of it.
Right.
And he just got it in the mail. And I said, well, I know what it is now. It says official NHL team bike from funriderbikes.com.
Okay.
So he's like, I think it might actually, I said, that is a physical bike. Like you just want a
Really?
bike with an NHL logo on it.
Nice.
Oh, I've seen those.
Yeah, so he bought it on eBay or Facebook or somewhere for I think $300 or something like that. I was like, he goes, "Do you think it's good?" I said, "I think you probably got a brand new bike with some." He's a Habs fan, so I said with some Leaf logos on it for.
No, they had every different. There's a guy who came at the expo maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. I still have his thing, but he did all different themed bikes, Canadians, Montreal, whatever.
It's one of
And
those
they
with the big wheels.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's the same one.
Well,
'Cause
those
those
were,
ones-
I thought those were super cool.
I wanted to buy one, but they were $500, I think,
Yeah,
at that time. And I sat there and went, I don't know.
there
What am I
you
going to do riding a bike when I have a car?
Nice. Yeah, no, that's fair. So what we'll do this is, Brad, you're more than welcome to hang out as much as you like. I know it's late, so I'm not going to keep you too long. We gotta make sure you got energy to wheel and deal, and then, like I said, we'll talk later about the Learjets, and I'll send you some of my info because I gotta have a couple. I got a bone to pick with Josh Luber. We gotta have some conversations, and also I gotta make some corrections on the paper because I read enough papers in my days. Like, Josh, I don't know about some of these. We gotta talk about some of this stuff here.
Yeah.
But
the
a good
50
effort.
page-
I'll
50
give him a
page.
B+. I'll give him a B+. It's a good, solid effort. We need a little bit more, flesh out a couple more things, but we'll give him a B+. I like his effort.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I'll say I'm not the best reader in the world, and there was point like I liked reading the whole thing.
Sure.
Some of it was a little more in depth. Like I skipped through. I was like, okay, this one. But I did like. You like to see that he knows all the history, and he's familiar with all that stuff. And again, this is not a shameless plug because it.
You keep saying that, Brad.
I know
Okay.
it is.
Brad, I would like you to lead. There are two things I need from you. Number, right before we begin the Learjet Chronicles, because that'll be next. But before we get to that,
Yeah.
and before we have our dinner with Josie, because we gotta have some words with Josie as well. But the point is, number one, I need you to just lean into the shameless plug, buddy. Just to be like, this is a shameless plug. It is without shame a plug. Here it is.
100% shameless plug. Tomorrow all day, 2-for-1 Upper Deck extended blasters.
Look at you.
Oh.
2-for-1.
So you're saying twice the retail going rate?
I think
It's like, it doesn't matter what the price is. It's twice the going rate.
I may have. No, I didn't say the price because I got to be careful about the certified diamond dealer.
Of course. Yeah. The diamond dealer thing. Yeah.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
two for one.
There you go.
There we go. That's my
No.
that is a 100% shameless plug.
Well done.
I do that with my book. I always tell them, they go, how much is your book? And I said, $50. $100 for 2. Always a deal there happening somewhere.
We have 3 copies of your book left in the store right now.
Mhm.
They're not on sale. They're full pop, each one of them.
They should be.
3, yeah, 3 or we might have 2 left. I don't know.
I think Bill's got a few more.
No, that's it. I think I cleaned them.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Because he said he still has a case or something. Oh yeah, I got a case because I brought my last case. I found a case. It was buried beneath in the closet there. It was actually underneath the the body bags we used for the thing. It was draped over that with a couple other things on top of it. So the last show I came back from, I forgot about that. So I really realized I only had one left at that time, and then I found that one. So I brought that one to the show. I think I sold 8 or something like that. There's still quite a few left. So.
So how much do you think you could get for it if you send it to CGC? What kind of grade do you think you can get on it?
All of them are 10s. It'll be more population than Xeon. Pretty soon.
That'd be unfortunate.
We sold a CGC graded Beckett #1 Wayne Gretzky graded
Okay.
at 9.8.
Oh, CGC.
I'm going to say for 3 years. It was 3 years ago, maybe $800.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think 9.8, like, I think it's basic for all intents and purposes. I think 9.8 is basically the highest they can give.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't think I've seen it. I think theoretically they've got a 10. I'm sure they've
There
handed
is,
one out, but I don't
it's
think they
rare.
really they're very careful with that.
I don't think I've
9.8
ever
is the
seen one.
realistic.
Yeah.
Do they consider 9.8 to be the full?
I don't think I've ever seen a 10 comic anywhere. I don't.
Yeah, but I think it's there theoretically. I don't think. I think it's I think they're very careful about never giving it out.
I think it's like a Beckett 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Right.
9.8 is the highest you'll see realistically. 9.8 is pretty much considered no, this is pristine. It's as close as it's going to get.
I think they do. I think they do go the full pop, but it's a rarity, a super rarity.
Yeah, which is good if you want to protect the brand. Like if you want to treat the 10 like it's a real premium, well then protect it and be like, no, it better be perfect. Spine, everything, it better be on point. And then if you're really, really close, 9.8. So there you go. You got a level.
Because nothing's perfect, even brand new, right?
Yeah, you're always going to find a flaw of some kind in there. It's very difficult. We do what we can, Josh. We do what we can. Good evening. And name? Just got home from the in-laws. Hope everyone's good. Yes, name. We are good. Hope you're doing well.
Missed them at the show. Came by my booth a few times. So.
There you go.
I'm going to finish my beer and then
Toodles.
That sounds good.
So
Yeah.
it'd
No,
be
I
good.
Day
figured that'd be
2.
good. I figured that'd be good.
15 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
There you go. That's nice.
It's a nice unwind on a Friday night.
No,
It
for
is.
sure. For sure. No, we try to have that. I was telling Bobby earlier that that's why I wanted to make sure that I took some time to promote the store and congratulate you guys
Yeah.
formally for
Thank
it.
you.
And then also mention Victor's new website because look, it's a slow news week. We knew coming off there's really no news coming out of the expo. We knew the expo ran. The news is we finished the expo. And we live to tell the tale. That is the news. But outside of that, it's no, it was good. It was a real good show. We did very well. But yeah, after that, it's we're heading into holiday season. It's Black Friday. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard anything, not to be negative at all, but I haven't heard anything about COVID from the show.
Not that I heard. So did you actually hear a little bit about it?
Just one person.
Okay.
A dealer. Yes.
So he could have tested. It could have been before. It could have been after, potentially, or
I think that goes for all COVID tests.
right.
Yeah. The timing.
You
there's
never
always,
know.
Yeah. There's always
tracing,
supposed to
2
be an
days, 1
incubation.
day.
There's always supposed to be a bit of an incubation period. Generally speaking, if you're going to hear something about someone catching it there, you're going to start to hear it right about now or the next couple of days, because that'd be right about the time.
It was 2 days after the show.
Yeah.
They went to fly out of town.
Yeah.
And they couldn't or out of country actually, and they couldn't go.
Yeah.
Because of that. So 2 days and put them back 3 days from the show.
Right.
Yeah,
We
I
didn't
think,
even get asked on the way back. We did not show at any point. Did we get asked about anything on our flight? Did we have to show proof of vaccination? Nothing.
Mhm.
We went in. We got on our flight. We flew home. We got off.
You guys are pretty low down there, aren't you? And your numbers, anyways.
We were some now. Yeah, there's been a couple of that. We've always been low in comparison, I guess you can say. But there's been some upticks. But people have I think our vaccination rates are
Pretty high.
At 85% now or something. It's getting really high, and I think they got things. I don't know. They've done a great job. I mean, but it's easier. But with a smaller population,
Sure.
it's
Well,
easier.
as you said, yeah.
Per capita is the real number.
Yeah, I
we're
think
looking at, right?
I think they're trying to give you a little bit of credit for not being reckless, basically, because at the end of the day, it's like, we had the show, and everybody had to figure it out. Like, you guys would probably be in more of a thing where you'd have to be a lot more careful because you're dealing with a ton of folks. You're literally a ton of folks directly in front of you in a line, more and more folks coming procession through. Somebody like me is a person going in. It's like I can pick and choose when I decide to engage, and that was always my thing because there was no urgency for me. I would come in at times that were a little bit less crowded, and I could walk up and down and just do my thing because there was no hurry. And when we were sitting there eating in the food court, we're just relaxing, we're just chatting, and it's not that crazy, but it just depends. Your mileage may vary depending on how your expo experience was and who you dealt with, and how if you decided to throw yourself into the masses, well then so be it.
Yeah, the social distancing was not I don't know, was not a thing really.
No,
because you try to get up the aisles and people are turning around right in front of you because they oh yeah, I gotta go here, and they don't even think that hey, there's people following you. Like there's lines of people going through this place. It wasn't just you're wandering by yourself down an aisle. There's like constantly 15, 20 people in front of you.
well, my great joy was the amount of people that don't know how to walk in a straight line.
Oh,
Like,
boy.
but it's like they all think they're Zion. It's like, hold on, let me imagine I'm Zion. Let me just expand the space that I'm occupying physically as much as is humanly possible to take up room. It's like, about 10 people could get around you. There's plenty of room in this aisle if you just walk in the open part. It's not that hard.
Brad, what are you selling the books for, if you don't mind me asking?
40.
Really? That's too cheap.
I thought no. Yeah, or it might be 50.
Still too cheap.
They're not more than that.
I have on eBay and I'm selling them at 70 US, free shipping. Well, you got 3 left?
The price going up tomorrow.
There you go.
There you go.
Sir.
Price inflation.
I'm trying to help
Let's
AMG.
conversation.
Looking forward. Gretzky went up. My book has to go up. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So this is the classic case of the price manipulation that they refer. Card ladder. We'll adjust the market with card ladder. I'll get the guys on the line. It's like, y'all, the hockey index has to go up. Why? Burrell's book just doubled in price. What happened?
Well, I got Yannick, one of the other ones, my 2006 book. I had to pay a guy. He didn't know really anything about it, and he was flattered that the author is buying a book from him, my book from him. So I said,
Right.
no, it's for a friend. But that's $100 plus shipping, $20. So you had to pay $120 for that one. And this one is going to be very much the same as the other one. Going forward.
When's the next one coming out?
There's no book. It's the website that's coming out in February. So
you're not doing paper copy?
no, I'd love to. I just can't. It's unless you want to let me like 42,000, I'll do it especially for you.
What would you want to do? Because obviously the website is the priority, but would you consider doing a digital version
Of a book?
Yeah.
Because
the thing is, nowadays with a lot of the ebooks, you can get a lot of it with the pictures and stuff, if that's what you want to do, and do it in a format where
Like
people
a
read it off of the
Kindle
tablet.
kinda
And stuff.
thing, or-
Yeah, they
yeah.
do read it off the tablet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole reformatting because the website doesn't make up for it. See, I'd have to redo that completely
No,
again.
I only posed
In
the
that
question
format.
because
Yeah.
the point was that the cost of physically printing the books is obviously really high. Nowadays, a lot of folks to get around it, if they, the formatting you still have to do, so you can't get away from that. But if you do a digital version, then the cost is no longer in the printing; it's in what you want to value the information at, because the ebook can still have value. You just got to figure out what makes sense.
Okay, I'll be like Brad. Full disclosure here. Full disclosure.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing a book for myself.
Okay.
And it's going to be this thick, and it's going to be everything in one. Now I'm looking forward to doing it down the road. The cost is incredible.
For sure. Yeah.
Each, but it will be in a book sort of format, and you'll be able.
So
to
this is
find
a
everything,
physical
but
book format.
This will be a physical book for myself.
Okay.
It'll be called the Burrell, but I mean, we're going forward with that.
Well, sure, but as you open it, does it also have like the built-in voice chip where it's the Gregorian chants?
Oh yeah, you can put your cell phone over it, yeah, and it'll. zoom into.
I just assumed that was part of it. I just figured.
It'll zoom into the website. All you have to do is cursor over the codes.
So I guess the music just plays in the background. You hear the chant. Yeah.
Actually, that's when I did the 54 pack opening. I wanted to put that on, but I realized we would have been in copyright law with the song. I picked "The Court of the Crimson King" by King Crimson. Like, if you know that song, I did for the 54 opening, and I was gonna put that on the other day, but I went, oh damn!
Oh, you will get flagged so hard. You will get flagged by everything.
But King Crimson, like, would anybody really? Like,
anybody who's on a label of any kind.
You know that song, Brad, don't you? He's probably.
Oh yes,
I know of King Crimson. I don't know the song, but I've heard of King Crimson as soon as you said it.
It's about like 10 minutes long, 15. It's such a long drawn out, but it's so cool. It's a really cool song. Right. But it just seemed apropos for the 54 opening, because that was a $6,000 pack. Now I'd say $10,000 pack.
Right.
Oh,
yeah. So Brad, this was a question for you. So I'm gonna go quickly grab. There's your pack there. Nice.
I picked these up. That's 79, right?
Yep. Yeah. Is that tops? That's tops, isn't it?
Nope.
It say tops on the front.
No, it says cart for cart, so that's French.
Oh, French. Okay.
En français.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I picked this lot of all these cool packs, and
because the tops wrappers are.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll quickly grab a refill. But Brad, if you get a second, check out the question on the screen. This one's for you in the Maritimes.
Yeah. There's a massive base in the Maritimes.
I can imagine.
Yeah, like I like that.
That's it.
Yeah, that's great. No, there's a huge base in the Maritimes. I even learned even more when I started with PSA Canada, where all of a sudden guys were that I thought I knew every card collector in Nova Scotia. Like, I thought I would know any significant card collector. Like, I was like, I know these. All of a sudden guys are like, yeah, don't bother shipping my cards. Can I pick them up? And I'm like, who are you? And these guys were coming in and they're like, I had no idea never seen them before in my life. Mm-hmm. It really, really shocked me. But there's some great collections down here. Bobby, you would know that. There's guys that have big, I mean, even go to Len. Like, Len's one of the biggest hockey card dealers in the last 30 years in the hobby. Mm-hmm. He's just in Bedford. There's a guy that's in New Brunswick that I'm helping out that has one of the biggest Tom Brady rookie card collections out there. Like, just crazy stuff. There's guys everywhere that got some absolutely amazing stuff. So,
well, I'm sure there's a lot of new guys who are collecting Tom Brady, and I don't think they want it to be too public. But it's funny how many different people you find in the hobby, and I discover people that huge leaf collectors, and I don't know anything about them. I've been doing this 25 years with the Leafs, kind of my focus, and I thought I knew the top leaf collectors. I'm going, boy, this guy almost rivals the other guy. Holy jeez, where did these guys come from? Every 6 months, 8 months, I'll come across a guy that you just never heard of, and he's got an amazing collection. Just unbelievable.
Yeah. There's stuff everywhere.
I think there was value for a long time of some of the big time collectors kind of keeping it on the down low.
Sure.
Because I knew a bunch that in the player collector realm, we get that a lot, because there would be some folks that were very comfortable just operating under the radar, but after a while you'd be like, yeah, I know who's doing this, because you'd kind of keep an eye. It used to be easier because obviously with eBay you used to be able to check out the username and you'd see the same names coming up over and over again. But even today, you can still sense patterns. If you're getting outbid on certain like nice items, like it's not the common regular stuff that you're worried about. It's the like, actually this was a bit obscure. This one hasn't come up in a while. And it's like, yeah, you'll sense like a heightened bidding pattern. It's like, okay. Yeah. But today, some of them have started to post a little bit on Instagram, because I know I've seen some folks that specifically, they're like, yeah, I've been working on this collection for years. And then you look and they've got complete sets of some really tough stuff. And it's like, I see. You didn't start this project last weekend. You've been at this a little while, and no one had seen you until just now. And now we're getting a chance to get a taste of what they had been working on, these projects that they've been kind of under the radar.
There's a guy in Newfoundland that has a lot of the top sets on the PSA registry in hockey. Some crazy sets. Like, This guy,
Really?
he's been going to the expo, and all of a sudden, I forget his. Well, I know his name. I forget his name on the set registry because I would share that. Like when you see it, he's like number 2 and 3 in like crazy amount of years. I don't know if it's from 51 up. Like just amazing.
From Newfoundland.
From Newfoundland, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, he's got one of the best hockey card collections in the world, like hands down.
Oh, that's that new guy. That guy who's been. Yeah, okay. I think I know who it
I would
is.
say he might be 50. I feel like he's close to my age, maybe a little bit older, but yeah, crazy stuff. He sold me BGS 8 Jean Belleville back like 5 years ago, and I overpaid at the time because it was the nicest card, so I said I'm buying it. And then he started telling me what he had, and then he told me his set registry name, and I went on the set registry. I'm like,
Ding,
oh my
ding,
God, like I can't believe this. Like, who has I don't know if he is the best 54 top set or the best 53 set in existence. It's all 8s and 9s and just mind blowing what he has. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a lot of hidden people out there with great collections. So
The thing though is that there is a logic to it as well, because if you're somebody like that and you're not showy, why would you advertise? Like maybe you want to enjoy your collection in privacy. Maybe you want to build it and be able to just do it in peace. And not necessarily the people who know, maybe maybe some dealers you work with and stuff like that. In the coin world, that's normal. What'll happen is a big collection will come up for auction and everybody will go like, oh my God, this is the finest known of XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, who the hell's this guy? And he's like, oh, he's been collecting the last 35 years and he's been buying this stuff. And it's like, because in that world, the dealers will buy for them. So like nobody will even know that it's that. It's like, as it turns out, the finest collections, Marshall Fogel, the PSA 10 1952 tops. It was Brad Hartlin all along.
we knew it.
It's like the usual suspects. Wait a minute. Kaiser Soze.
that's good.
Yeah, you never know.
But that's the point, is that their intention was to stay like, no, I want to be able to do this in peace. I want the satisfaction of knowing I did this. And maybe I solicited some help. But then those dealers were authorized to make sometimes pay millions of dollars at some of these auctions and be like, who is this buyer? You know the dealer, but you're like, you are buying this for someone. We don't know who it is.
Yeah. Well, we hold a lot of things on the down low of who we know. And, that's respect that you have to give in the hobby if they do share stuff with you. Other people are social and they don't care and they enjoy it. And there's the odd few, and those are the bigger guys, Like you had Chad before down in California, Chad Dreyer. You had, Simon Bork. You had Hatsarma. Those are the top 3 guys going back 10 years, right? Through the whole hobby. They were buying up anything at any price, like $17,000 York peanut butter glass, that went off. And actually, Len will probably tell you that story. That's the funniest story. I could tell you the inside part of that one later, Brett. But anyways,
is that the peanut? Is that the glasses?
The Goyette. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I went to Montreal and I picked up for Blair, I shouldn't say.
Too late.
That was working on this.
We'll cut it out in the replay.
I know. Thank you. There you go. He gave me an envelope.
Blair's typing like this now.
Yeah. He gave me an envelope with cash to take to Montreal at the last expo in Montreal. And he goes, you got to go see these 2 older guys, politely say older guys, and they're going to give you a glass that I've been looking for. And I don't know if it was one of the Tim Horton or I don't know. I can't remember who it was. I don't even
Phil Goyette or Talbot are the top 2 hardest. And
there you go. So it was one of them. It was one of them guys, and I gave this envelope of cash that I just said, I'm just here to pick up a glass, and I gave it to him because it was the last one that he needed to complete the set. And also the guy opens up the envelope, and I'm like, is it 5s? And I'm like, no, it's not 5s, because it was thick. And I was like, and he's counting it out. He's like, yeah, it's all there. And I'm like, I don't know if he paid $1,500 or $2,000. And the guy gives me this glass, and I was like,
oh, you didn't count the money?
Well, he counted in front. I didn't know. I was just facilitating the deal. So I got an envelope. I gave him the envelope. The guy counted it in front of me, and he gave me this glass that I looked at and went, I would have, if you would have told me it was $20, I would have said it was $20. I didn't know it was 1,000 or 1,500, whatever it was. It was but it might have been one of them guys, like you said. It probably was Bobby, Phil Goyette, or somebody that was a rare one to get.
Mhm.
So,
No, there's rare ones that people think that are rare, but aren't as rare. And my last book rectified it. If you really look at the prices, you can see that the Keon is really, is really there with the Talbot, and people don't realize that. But that's only the first series. It's the only rare one from that. So that little intricate part that a lot of people really just don't know. But everybody's seen the Goyette sell for $17,000. That was Pat and Chad going at it. And I talked to Chad Dreyer. Unfortunately, he passed away just a little while ago. He says, yeah, well, I guess we have more money than we have brains, Bobby. He says, I told my son I had to go to a meeting. He says, we need that glass. Just, win it. And then you got Pat Sarma. It just went back and forth. $17,000. And Len Potty sold one the day prior to Mike.
oh, really?
Oh, it's such a horrible story. It's just so funny. We'll have to say that one in private, but anyways,
you keep this up, and Len is going to pretend you're Eric and fight you.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know Len a long time.
Yeah,
he's ups and downs, so he's always good to deal with.
that's fair.
Yeah.
So,
But that was the truth. So
yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. So this one I heard a little bit about it. Do you guys discuss how Platinum seems to have every other box with 1-year-old auto instead of a current auto as the box hit? I've seen some breaks of it. I didn't pay too close attention, in fairness, but I've definitely seen some breaks of the product. One thing I'll throw out at you, and this is maybe something down the road. It's not something I've worried about. With questions like that, it's always good to go to the source. It's a situation where that would be something that I would position to like a Billy Acilio. And I know he occasionally will go around and do like podcasts and stuff. So if you catch that somebody's doing it, I would throw the question to the host and see if because Billy can answer that question. There's a rationale for it. At some point I may invite him because then everything I've seen with him, he's a nice conversation. But it would be one of those things where I'd invite him, where we'd answer some questions and ask questions. But it's also got to be like, oh, no, let's chat about stuff. And I know Billy's very passionate about autographs and things like that, so we could have a little fun with that. That's where the value would be in it for me. I'm more interested in having that conversation. But he would be a good person to answer that kind of question. So if you do see him coming up in a podcast or interview, throw the question to the host, and Billy could definitely answer that question. There probably is a rhyme or reason for it. And I wouldn't be shocked if COVID has something to do with it, because Baz here puts the possibility. It's a good theory. I would think it's very possible it has a factor. Victor here, and good evening. Yep. No worries, Victor. We definitely shouted out your new website. Very nicely done. Some good work by you. You definitely put in the effort, so that's good. Robert enjoyed the song that you made reference to, Bobby. And then Paul here is always good to quote the movie. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Tom says it's called being a mule. This is a fact. 4-leaf cards. Good evening. What's up? Absolutely. Sounds good. Have a good night, Yannick. Take it easy. Billy's in Clubhouse all the time. Yeah, absolutely. And that would be another venue. You could definitely ask him directly there as well. So if he's on Clubhouse, ask him directly. As long as he's not giving away trade secrets, he'll engage you. Like in all the dealings I've seen with Billy, is usually he's pretty good about chatting with people. As long as you're not asking him to give away trade secrets and asking him the print run of Young Guns, he can probably answer the question. Within reason, he can probably answer the question.
Brad, are you on Clubhouse?
no, I registered. No. This is my only not social media, but this is my feed now. I get to come hang out with you guys, and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
So.
We don't do it either. So
yeah, I told Eric the format and everything. I was like, I could just start a live and do this myself. And then what if a really good topic is brought up? What if a great conversation happens and nobody has it recorded for posterity and we've lost it? It's like, well, actually, Brad literally solved the Da Vinci Code and cured cancer and everything. But then he went to go with Josie, got lost his passport, and doesn't remember any of it. But you had to be there. If you were there, it was amazing. He had a Rain Man moment. It was great.
We have video here, so
we do. But
we get to see rarities and what have you. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, ignore the man with the cup. But I was gonna. So this is actually a good one. We'll protect the quote unquote innocent, but we'll have a little fun with it. So Brad, could you explain to the people who do come occasionally when they do see you at a card show and you're at PSA Canada, could you tell them how it's completely okay to bundle yourself up so you're completely covered and pay only in cash in the parking lot?
yes,
That's your preferred way of doing business, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly,
Not sketchy at all, Brad. Not sketchy at all.
he's laughing nervously.
Yeah, it's like not even. He's like, I promised I would never tell.
He's turning red.
honestly, you have to be careful on that front.
Yes.
There's so many ways that guys want to pay it. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
left most of the details out. Look, I kept it very vague. This was very vague, but I'm just saying, like, not
know.
sketchy at all.
I know.
No.
There is so many sketchy things involved in this hobby that
Yes.
Or
you
can
know
be.
there really is. There
Mhm.
when you really look at the big picture of it and the cash that changes hands and there's there's a lot. We can talk about that, Carlos.
No, but I left it open because it's a fun story. But like we kept it very vague. There's no specifics in this. That's
Right.
not our
I
place.
know.
That's not our place to say. But it's one of those things where weird stuff like that does happen.
Oh,
It's like, and at a certain point, you have to be like, why? Look, man, there's a million ways to do this that are straightforward. Why do you have to make this as sketchy as possible?
yeah. So Sherry this morning had to go. Her mom, unfortunately, is in the hospital. And
Okay.
so it's day one and she had to go to the hospital. So I said, all right. She goes, I need you to do me a favor. You got to paint that post that the painters didn't paint. And I said, no problem. I'll paint it. I'll get it painted. I promise I'll get it painted this morning. So I'm there. I got my drop sheet and I'm painting this post and these two characters, I'll use the term characters, show up at the door and like, you got any Pokemon cards? And I was like, yeah, but we're not open till 4:00. That's our opening. No. And these were interesting characters. We need our Pokemon cards. And I was like, yeah, can you come back at 4? Like, I don't, and I was trying to think of an excuse. Like I said, I appreciate the business, but well, we're not set up. I don't have a debit machine working right now. Like I was just trying to think of it. I just wanted to paint the post and do my thing. And the guy goes, no, man. He goes, and you could tell they were on a different level.
Got it.
And he was like, remember like 2 or 3 days ago, I bought Pokemon cards from you, man? And I was like, yeah, yes. And then it triggered. I remember this guy, but his other friend this guy was tattooed from head to toe. And he had tattooed, I think it said like death on the side of his neck.
Of course, yes.
I'm standing at the door and he's like,
look, people with tattoos that say death love Pokemon. Don't prejudge, sir.
So what I know, like
Charizard.
Yeah. And I'm like, he seemed like a good guy. Like his own little world besides the death. So
Brad,
I'm like,
open the door, would you?
Yeah. I'm like, what do I do here? And I'm like, so I said, all right, boys, come on in. Let's get you guys some Pokemon cards. So we roll over and I said, but we got to be quick. Like, cause I can't let anyone in until 4 p.m. because even our like lifelong best customers, 4 p.m. is the opening day. We roll over the Pokemon section and they're like, wow, you got a lot of Pokemon. I was like, yeah, there's a whole selection, right?
Uh-oh.
So then he goes, how much for that box? I said, it's $100, taxes included. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I think we're going to take that. And he kept looking around and I was like, it was a very sketchy moment. So, you know, when you try to make yourself, you know, I'm 6'2.5", 265 pounds. I'm like, make yourself look big just in case. These were small.
Or pretend you're at the expo.
I want to make exactly.
Get the Patrick
Just
Waugh.
in case, because there was that one moment where you think, what are these guys up to? So I said, I'm just going to kind of tower over them a little bit. And I could see they're like, but all they wanted was their Pokemon cards. They were going to go back to their house, apartment, wherever they were going, open their Pokemon cards and have it. So I said, we're not set up for debit. I already told them that, which was a white lie. We could have accepted, but that was my out to not serve them. So we get there and they're like, the box was $100. So they were going to split the box for $100. One guy pulls out 3 20s and the other guy has a 50. So I'm like, huh. And they're like, do you got change? And I was like, no, I don't have change. So I was thinking my options here. This is the business mentality that goes through my mind. I'm like,
you upsold them another $10 worth of Pokemon?
Do I just eat the $10, sell it to them for $90? Right? Because I can take 2 20s from one guy and the 50 and just get them out.
You could, yeah.
Okay. I like that idea, yeah.
I don't want to do that because my business mentality is like, no, I can't leave that $10 on the table. You know what I mean? Like I'm starting to think. So all of a sudden I'm like, I don't have a 10. I'm like, guys, I don't know what to do. And they're looking at each other and the other guy goes, it's okay. I got 5 20s. you can pay me later. He gives me 520s, and they work on their deal and they roll out with their box of Pokemon. And I didn't get robbed because I honestly thought 100% it was that moment in my life where I'm like, I wasn't scared per se, but I'm like, what if these guys
It's
just
weird
grab
feeling.
something and run? I'm not even going to chase them. I'm like, if you need that box of Pokemon cards, go ahead, boys. Just run out.
I'm not going to chase him. I'm 6'2", 260.
Now,
I'm not chasing nobody.
Right? I had no intention of going here today, but like Brad's story is like the most perfect transition into a legitimate question. We do that too sometimes. So everybody on your bingo card, legitimate question. You can put that down now. I'm about to do it. Here we go. This is the thing. There have been, like in stateside, like in LA, Bullpen LA, and a bunch of like a rash of actual robberies, like straight up, including in one of the stores. A guy got tased when he was closing up shop at the end of the day. The guy got tased literally and then tied up in the back to go take the stuff. It is the Maritimes, outside of Death Pokemon Guy. You know, there are characters, but you know, there's levels of characters. You know, in the Maritimes, this is generally less concerning. That's why I gave the story in the past about when I was in Guelph and the idiots always left the front door open. And this was in, 2005, 2004, 2000. So it wasn't like 30 years ago, but it still wasn't advisable even at that point, even in Guelph, Ontario. So, do you guys, as far as what you're doing, do you guys have, it's in a mall, so there's a certain amount of security to that, but I wouldn't rely on it. A lot of stores have started having like their own safes and their own, separate the stuff out. Is that something you guys worry about, or is that something you don't consider? Or
no, I think it comes back to my 20 years in the bar industry, where I always told the staff, you know what, if something happens, give them everything. Don't question it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, like, go ahead, boys, just step back. And
that's the retail policy that a lot of stores take, because that's fair. It's not worth it. Just let them have the stuff, whatever. But what I'm referring to is when you guys aren't around. Are you worried about your stuff in the store, like overnight and whatever?
Yeah. So now I'm not like the security system that's in there now. Like you can go on 8 different cameras and see what's going on.
Okay, cool. Fair enough.
There's that was actually, you know what? That's a very good point. At the industry summit, which was very interesting, Joe, what was his name? From Gut Cards. He has a big store.
I think he has a YouTube channel. I think I know who you're talking about.
I think his name was Joe.
I'll double check, but I think it's just Got Baseball Cards, and I think they actually have a YouTube channel.
Him and they had a police officer from the Las Vegas Police Department that did this whole thing on different things to prevent break-ins. But it was very interesting. Me, like myself and Sherry, we sat there the whole time. And we listened to the whole hour-and-a-half seminar, and it was very good. So we put on, like, we have glass.
Is this one of the guys?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, I thought so. As soon as he said the name, I was like, I actually know who that is. I've seen some of the YouTube videos. So yes, I am familiar with who you're talking about.
So he did a thing. He's like, you put, and the guy from the Las Vegas Police Department was very, very good. It was very interesting. It was very informative. So you put on the glass break at the front, even no matter where you're at. All these little things that he explains, like, you know what, if you put this film over the front glass of your store, it takes them, instead of smashing the glass and getting in 15 seconds, in order for them to get through, it's going to take them 3 minutes. And in 3 minutes, that guy's long gone by then. Like all these little tips that you do. So yeah, so that's good.
Yeah,
that's fair. Smart. I figure where you guys are located, like I said, it is not something that is the first thought that comes to mind in a lot of those things, but because the values of some of that stuff has gone up so much, it's just that there's so much value in these little pieces of cardboard that can be, like, it's not difficult to cart off a piece of cardboard, to throw it into a pocket and make it go away. During broad daylight, to your point, the policy is, don't worry about it. Don't deal with it. Don't engage in that. But in the middle of the night, the reason why some of those heists were so lucrative is that they took like unopened product that was super expensive, or certain cars that were super expensive. It's so easy to do. This is easy to hide. It doesn't take a lot of work, especially if there's a lot of value in the size of this thing.
Some good lessons through the obviously jewelry dealers. They know, they bring one piece up and they close everything back up, and you're always dealing with that centerpiece, and then it goes back, and you get it. If there's somebody wants this and this and this and this, depending on the value, of course, just give them one at a time and keep control of that
Yeah.
that one piece.
I don't think
Same
we're
thing
gonna
at
have to.
the show too, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about being that level of extreme. But one of the fun things about collecting watches and buying watches and things that you go into a lot of high-end jewelry stores, and some of the ones take their security super seriously because they'll have double like super sealed thick doors. Because one of the ones that I went into where I bought, I actually bought this watch from them, and when I was there, I went in and you had to basically buzz in to get into the door, the intermediary door, because the security guys on the other side of it who will buzz you into the second half of the door. And the only other time that I utilized that kind of system was when I was working in corporate deposits at the bank that was in an underground bunker. So they use very similar concept with the double doors. Now, hopefully we never reach the point where card shops are that extreme because that is a pain in the ass for everybody involved. But you got a full-time security guard who's literally just there to buzz people in and watch them. And then if they don't like what they see, they can stop you before you get to the second set of doors.
I think that was one of our discussions, is do people steal stuff at the expo? And I go, I've never seen anybody steal anything from me, but I have found out one person did. But for the most part, they say it's happening all over. And I'm going, how? Everyone has display cases. Are you bringing it too much and not keeping control of your stuff?
Well, that's just it. Yeah. And I'll use my buddy Steve as an example because their friend unfortunately had some medical issues and couldn't come. So there were going to be 3 of them at the booth. So instead there were 2. So they had extra room, extra display cases, but it meant you had to cover more territory while you're talking to this person and these display cases. Well, all the display cases are locked.
Yep.
And he'll deal with you one at a time and kind of focus in on you. But as you're going, it's like, well, you can only let one person be handling cards at a time. And you can't be like, oh, can I take a look at this? Yes, you can, but you're going to need a minute because if I'm not physically there to be able to, help you and be right there with you. While I was at the booth, it made it a little easier for him to go, hey, would you mind just, keeping an eye on this way? Yeah, fine. Sure. No problem. That's another set of hands, another set of eyes, and I'm sitting there talking to the guy, and while he can do that business. But if you don't have that, the other one doesn't get unlocked. It stays locked until such time that I'm ready now to deal with you directly.
Mm-hmm.
It's small little things that it's like, well, you'd love to be able to sit there and say, oh yeah, we trust everybody. There's a lot of people at the expo walking around back and forth. You can't be handing off cards to everybody along the lane and expect everything to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to be naive to think that there's not. Like there's criminals everywhere all the time, right? Yep. Oh, Sherry's first comment.
There you go. Absolutely. We wanted to make sure we cover that. Good evening, Sherry.
And they're watching The Bachelorette, I think, or Bachelorette.
One of them. There's 2 options.
And watching Because I'm Carlos at the same time.
That right. Listen, right there with this comment alone, I have tripled the average female demographic of most sports card channels. But there's one woman. Yes, I've still tripled it. Mathematically, that is an accurate statement. The demographics are very skewed in one direction, my friends. Yeah. But you touched on it earlier. Like it's actually a joke, but it's not completely a joke. It's like, no, it's just having an environment. Like you don't have to do anything crazy. It's like, no, just have an environment that doesn't suck. Like it's not that hard. Old card shops had their charm, but some of them suck. Yeah. Like it's fun rummaging through junk and stuff, but it's not the best experience for everybody. If you got time and you like rummaging, well, then that's great. But if you're just like, well, no, I just want to get something and like within a reasonable period of time and be done with it and, move on because I don't have all day. Well, then you got to make sure it's organized in a way that makes sense. It's got to be a way you can be comfortable and go in. Look, everybody likes to be comfortable when they're shopping for anything. Those jewelry stores, what they do, and the watch shops and whatever, and jewelry stores predominantly, they're, can you have some water? You don't have to go to that extreme. But my point is like, they're like, no, would you like some water? Would you like this, that, and the other thing? And if they know you are a likely customer or a possible customer, because I've bought from the same jewelry store a multitude of times, even if I'm not buying anything today, they're going to engage you in the same way they would if you're going to buy something today. Yeah. Because they understand that down the road, the likelihood is they will get some money from you. So why don't you just make it as comfortable and as nice an experience as possible? Hey, we got the new catalog. Would you like it? It's like, yeah, absolutely. Could you throw it in a bag for me?
Yeah.
It's the little things. It's service. Mm-hmm. It's not that hard.
I think that's it too. We've got the bags that, so now we've got boxes being ordered. They were going to be in, but everything in the world's delayed. I'm not going to use any excuse. It'll be in the next 2 weeks. kind of like the custom little boxes like Leaf would use when they do some of their products that they put out, where you can put a PSA card in the box, it folds over. It's like a jewelry box, right? So someone buys a card, they come in tonight, like we sold, a card for 5,000, 6,000. And it's like, you just kind of say, oh, thank you, here's your card. And the guy puts it in his pocket and he walks out, or walks out of the store. But you go in and you buy a $300 bracelet at Charm, and the girl is like, thank you so much for your purchase. Would you like us to gift wrap it? They take it out back, they put it in a box, they bow, they do the whole thing. And all of a sudden it's like, I'm not saying for the hardcore collectors like we are and all this stuff, but yeah, in order to engage that extra money, those extra sales, you need to do that. Like, that's what we want to do. And I think that's Sherry's
like a lure insert kind of box.
Yeah, she adds that touch to it. From a female perspective, is she would love to go in and buy me something for Christmas. And last year, my set I'm working on, the 2016-17 O-Pee-Chee Platinum Orange Autos, which
that is a mouthful right there. That is a mouthful.
Crazy. She actually found, I still don't know how she did it, but she found I'm down to 3 cards now. They're numbered out of 15. She found 3 cards. I think a buddy of mine helped her, but they bought them without them noticing. I'm like, no, none of those can appear on eBay without me knowing. I don't know how they still did it, but they got 3 of the 6 I needed. So for Christmas, she wrapped them up. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, here comes a pair of socks, or here's some shameless like knick-knack or something.
Hey, Carol. Look, there's two parts we got to be careful. Number one, knickknacks, be careful. But number 2, listen, Brad, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Carlos Senior got a little mouthy with the black socks. And one year I said, oh, don't worry, I'll handle you because I'm a good son. One year I gave him a resolution image of black socks. He didn't even get the black socks. He got a picture of the black socks. He could have not complained about the black socks.
Anticipation's everything, right?
Yeah. But I opened it up and I think it was Oliver Borkstrom from Columbus.
Okay.
I'm like, oh my God. Like, it was like one of the best moments at Christmas I've ever had that I can remember. But I'm like, where? You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't understand how she found it. That rare item I've been searching for. So.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a story to it as well, but like we joke about it, but jokes aside, you're right. Look, the hardcore collector is a creature of habit. They don't care. Like at the end of the day, they're like, okay, I just want the thing, because they're probably collecting a set or whatever. So they're going to be in next week to buy something else. So it's just a habit. Great. Awesome. There you go. Sherry gives you your answer.
Oh my God.
See, I can appreciate that kind of response. Good job by you, Sherry. Good job.
Should have said, because I'm Sherry.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I will lend you that trademark. This is the moment where you use that. I will lease it to you for free. Gratis. Go ahead. Feel free. But the thing is that for the average person who's not going to be in all the time, that little touch of extra experience is going to go a long way. The reason why those jewelry stores is because they do make a lot of money. The average transaction is super high. So that relationship is valid. Because look, you can buy some of this stuff at any of them. So it's like, how are you going to get him to come back into this store and buy it from us? Well, you got to go through that extra trouble when maybe you're not going to buy it today. Maybe you're just looking. But there's always a possibility that in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, you had a good experience, you come back, and today's the day that you buy the gold watch, the wedding ring, the wedding band, or you try to combine it to get a better price or whatever, and you drop 20, 30, 40 grand. And it's like, that time you invested, well worth it.
Yeah.
Because you got it all back. And then some. Yeah. For what? A couple of free bottles of water and have a quick conversation every now and then? It's not a big deal. It's fine.
We have a clothing store here in Halifax called Duggar's, which is Duggar McNeil.
Yep.
It's former NHL player back in the 50s from Halifax. But you walk in there, I'm sure you get the same thing. I forget there's one big store in Toronto. I forget the name of it now, but it's very similar to this.
Are you thinking Legends?
No, it's not Legends. It's a clothing store.
Oh, clothing.
Yeah,
store.
haberdashery.
If you, the name will come to me. I'll think of it.
Sure.
But Duggar's is the ultimate men's clothing store with high-end stuff. You walk in and the first thing the girl will come over, oh, nice to see you, Brad. And I haven't been there in years, but would you like a beer? Would you like a glass of wine? Back to what you said, Carlos. And no matter what, like, I'm not. Maybe you don't buy anything.
Yep.
All of a sudden, it's that feeling of just importance and just, it's amazing how that works, right?
They're selling an experience. I've chatted with some of them sometimes just because I used to work in sales and I used to do some of this stuff. So it's sometimes valuable to have a conversation with them for a couple of minutes as well. The especially if you talk to the owners, the ones that are in charge of the whole thing.
Yeah.
They're selling the experience. They're like, no, the purpose here is to be like, you should be comfortable. We'll offer you the chair, we'll offer you the drink, whatever. If you want to chat for a couple of minutes, you want to see some stuff. Because a lot of times before I would go and I would buy the watches. And I was far from the highest end customer they had, but I bought multiple watches from them. So they had all the records. The salesperson could look up. I said, actually, they bought from us a multitude of times. Oh, well, let's make sure, like, because we would like their business again in the future. So how are you going to do it? Well, make sure the experience is good now. If they're window shopping today, let them window shop. They want to look at a couple, let them look at it.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the stuff's aspirational. Maybe some of the stuff isn't in any kind of range today. But in 5 years, 10 years, you don't know. You don't have any way of knowing that.
Is it Corey's Custom Clothier in Toronto?
No, it was in the mall, and I remember I was there with a buddy that he told me to. I'll think of the name. I think it's a single name. Like it was in the. I think it was in the Eaton Center.
Yes. Okay.
And it was a men's clothing that was like a high end clothing.
I know.
Yeah, I know the name.
I went with the guy and he said, you can pick out, we wanted to buy outfits for that night when we were going out.
Okay.
And he goes, all right, you can pick me out anything. And this guy, I mean, he's successful, but I don't think he's successful as he thinks he is.
Wow. Wow. Was that a hint of shade?
I like that.
Did I sense just a smidge? Did I sense a smidge of, well, he's kind of a peasant. This is Brad's version of it's like, the peasant. I sensed it. I saw
it. There was a jacket, and I thought it was a hideous, like an ugly jacket. Anyways, it was $3,400 or $3,500, whatever it was. I don't know if it was $2,000 or $3,000.
Well, then it's got to be extra. If it's $2,000 or $3,000.
So I went, and I remember, and I said, "Oh my God, that's good. That is amazing." He goes, "Do you think?" I said, "It's so good." And he said he was going to buy anything that I thought was good, and I'm like, "There's no way." He's going to go up to, he goes, I don't look at price tags. Like that was one of his things. If I like it, I just buy it. He goes, I'll take that. And I'm like, I felt like Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber at that moment where I'm like, oh my God, he's going to snap. Like he's going to get to the cash and there's no way he's buying that jacket. We get to the cash and all of a sudden they're reading, they're like, that's going to be $3,500, whatever it was.
Yeah. Is it this one, Harry Rosen? Because Harry Rosen's pretty expensive.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, is it Harry Rosen, Brad? Okay. Yeah, they do have expensive stuff. You are right.
Two names.
Yeah, they do have expensive stuff.
Two names.
That is a fact.
And he proceeds to make the transaction because there was no way he was going to give that up to me.
Okay.
And he buys the jacket. And it was terrible. Like it was a terrible looking jacket. And
well, so we think maybe it worked for him, right?
Yeah.
Well, Bobby, I wasn't joking. The uglier the jacket, the more expensive it is. It's like you pay for that level of hideous.
Don Cherry pays a lot for his jacket.
That's what I mean. Like, and he's got some of the most hideous stuff of all time. He probably paid good money for it.
Oh, he does.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, but these are true facts.
Harry Rosen, that's impressive. Canadian cards, that is very
I had to as soon as he said it, and good eating, Mike. But as soon as he said it, I was like, yeah, you know what? Yes, you're right, because I think I became a little numb to it because I work in downtown Toronto. Now working at the bank, that's why I tease Ed and Dave and Steve and all that sometimes with the stuff. It's like, look, Ed talks about the whole suiting up at the national things. Like, dude, I have suits, I could do that because I worked at the bank. So we wore suits, and unfortunately, like work from home is like I got no excuse at this point. Sometime next year, just for the hell of it, I may put on my suit. I was like, screw it. I'm sitting on my video call in my house wearing my damn suit. I paid for that. I paid good money for that, so I will wear my suit the one time. But it's been years. It's one of those things. It is what it is. That's the world we're in now, so it's fine.
I'm at Tip Top Tailors or something. I don't know.
I have a couple of jackets from them, and they work. It's one of those things where Harry Rosen though is super expensive.
Moores. Sorry, that's
Moores is the one that I've used for their made to measure, because then you can get it set up the way because Ed and those guys will sometimes talk about it. It's like, oh, it's part of the whole joke with the suit thing is that it's not very comfortable. It's like, well, if it's not fitted correctly, yeah, it wouldn't be. But if it's been adjusted to yourself, I've worn those suits for hours and hours and hours working full days, and it's perfectly fine.
I'd rather be in track pants at my desk.
I think that depends on the suit, Bobby. I wore those things for
No.
the pants that came with that suit, I would happily wear those. And I did. And I had no problem with them, but they were really comfortable. So it kind of depends on your mileage may vary depending on how good a job they did tailoring it, because those were very comfortable.
No, I understand. You know, I just dress pants and a jacket. I was a corporate salesman for like 8 years there, so and I dressed up all the time, but I was never totally comfortable.
Yeah. I could not have been
You
more
guys stick
comfortable.
around for a little bit, or I'll get off. I don't want to take up your time, but Sherry brought me.
No, it's 100% on you, Brad. We're still chatting. So it's like I said, you're the guy. You can take off if you need to. Your call.
Yeah.
Yep.
She brought me another beer. She said,
All right, another 15 minutes. There we go.
Fair enough.
it's like I'm in my happy place on Friday nights now. I like it.
It's all good. And Sherry, thank you for the contributions. We appreciate you joining the chat.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Because she's Sherry.
Yeah,
Yep.
because she's Sherry.
No, we had a good time at dinner chatting. It was a good time. Everybody had fun. So it was one of those things like feel free. The more the merrier. Feel free to contribute to the chat, and we're basically caught up to it. So I'm very happy about that. So Victor, good evening, and hey, report back on your findings on the Chicago Sports Spectacular. That sounds like fun. That should be fun. Yeah, that would be in his neck of the woods. So that's coming up this weekend.
Actually, the Montreal show is going on right now.
Oh, is the Montreal one today? This weekend?
Yeah, there's it's today, tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll be doing anything. I would love. So here's a quick thing. And like I said, Victor, have a great evening, and do report back your findings on the Chicago show.
Yeah.
Here's what I would like to see. I would genuinely and I say this seriously. I would like to see two things. Number one, I would like those of you who have been hanging out, enjoying us chatting, enjoying us, having some fun, enjoying the conversation. I'd hit the like button.
Yeah.
I only say it once in a blue moon. Like I'm not badgering you guys with it. It's free. I'm just saying, if you could hit the like button, that would be appreciated. It helps the channel. But second thing I would like to see, when it comes
Subscribe.
to I only do it once in a blue moon. I wait, nobody can accuse me of badgering them for it. We're 3 hours in. I'm not killing you guys for it. But if you haven't already, if you could, that would be very nice. Second thing though, here's what I would actually like to see though, for the Montreal show and stuff. I don't care about having multi-part series. That's not necessary. But I'd love to see a little bit more of a couple of little vlogs. Hey, I went to the Montreal show, and this. We're not really used to doing that over here. That's the reason why I went out of my way to be like, no, I really want to do something from the expo, at least a little bit. I want to do that post-expo video. I did. Was it the craziest thing in the world? No, but it was almost half an hour. I still got a chance to chat about some stuff, show a little footage, and hey, something. It's something. And the live with Vinnie. I was trying something, but it worked out great. I was thrilled. It couldn't have turned out any better, considering it was randomly in the middle of the night. But people caught it after and got a chance. And by the way, we did talk about what my experiences had been in those couple of days. But that's not a normal thing in this space.
It isn't.
It
hasn't been for a long
And it's
time.
a shame. And it's a shame. And I'd love to see a little bit more of that. Because guess what? If I wasn't already predisposed, I didn't blow my budget at the expo, but I spent some money in hotel and accommodation. That costs money. And eating out, that costs money. I can't run to another show right away. I need to reload and replenish my resources. But if I had the time, the money, and the inclination, as soon as Brad becomes the secondary czar of the hobby, with his buddy Josh Luber, we're going to talk. We're going to talk. As soon as we all get on the Fanatics Overlords payroll, then we're talking. We're going to some shows. But I'd go to the Montreal show, of course, or the Chicago Sports Spectacular. I'd be happy to. Why not? I think that'd be fun. But it's one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there quite a few times.
I love the Montreal.
They have the two shows, remember? And they had that one at the arena, which I really liked that one. And then they had the other one at the where the heck was that one? That was in some other place. It was the high school.
The tennis center.
There was the university. It was in the main there, and that one was okay. They kept changing them around. I think there's only one show now, isn't there?
I think they still do. I don't know if it's called, but I remember this name from years past. The Ruby Food. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, what's his name ran it? I don't know if he's in it or not. Oh, I forget his
I'm
name.
not
He had the big comb over. You know the.
Oh yeah,
He got like. I forget his
I
name.
remember that. Yeah, we
Nice.
do. I'm going to Montreal in not this week, but next week. I'm doing the Anti-Expo.
Oh, it's the Anti-Expo. Okay, so that's the main one.
So which
This
one is the
other
one
one's
this
just-
weekend? So which one is it? So was there another one this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's in that wherever they have it,
Gotcha.
whenever they have
Okay.
some space. So it's not the it's forget where it's called, but yeah, the Anti-Expo. Yeah, which
Okay,
means
cool.
I never understood the name, but it's French.
Oh,
so
look,
you might as
look,
well-
whatever. For me, it's like you can call it whatever you-
Anti-Expo.
Yeah, yeah. No, listen, they
No.
gotta feel defiant. Whatever, man. Whatever. For me, it's like I would love if I had the time and the inclination, I would love to check out a couple of those shows around the different parts of the country just to check them out. I think, Brad, I think I saw on the Instagram that you guys are promoting a show at some point in the not too distant future. Isn't there like a show that there's a promotion for? I have to double check the Instagram, but I thought I
Beanie
saw
Baby
something.
Mall Show or something.
I'll double check.
I'm not sure. Like, I mean, we do our show here in Halifax, but
That's what I'm referring to. That's what
oh
I'm talking
yeah,
about.
we do a monthly show, but we actually got kicked out of both our places. Our
Gotcha.
next show is January 30th.
Gotcha. So
Where
it's
are
like
you having
it's
it,
a it's a regular monthly show over there in
Yeah,
Halifax.
that's
I
it.
got you.
And we all do it together. Like there's Dougie Lowthers who runs Apple Tree, Bill Fougier. Like
Yep.
we all kind of work together to pull it off. Our goal is that we can break even. So we say if it costs us $2,000 to rent the room and put it on insurance and everything, then we just divide that amongst the dealers and we split it up to make it affordable for everyone. So
Sure. But my point is basically that again, if time was available to me, in the platform, I'd love to have the platform to be like, no, I'm going to go to the show. I'm going to say hi to Brad. I'm going to say hi to the folks there, and then go and I'll walk around with the camera and do the thing. That's it. Like it's easy, because we don't do that.
right.
Not on this side of it. But the national, listen, the national live, you can fall over yourself and see 5,000 national, vlogs. You can see 5,000 Dallas vlogs. That's normal. Even the Dell show, where you can get vlogs and stuff on that. We don't do as good a job of that. We just don't. And there's some value to that. And plus, like, half the vlog would be being at Alexander Keith's. It's like, paying my tributes. These are important
There you go.
things. These are important things. It's like, Carlos, did you come for the car? No. This is like me going to Vegas for a card show. Y'all, I'm busy. I got stuff to do.
Well, they have the show in BC, and I don't think there's any Edmonton show anymore. I don't think the Summit is
I
Yeah.
don't think so.
anymore.
I don't think so.
I went to the very first one only, and that
If
was
you
in,
look at the big dealers from the US, like the biggest dealers in the hobby, their favorite shows are to buy, come and not forget about the exchange. It's not I mean, everyone knows exchange now, but their favorite shows to buy are in Canada. Right? Like they truly love it. They spend more money here buying. Like the National is so, it's a great show. I
it's
like
commercialized though, very
Yeah.
much so. Yeah.
I think I've been to at least 10 nationals now, maybe more. I'm not sure, but it's very different. Like it's not like you have those interactions. And this year in Chicago, I planned on spending 10 times or 15 times what I spent. There just wasn't stuff for me to buy, and I'm very multi. Like I bought a lot of, I think we went back to the autographs from Charlie Sheen to the first Jason. Like I was trying to buy stuff, but I just couldn't. Sorry, I'm not buying the new John Morant or Zions. That's not my thing. I don't Holland and soccer and Mbappe and I don't
Mbappe?
Mbappe. I heard
That's tragique.
he scored 4 goals. Someone told me the other night.
I'm sure he did.
Swear to God,
Good
Mbappe.
Good to know. Mbappe price rise confirmed.
But I never even heard of a soccer player scoring 4 goals in a game. I was like,
No, 4 goals, beyond 4
Well,
goals.
the running
Okay.
joke, the running joke is one of my best friends is a big time soccer guy, and at this point he's right now in about 15 years of me mocking soccer mercilessly, and like you think about the merciless things that I say on here, I'm even less restrained when I'm making fun of soccer, even less. Think about. I want you to all to percolate on that, even less restrained. So anyway, my point is, I joked with him, but I said to him, it's like, well, look, man, if any time they scored like 3 or 4 or 5 goals, isn't that like a mercy rule? Don't you like automatically stop the game?
Yeah.
And I go, and I proposed to him a long time ago. Listen, I can make look, and he goes, what would it? And he's like, what would it take to make soccer exciting for you? It's like, I have the answer for you. It's like, ready for it. And I made him like lean in. It's like, listen, I don't want them all to hear, but I got a plan. I can make soccer exciting. He goes, what is that? Every game, yep, sudden death. First goal wins. I don't care what time it happens. The game just ends. We're done. Go home. Everybody out.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't matter what it is. We're done.
Yeah.
I have eliminated the tie. It's sudden death. I don't care if y'all either score in the first minute or if you run until you keel over and die. I want a goal, and that goal ends the game, and that's the end of that.
That's so good.
I'm here to help. These are the things that I do. I'm here to help.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be helpful, Brad. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. So real quick, I'll grab the comment again. I put it on a second ago. It was the Halifax Sports Card Memorabilia Expo by AMG. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. Remember the name Ruby Foo? There you go.
Foo.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Paul here puts Summit in Edmonton is postponed probably to go in the spring. Okay, cool. There's a 40 table show in Edmonton tomorrow, but I have a snowfall advisory in the way. Okay, very good. There's a couple in Calgary. Okay, love it. Sounds good. Mike here says, I watched soccer for the red and yellow cards. That's fair. If at least there's some violence involved, I can get behind that. World Cup qualifier between Canada and Mexico is a bit of a Donnybrook. There you go. Or if they're in the metal bucket and a magic sponge. Nice.
But
Nice.
Canada beat Mexico, right? 2-1?
I genuinely have no idea. If there's one thing that I care less about soccer is international soccer related. I also don't like the Olympics. I don't care about this stuff. Like report back your findings. I don't know. I have no idea.
So
Go ahead.
we're on the plane flying to the expo, and Sherry is a huge Kardashian fan.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But we're
She has talents, I'm sure.
There's a documentary on Bruce Jenner.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
I was never so intrigued to see it. It's about his Olympic journey and coming to Montreal and everything.
Sure. Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible to see that insight. I don't know. I highly recommend. I don't know if it was on Netflix where she watched.
Mm-hmm.
She had it download. I was assuming it was on Netflix.
Okay.
Wow. It was very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, actually, like one of the best documentaries I've seen in a long time. So
Sure.
highly recommend it.
No, for sure. It's one of those with the Olympics. It's always been one of those things where like I never question the athleticism. I'm just not interested in the sports.
Right. Right.
So it's like if somebody goes, it's like, oh, what about? It's like, trust me, guys. I'm not going to question the athleticism. Some of those folks have to be tremendous athletes to do the things that they do. I just don't care about the sport. The sport itself is the part. I don't really care, guys. Like, but like, applause to you. I'm not really a national kind of guy. You know, the nationalism doesn't really excite me. So there you go. Untold series, Untold, Caitlyn Jenner on Netflix. There you go. Beautiful.
So think about it. So it's Caitlyn Jenner. I shouldn't say Bruce Jenner, but Caitlyn Jenner. And they're doing the interview about. So obviously it was 76, right? Yeah,
76 in Montreal. Yes.
Montreal. Mm-hmm. So he's like, okay, so the decathlon. I didn't even know anything about. I mean, I knew what decathlon, the events, but it was like, so on they go day 1 and they go day 2 and they do all 10.
Yeah, decathlon is
10 events. So he goes, think about it. I'm in second place or I'm in first place. And he goes, I'm in Montreal. So I go to bed that night. He goes, think about trying to sleep. And this is something that you really reflect on is when you get to see the person of these elite athletes. Mm-hmm. I'm in first place or second place, whatever it was. And he's like, they tell me I need to get my 7 hours of rest. So I sit in my apartment or hotel room and it's like, okay, go to sleep because tomorrow you're going to be the greatest athlete of all time. Try going to sleep when that's on the line the next day. And he or she, now I just confused myself. He or Jenner.
Nice. Good save, Brad. Good save.
Right? But
roll with it, Brad. Roll with it.
It was really good. I'm telling you, you should watch it. It was, I was like, staring at it. It was awesome. Okay.
No, for sure. I think Netflix does a good job having some of these, what they've done well for themselves. And when it comes to Netflix, I'll turn it on and off. There'll be times where I'll like put it on for a little while to check out. I'll hear about, basically I'll stockpile a couple of things that I think are worth watching. I'll reactivate it for a month, watch through some of that stuff, and then go deactivate it. I just don't want to pay for it every month. But I'll I'll binge watch some stuff in a short period of time and get through it. And it's like, cool.
Got to do the Squid Game.
Wow, obviously.
That was good.
Yeah, but they've done a good job over time finding movies, documentaries, and some of this stuff, and they've grabbed some series and done some good stuff with it. I can totally understand. That's where I kind of rely on my parents. Basically, they keep saying, "Oh, we run out of stuff to watch." It's like y'all got too much time on your hands if you say you're running out of stuff on Netflix. All right. Because I got their Amazon Prime set up and I've got everything set up on their box so they can stream all kinds of stuff. And it's like, guys, you've got more time than God to watch all this stuff, and you've got enough hours of stuff. What the hell are you watching?
I think they're going back to that old song. What's that? 150 channel and nothing on.
I guess so, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, but then they also buy DVDs because Lord knows they need more content, more hours of content.
Yeah.
Well, you have a lot of DVDs.
I did, but I stopped buying them a long time. Like they're still here, but like I don't buy them regularly anymore.
No, not anymore.
That Fast and the Furious one was the last one, just because I've got the other 8. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm 8 movies deep into the series. I guess I'll buy the next one. You know, let's keep her going, right? Yeah. So sudden death or field streaks every 5 minutes, I can get behind that. I think that would help with both those suggestions would help Soccer Hockey Guy. I agree with that. Ping pong players are awesome athletes. I'd agree with that because when they're doing it high level, it's crazy the amount of like that's cardio because they're going nuts. That's why I said like I can appreciate the athleticism of whatever it is they're doing because a lot of these athletes are like, that's actually really hard to do. There's either skill or cardio or athleticism or all of the above, all put into one. That doesn't mean I care about the sport in question. But can I respect yes. I can respect that. It's hard to do, especially at that level. Yeah, that's the Danbury Thrashers. Yep, you mentioned that one, Brad. That's a good one.
Unbelievable.
Squid Game. Yep. Yeah, that's another vote for Danbury Thrashers. I might have to get it for the stupid Danbury Thrashers episode. Like so many people are into this.
Carlos, I said you have to watch that. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna watch that.
And it will absolutely just you'll be like, wow.
No, I guys, here's the thing. We're rolling into December. Like, I'm not joking. I'm officially on vacation until next Monday. Not this Monday, the Monday after. Like, I'm actually on vacation the full week. So I'm going to have some time. I may have to activate the Netflix to make that happen. Plus, December is a really slow month at the bank, to be honest. I may have that on the second screen going on. Just saying. That's the way it is. Any thoughts on the train wreck real life feud between Rick and Charlotte and Becky Lynch? Actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. Absolutely, no problem. I do have. I'll give you the short synopsis. Here's what I'll do for you. I'll give you the short synopsis, and here it is. I think there is a real animosity there, but I also think they understand there's business to be done, because if they weren't able to do the business, you would not get the match. And the reason I say there's real animosity is because I know enough about what's going on with some of the background stuff from things I've paid attention to, that if Charlotte Flair had the option right now, she would probably leave WWE as presently situated, but she's under contract and doesn't have that option. So you're in this weird scenario where you don't necessarily want to be participating in what you're doing right now, but you kind of have to, and you're getting paid good money. So you're in this weird catch-22 situation. You could make this difficult if you wanted to. You could create a problem if you wanted to. If you wanted to go scorched earth, you have this option. Because at the end of the day, wrestling is a show. But the two performers have to kind of be, you have to be willing to work together to a certain degree to make this work. If I'm going to intentionally sandbag you, I can make this very difficult, and I can also wreck the show. That is an option. But you're still under contract and they don't have to let you go. So then you're stuck. So long story short, Charlotte Flair is in a very weird position because her father was released from his contract. He's a bit toxic right now with some of the issues he's had from stuff in his past. Her fiance, potential husband, is working for a competing company. She has visited competing companies as a viewer where he's done some work. So it's one of those things like she's got half a foot outside of that world, but she's still got half a foot that's locked inside of that world. So long story short, it is complicated. I suspect the match will go off without a hitch. I think it's entertaining for us to debate and talk about, but I think they're going to do their job because there's too much money at stake, and I think they have to. So hopefully that answers your question. There you go.
It's empty now.
Yep. Yeah. If I paid more attention to WWE, I would almost like to see what's going to happen at the show because they're having a match at Survivor Series, and I think that's what they're hoping to sell it on. But the rest of the show is garbage, so it's like it's not worth a dime. I wouldn't pay $1 to watch it. And I'm a wrestling fan, and I wouldn't pay $1 to watch it. That should be a damning statement to anybody who's in the genre.
So, Brad, you got any little small anecdotes or stories from the expo? Anything funny little things? I like the funny little quirky things. Oh,
I know. There's a set I'm working on.
All right, hold on. Let me zoom in on this one a little bit because I think I know the one you're talking about. Oh, it's Swanson. I love that they use the proper Hogan pose with him doing like the grimace and the whole nine yards.
I gotta get.
So how many cards are in the set?
That's a good question.
Swanson makes it good.
I've been working on. I keep trying to upgrade. I got. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, that's my favorite.
The Rockers. Yep. Yep.
I gotta get the better angle. The Mountie.
Nice. That's a classic. That's a good Canadian classic there.
Jake.
Oh, Jake the Snake. Very nice.
Macho Man.
Ah, nice. That's a favorite right there.
$1
Million Man. You're hitting two of my favorites back to back. Love that.
And you have to say, what does he say?
Shockingly, by the way, I like the bad guys. Yeah. I know this is weird. I know. And you're shocked as I am. Big Boss Man. Very nice.
It's a great set. Like when you.
Oh, Texas Tornado. Jesus.
Wow.
Right?
Von Erich. Nice. Okay. That makes sense for the time period. The Legion of Doom. Yep. The Road Warriors.
I almost said Road Warriors.
To me, they're the Road Warriors. To me, they're the Road Warriors, to be fair. But they were the Legion of Doom in WWF. I get it.
And I think, and the Mountie.
With the black borders, that's a cool looking set, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get it. Like I'd like to get it all in 9s, but I've been working on it for years.
Yep.
I got a bunch of 8s. I think I'm all 8 or 9. I've never got a 10 on one of them.
So Brad, when you're building that set, it's one of those things. It's an obscure set, but at the same time, wrestling has seen a bit of a resurgence in terms of popularity and everything. Now, do you find yourself like if you locate one, and I think Mike was saying there's 12 in the set, so that's maybe right. Because I know they keep those checklists a little bit compact. So when you find something, do you kind of find yourself, you look and you locate it, and then your kind of reaction is a little bit of a... I'm always ready.
Absolutely.
Always.
That's good.
I don't do it when you expect me to. I wait a moment, pause, and now is the time.
Yeah.
Now is the time.
That was good.
Brad, Brad, like if we were properly sponsored by Fanatics Overlords, I'm effectively as close as it is to a professional without my shameless, send me the bag of cash.
Waiting for it.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Asking.
I'm ready, y'all. I'm ready.
I know. I love wrestling. I think anyone that's in our age bracket, like you have to.
It was fun.
We grew up on it, right? Like,
I think if you understand that it's supposed to be fun and you don't take it too seriously, you enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah.
Because I get the questions like, well, why do you watch it at this point? Because it's still fun for me. They're my stories. Leave me alone. I'm watching my stories.
Yeah.
As long as I can have fun and enjoy it, it's good. Oh, the Junkyard Dog.
I just love that pose of him.
Yep. That's the 87 tops.
Yep, 87 tops.
Yep, I know that one.
I've got that set graded. I'm working on upgrading it. I mean,
that's a good set. I feel bad because when I was at Legends of the Game, I bought some 87 tops. I had the Hogan. I had a couple of the Hogans. Yeah. And then there was like a sticker set as well that was around the 80s as well.
Yeah.
And I had them. Like they're sitting in a box somewhere. I think I still have them? Question mark? I genuinely don't know. But I had Macho Man, I had Hogan, I had a bunch of them. It's like I bought them explicitly. So I know I had them. Yeah. I don't know if I have them now. I don't know where they are. But it's like, okay, we'll see. So here's an interesting question. Hockey says, will the AEW Kenny Omega release be his rookie? Wrestling is so weird about this. because you can have all this debate and argument because AEW also had that set that was released in the box set form, and it was the all out set. And there's a Kenny Omega in that. And there's also a Kenny Omega, I think, from a Japanese set from earlier or something else. There was another federation that had a set earlier on. So it's like, and with wrestling, my quirk that I always give is because they're characters, if you want to say rookie, obviously this is not a Victor situation because he can't help us. The rules don't apply. Like there's
Victor
no
the luchador? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is, let's say you're a character. Do you count the rookie card as the first appearance of that character where you become famous, or the first appearance of you in general? Because Jake Roberts, Ted DiBiase in the 82 Wrestling All-Stars is different than the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. Or you
Still
take
still same guy though.
No, for sure. But you could also have a guy who's like goes under one name now, and then like if there was a Mark Calloway card somewhere out there, is it Mark Calloway or is it the Undertaker? They're two different characters. They wear two different things.
Still the same person though.
I understand.
We
but
have
it's
to
like,
have some sense of reality to it, I believe.
that's fair. But that's the debate. That is a debate that is ongoing in the community. Is like, so do you consider the first appearance of you, the person, in general, whatever you call yourself now, or whatever your most famous gimmick is, whatever the one that actually gets you that traction that makes you a name or whatever the case is.
Gretzky became the great one. Gordie
There you
Mr.
go.
Hockey.
Exactly.
They were just Gordy and Wayne back in the day,
Yeah.
right?
I will
So-
say the All Out set has a compelling argument for a few people. I don't know if Kenny Omega counts because Kenny Omega does have some other stuff. He's a bit of a weird case. There's a few guys in there that have a weird case. I think Britt Baker might be a good case for the All Out set. Either way, the Upper Deck AEW, maybe some people will genuinely consider it the rookie. And if they put a rookie card logo, heaven forbid.
God.
It'll muddy the waters all the way through.
I think first card, regardless.
I don't think that's an unreasonable statement. I think it's
if
a
you're
fair
good
argument
enough to be
made.
on a card.
Yeah, I think it's an argument can be made. So Mike here is just posing the question. We did touch on this one earlier, Mike, but the short answer was that we played off the fact that Nat Turner did acknowledge that another level is coming. So which level was it again? Sorry, first memory.
Regular will be here in the next
Couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So long story short, we don't know what the price will be. But if they bring another level, obviously it'll be lower. And I wouldn't be shocked if another level comes not long after that in the next couple of months.
So what's regular, Brad?
So regular, what a lot
Wasn't
of
it
people
75 or something?
think,
Previously.
a lot of people think it's going to be 100. I kind of feel like it's going to be 125. Like I feel like
But
they
you,
might
but you have a
not-
150 now. Why would be the point of only going 25 down?
Yeah,
because I
not
think
enough jump.
this is just me reading between the lines, nothing
Okay,
to
sure.
do with PSA, but I feel
Yeah.
like they really want to test the waters for each level so they can know what they're going to release in January, February,
Mhm.
when they open up the doors for all the 50, the 75, the 25, whatever it's going to be. I think they really want to what business would ever want to leave money on the table? Let's test the waters.
Sure.
You can always lower the price. You know what I mean?
No.
Like you can always just keep on going.
I don't disagree with you, but I feel like 100 would accomplish that because the things you need a better gap between the two. Because doing a 150 and a 125 is too narrow. Like then to pay 150. What's the point? What's the point of going to the regular then?
I just think they just want to test the market. I could be completely wrong on this.
Sure.
Like most people seem to think 100. Some people I listen to Ryan and what's their guys, the card collector too, Ryan, and
Okay.
they do sports talk.
So the card talk pod.
Card talk pod.
Yeah.
And they're like, them guys are like $75. I'm like, that's in my personal opinion, zero chance it'll be 75.
Ooh.
Like zero chance. Like they're not going to go from 150.
Lieutenant Hobby Czar Brad says nope.
Zero chance.
He has rejected your proposal.
I
Interesting.
will bet anybody any amount that you won't go that far. You test the waters and see how many submissions you get, right?
Right.
That's what I think.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're saying they don't want to leave any money on the table, so prior to all of this, were they making money as a company?
Yeah.
So the dramatic increase is due to what?
the purchase of the company. You have to facilitate $1 billion.
I get it.
No,
Paid
for
by the
sure.
people.
I
This is
agree.
the
I agree with
government
you.
thing, right?
I
It's
agree
like,
with you. So here's the thing. I'm a big fan of Gordon Gekko. Greed is good, but the only thing I'll say, and right now PSA is in an interesting spot where that really low price point is always the part that we'll debate on till the cows come home. Even at 75, $50 or whatever, they'll make so much money in volume. And again, they're bumping up their capacity, right? So that's really, so if you can do 50, 60, 75,000 cards a day, at 50,000, you will get a lot, but it's not necessarily going to be like, look, when it was $10, people were going nuts or losing their mind. When it was $20, they were still losing their mind. $50, it's like, yeah, they're still going to send a lot, but they're sending 2.5 times less than at the $20 level. Because even if they want to send in the volume, it's the bulk stuff that comprise this mass. At $50, you need to get at least $50 worth of value out of it to make it worth your while. So like you got to figure out whatever that number is, and you're doing the reverse calculation.
Mm-hmm.
You can still make a ton of money at that point, at that price point, because they were making money at the lower price point. So obviously at a higher price point, they'll do fine.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, though, there's no value in having another level, because it's like, well, you may as well just call the $150 level. You may as well do the $150 level and just move it to 125 and go, okay, no lower levels for 4 months or 5 months. Because you'd accomplish almost the same thing, because having 150 then becomes redundant.
Right. But when you think of how much volume they're doing, 90% of the volume that PSA is grading right now of the 40,000 cards.
Mm-hmm.
No one's looking at it. Like all the guys that, gem rate,
mm-hmm.
like all the guys that do the data, no one's looking at what they're grading for value wise. Like how many cards at express level and above are they doing at 150? Because they're still doing cards at $7, $8, $9, $10 a card.
Sure.
So you really got to look at the big picture to determine that. Right? Like, so if they do 40,000 cards, I bet you 39,500 of them are at $8 today.
No, I agree 100% with that, especially with what's in the backlog right now. Okay, but let me pose the question to you this way, because this maybe be the best way to do it, because you've at least got some insight on this piece.
Yeah.
The lowest level available at the Expo was the 150 US, 195 Canadian level. So let's call it $200 just to make life easy for everybody.
Yeah.
Let's call it $200. For stuff that met the minimum threshold that was worth sending in at that price point, but that wasn't necessarily getting upcharged. So let's call it the $200 level.
Yeah.
About how much stuff did you get in during that weekend at the Expo? Again, rough estimate, stuff that was definitely worth sending in, but it's not like a Connor McDavid Cup rookie, like a Crosby Cup rookie. I'm thinking stuff that's going to get upcharged anyway.
Yeah, 500 to 1,000 cards.
Okay. So over the weekend, you got 500 to 1,000 cards through there at a pretty big show that did well attendance-wise, especially under the circumstances and with some limitations.
Yeah.
Did well. You were busy the whole weekend for the most part. Lots of foot traffic, lots of folks chatting with you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at that price level. I'm just trying to think, like, that is a lot, but I feel like we had a very special case. Do you still get a lot of stuff in directly through the mail that would qualify at that level as well?
Yeah.
Pretty regularly still?
Yeah. Like, I put it in perspective, 150 to 100 cards a week.
Okay. Okay.
But so as I try to learn and understand the business without having too much intel on the inside, is that when I shut the system down by putting in 160 cards that value exceeded $100,000 at express level, like I know that never happened before. So you start to look at it, you try to figure it out, and you're like, well, okay. Like I always want to figure out our place. What's our place, PSA Canada, with them? Like are we, I've been told different things. Are we the top 5 submitters? I think we're the top 5 submitters to PSA. You've got guys out there like, to me, the number one submitter in PSA history has to be 4 Sharp Corners.
Yeah.
I would think that makes sense. Yeah.
Like I don't even think if you looked at the numbers over the last 15 years, I don't even think anyone would be even remotely close to what them guys submitted. Like, I mean, they got to be 20, 30,000 cards every month.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're the masters of that. I mean, I was fortunate. I met one of the owners at the National this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a great conversation. We talked for a half hour. Super, super nice guy. And I said, I don't want to get into your business world, but I'm just curious, like, how do you guys figure this out? Like, what do you guys do? Like, they've got guys that open boxes. They got guys that open factory sets, and they get paid for, if how many tens you get or how many cards you pull out of them. It was very interesting because my uncle, who we talked about earlier, he buys from Four Sharp Corners, and all of a sudden he'll be like, oh, I just jacked the price on 9091 score PSA 9 Martin Brodeurs. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, they had 4 listed. I bought all 4. And then I'll send 4 more for $20 each.
Yep.
Then they put 4 more up at $24 each. So I bought those for
that's right.
24.
And don't forget their consignment business. Don't forget their consignment business.
Yeah, that's a whole other element. There you go.
I'm always ready, Brad. Always ready.
Yeah. So they're huge, huge volume.
They do. Yeah, that's very true.
My personal thing, in 6 months' time, you'll see cards that will at $25 a card US. This is my prediction. Remember, I think I made another prediction on the show.
That's why I say now we gotta go. Now we gotta go back.
We gotta go back to see it.
We got to go
April
back now
1st.
And look at what the previous. We got to pull the tape. This is why it's fun to have predictions. Yeah, we got to pull the tape. Yeah.
What was the tape? April 1st. I said what?
I think you picked April Fool's Day. I remember that for sure. You picked April Fool's Day.
100%.
Yeah, you picked April Fool's Day.
And you said
$25.
I don't know.
The good news is that the good news is that I labeled the episode with your name on it, so we can double check. We can double check, so we can find it on there.
Yeah. So I think I well actually, yes, I do think that PSA will be grading cards for somewhere around $20-$25 a card in full, with no longer than a 3 or 4 month turnaround time ever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'll ever see Nat Turner with his company, Collectors Universe, hold cards longer than 3 or 4 months.
Nor should they.
They've been down that road,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an ugly road. And, like, why? I mean, he answers the same question, the backlog. Like, think how sick you must be of hearing that if you work for...
You bought the company. What did you expect?
And you know what? And he bought the company with the ambition and the thought process that he can fix it because technology can fix these problems. So
just out of curiosity, Brad, and I like the line, I like the direction you're going, but I have to get my digs in and other things.
I love it
because this is part of the joy of my life. Life troll. This is what I do. The point is, so you're saying he goes into the company, he's got this frustration with it. At a certain point, you got to get frustrated hearing this complaining. So why did it take Tim Gatch like a year and a half to fix his crap? He bought another building, he bought a machine. It's like, we'll fix it eventually, whatever. It's still not fully fixed, by the way. Right. Improvements. I acknowledge improvements. Still not quite fixed. I got to get my Comsy dig. I needed a moment. I needed the moment to get that dig in.
But as any business owner knows, the number one problem in business, which I faced all my life with I've in a very volatile industry, is cash flow.
Right.
When you have smart people with, I'm going to use the unlimited cash flow. Like if PSA needs to do something, they'll do it. Like Nat Turner has the green light from his partners. Yep. From everything I see, is like, if you've got an idea and you're going to fix this, we need to turn this thing into a cash cow. You know, $1 billion. You want to service it at 5%. You know what? We got to make $50 million a year to service the debt. Then we want to make more.
Yeah, and that doesn't even take into account, and people sometimes forget. We do reference him from time to time.
Yeah.
Don't forget Stephen Cohen is part of that too, and he likes money, and he's got a lot of money, not a little bit of money. You know, he's got 10 or 20% more money than Bobby Burrell has, but that's a lot of money. This is what I'm getting at. That's a lot. That's a lot. But the point is, they also like to make money. Yeah. He's not in the business to lose money. He's interested in making it. So he is working with his partners with the idea and the expectation and the intention that we will make moves that will make money for us.
That's it.
That is the expectation.
Yep. and he gave the helm over, because I don't know how the group works, but he gave the helm over to Nat Turner, who has a job to do as well. Like, obviously Nat's super successful. He's not worried about money ever in his life, but he has a job to do. He's the face. He's taken that over. He has to make that not only for the collectors, because Nat, there's no doubt I've never talked to the man in my life. Like, I've never had one conversation with him. There's no doubt that he's a passionate collector. Like, no doubt whatsoever. At the same time, he has to deliver take him out of that passionate collector, take him into the CEO role. He has to deliver for a guy like you just said, the Wolf of Wall Street, Steve Cohen.
Yeah, because Steve Cohen is not there to play around. He's like, look, I don't care how much you're collecting. Like, the goal of this company is to make money. I've invested my money to make money. That is the goal here.
Right. And who knows? He might be like, okay, Nat, are you having a good time with your cards? Like, I'm glad, but we need results. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how the partnership agreement works, however it is, or ever the ownership structure is. No, who knows? But at the end of the day, they have a plan, and everything I've seen that they have, the technology is going to take Collectors Universe to a level that's, look out other grading companies.
Well, that part I agree with you 100%, because I
They are
think
going to dominate.
PSA is still this. It's a weird thing to say, but I want to say it so that it's clear, and then I'll explain what I mean. PSA, even in its position, is still kind of operating as a sleeping giant, because they're not at full capability, with the understanding that they're ramping up to full capability. If they open up that second office, they get that capacity to that level where they can meet demand at that moderate price point. It doesn't have to be low. It can just be moderate.
Yeah.
They will have more business than they know what to do with. And they'll have plenty of business to be able to roll cards right in, roll cards right out. And if they can do that, all of a sudden SGC doesn't become very exciting. Even though SGC's done a great job. They've done a great job, all things considered, once they figured out some logistical problems. But it's like, nobody's going to run to SGC at $30 a card if PSA can do 35 or 40 or 25 or 20.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, why don't I just go to PSA then? What's the point? SGC can't work in those waters if they try to do volume. They can't play that game. CSG and those guys all can get some market share. Beckett is, I guess, just giving up. Like, they're not even trying to compete at this point. So, like, it's PSA's game to lose, because even if people complain about it, it's like, well, as soon as they get fully operational, they can basically just take your lunch money. And you're not going to have a choice.
Yeah, there's also another part of that is you always have to rely that the industry is going to stay stable. That's the other part of that. And we don't know that going forward in the future, whether, what's going to happen. Yeah. I think, where's Fanatics going to take this? Because that's based on, obviously PSA will be based on a lot of that. So some changes coming up. We'll see what happens.
And what do you do when there could be things you diversify? And what has Collectors Universe done that, to me, is the most brilliant thing since Nat and them have come in? They're kind of covering all angles. It's not like they want to say they're taking over the world. They're taking over the industry, or but all of a sudden it's like, okay, you know what? People forget the coin side of things, which is a huge part of Collectors Universe.
Yeah, good old PCGS. Yep.
We've got PSA, then we have PSA DNA. Now we buy WADA, which could take to another whole level.
Did you hear Brad say we?
Oh, yeah.
Brad's a mover and shaker in the business.
He's
Like,
been
Brad, are you giving it away right now?
Third person. I meant that in the third person. But
we'll get you, Brad. We'll get you at some point.
Yeah. So then they buy Golden.
Yep.
So all these things are just adding revenue to the bottom line. And I'm just like, and if you can streamline things for a customer, that's why I go openly and say about PWCC, and it used to drive me insane how many times people would be like, oh, shill bidding and this and that and PWCC, why would you ever use them? And I'm like, I've used them for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, the easiest company that gives me the maximum amount of money that you could possibly use. I'm like, why would you say that? You know what I mean? Like, have you ever, the people that really dump on people are people that never use their services.
I think that's fair. Fair. One thing I'll push back on is only this. I do believe that PWCC has been involved in some shadiness, But my long-standing point is, so has a lot of Golden has some skeletons in his closet. Like Golden is not clean. And people just defer to Ken Golden now because it's like he's the golden boy now. He has been anointed the golden boy. Great. Fine. And my stance is great, fine, whatever. I'm a content creator. It's entertainment for me. I'm going to have fun no matter what happens. So like I lose nothing. It's great. So that's why I say like, nope, Ken Golden, our Fanatics Overlords, PWCC, all of it. I welcome all of it.
Yeah.
Heritage, WADA.
Great.
We can go
Let's
back to
go.
the coins. We
I'd
can
like
go
to double
back,
down.
And
I'd like
then
to double down.
everybody's worried about PWCC.
Bring it on.
It's
Bring
like,
it on.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Like in the
Flavor
grand
of the month, I guess.
in the grand scheme of things, this too shall pass. And then people will spend the money and do whatever, and like it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's why I when I do get a chance to talk to newer collectors, I tell them like, look, I'll be honest with you. If you have an honest question, I'll give you an honest answer. My honest question and answer is, it ain't clean. But those of us who have been here for a while, we have our fun anyway.
Yeah.
We operate inside of the space. We understand how to. There are landmines everywhere, but like Bobby
learn
and
to
I
avoid
and
them.
you and Brad here, we had the map to the landmines decades ago. So it's like we walk right around them like they're not even there.
Mhm.
So we're not worried about it. But we're not ignorant of the landmines. If you ask the question and you're new, no, I may not be able to give you the map. My map is already expired. It's been grandfathered in. I've got it. Bobby's got his. Brad's got his. That doesn't mean I can't tell you to be wary of landmines. It doesn't mean I can't inform you. Being responsible, I can tell you, hey, there are some pitfalls. Your hobby heroes here have got some baggage in their history. I can tell you that because I know this to be true. So, but I can say is like, well, just understand it. When you see folks in the hobby, laud them and push them to the moon as this pantheon of virtue, it's like, if you hear us cackling in the background, there's a reason why. I'm not going to play the $1 Million Man clip, but I totally could right now. That would be very appropriate. But imagine that I did. That would be my response. But just understand it is what it is. Now, here's the thing. I don't begrudge Ken Golden. If I sat down and broke bread with Ken Golden, we could have a great conversation. We'd share a beer and have a laugh.
Yeah.
But I understand what it is. He's put his hands into some dirt in the past.
Better to know the devil you know, right?
Correct. So it's like, understand what it is. Nobody's perfect in this business, but let's not push anybody up too high on a pedestal, and maybe
True enough.
that'll be good. If we
That's
can
pretty good.
bear in mind everybody's got some dirt on them, and if we can understand that and live with it, let's do that. There's a good balance to be had here. I do believe that. I genuinely believe that. Quickly caught up here. Was ground broken in the Burrell building, Bobby?
Yes.
Yes. I'll quickly get caught up on these. A PSA below $20 bulk rate in a year. Anyone grading for 100 plus is sap sorry. One thing I'll mention, hobby champs, be aware of this. This is important. If it's a higher end card that would have gotten the upcharge anyway, it's not going to change anything for you.
No.
Yeah. So the lower rate is for the lower price stuff, then fair enough. But just to be clear, don't overpay for something. And Brad did that at the expo. He turned people away who were bringing in cards that were not worth grading at that price.
Yeah.
But if you're bringing in a Gretzky rookie, well, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. We literally had this conversation at the show. I said, if somebody's bringing a Gretzky rookie to you and it's the real deal, it doesn't matter what grade it is, you're not going to save a dime waiting.
No.
It's not going to change anything. It's going to cost you the same amount.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So just be aware of that. It's dependent on the item. The item will tell the sale. Robert here says he'll still run to SGC for his PC, and that's fine. I'm not saying SGC is bad. My statement was they're going to struggle to maintain market share if PSA gets to fully operational and can compete on price and turnaround time. If they're able to be competitive on price and turnaround time, a lot of folks won't give a crap about SGC. Robert can have as many as he wants. Hopefully SGC will lower the price for you so that for your PC you can save some money too. That would be my hope for you. Yep, keep your secrets. That's right. A lot of the products have been graded now. The only thing left, there's plenty of stuff to grade. And grading base cards will be less popular. It depends. The last sentence is tentative depending on what the closing rate ends up being. Because if they can find a level at about $20-ish a card, they'll send in the base cards.
Yeah.
Well, like I've always said, is SGC is they're in their own lane.
They've got a space in the hobby. They've got room.
And then it's not like their grading is bad.
No, no. The grading is the part that has never been in question. I feel that they have been consistent. They've been quite good. The president, the young guy there, has done a good job promoting the brand as best he can. They've made mistakes. They've adapted to the mistakes. They've owned the mistakes. I think they've done well. Like in all honesty, I've tried to be very complimentary on a lot of the things they did do, but I'm also a realist. I'm just trying to tell you reality. It's like, I don't care. It's grading only serves a handful of purposes. If you really, really, really want a fancy holder for your card, then so be it. Then it is what it is. Go get an HGA slab. If you need authentication, don't get an HGA slab. Don't do it. No. But there are good options for you. SGC is certainly a good option for you. Like, it's a good option. It's an excellent option because authentication, I'm not worried. CSG, I'm not worried about their authentication. They at least have somebody in the room with some experience. Good. These are good things. So pick the one that you like the best. Pick the one that is the price point that makes the most sense to you, that has the features you want. These are good things. But if PSA can provide for you a reasonably priced product with a turnaround time that is moderate, it doesn't have to be great, it can just be moderate. There's plenty of people who will suddenly turn on the taps, and I've got stuff that's been sitting here for the better part of a year. This stupid thing.
Yeah.
I paid $30, I think, or $40 at the last Expo in 2019. This was on my buddy Steve's table at $350 raw. And I was like,
Nice.
what? It's been sitting on my desk for 2 years. I literally have it as a desk card. It's just sitting there in a pile on my desk of cards that I'm like, I like looking at them from time to time. They're right here. That's why I can reach for it. It's right here.
So, Brad, is that worth grading?
I think at 150,
Right
I'd
now,
say no.
Currently, if Carlos says I think this is flawless, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to treat it like a 9, and I'm waiting for the price point to accommodate.
You just hang tight and wait on that bad boy.
Yeah, and that's why it's sitting here.
Yeah.
And I've got cards that are borderline case cards. That's one of them. The other one that is a borderline case card is the Aaron Rodgers rookie. That's the Aaron Rodgers Topps rookie. Back at the normal price point, this makes sense. Right now, it does not. That's why it's sitting here inside of this semi-rigid. It's waiting. It's just sitting here waiting. At this current price point, the answer is no.
This is my $100 stack. When it gets to $100 USD to grade a card, this stack goes in. And
You're calling that 125. So
yeah, like McDavid's. There's these craft. I wish I had a better camera on it, but
No worries. It's
No,
all
it's
good.
good.
It's all good.
these guys.
Oh, I see some vintage. There you go. Steve
Yeah.
Garvey. Look at you. Is that the Opeachy
71.
Steve Garvey? That's the
Yeah,
Opeachy Steve Garvey?
yeah.
Nice.
These two Nolan Ryans.
The Nolan Ryans, that's good.
Wow.
They're great.
That's solid. Yep.
See, the semi-rigids really make them pop, eh?
Oh, they do. Right.
My favorite.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're grading cards, so this will be over my $20.
So you'll be pleased when I finish my 60 Parkers, Bobby, when most of the sets in semi-rigids.
$20.
Well, you bought them in semi-rigids, so you obviously see them pretty clearly there, right?
Yeah. No, but the other ones that I had are also semi-rigids. I've got them in the binder, the 4 card pages.
I hate when you get a large and a small one. It's just like, why is the 2 sizes?
But guys, there's a guy that's on the like McKinnon.
Okay, yeah. Nathan McKinnon, yeah.
150. It's a little bit of a 150 USD, a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah, that would be a borderline case, yeah.
He's your favorite, isn't he?
What's that? No.
I mentioned to Bobby that that Nathan McKinnon is the one person that is not the nicest guy in the hobby. I'll leave that story for you if you ever want to tell it. I appreciated hearing it, but I'm leaving it be.
I say the nicest guy, Sidney Crosby's he is the nicest, most genuine guy you can meet. But the guy that I always go back to is my buddy, let me see, I love the fact that people hate him. You guys probably know.
Mm-hmm.
This is I was trying to find something for Carlos. I couldn't find it, but where's my?
Give me 2 seconds. While you're doing that, give me a second. I'll get quickly caught up on the comments here.
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
He's just. I always go back to his two 2011 Stanley Cup. Is that when the Bruins won?
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember because, unfortunately, and this is maybe something you guys have sensed too. A lot of people talk about how time like became weird after COVID and stuff. I'll be honest with you. The beginning to middle of 2010s to right now, there's like this weird like there'll be segments where it's like, yeah, I remember that vividly, bang on exactly. I watched that Bruins Stanley Cup. I was hanging out with some friends at the pub watching the games. Because I don't watch a lot of hockey anymore, full games anymore. But I remember it's like, yeah, it was kind of a novelty having Boston actually in the cup. And it's like, actually, they got a shot to win, like a real chance. Because wasn't it against Vancouver? Didn't Boston beat Vancouver in one of those? And that was where Vancouver failed again and Vancouver rioted as they often do.
Was that in 2011? Yeah, it could have been.
I don't remember if it was that exact one, but I feel like it was one of those for sure. I feel like it was like, I could be wrong, but I think that's right because that wasn't it Tim Thomas in net for Boston. I feel like that's right. So like, unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is blended in my mind a little bit, but I think that's right. I feel like that's right. I would watch Shop at Home with Don West for endless hours. Absolutely. A beer, a Perrier Dead Coke. Thank you, Paul. Absolutely. Does PSA upcharge at shows when they're not shipping the card to you? The upcharge is regardless of the shipping. The upcharge is based on the price of the card. That's it. That's all it is. The upcharge is not based on handling; it's based on the value of the card.
But at the shows, is there a higher percentage opposed to
the upcharge? Brad, I think it's strictly based on whatever the.
I thought it was more at the show.
I don't.
Sorry,
think so.
I drifted off, boys. I was trying to find something.
No. All good.
Yeah.
So, can you answer this question here about the upcharge? So, the upcharge, I think it's regardless of whatever the value is on the card. So I don't think it changes on the show. It is the upcharge, whatever, if your card is $5,000 and you submit it at the show, it's whatever the price is. And if you submit it directly to PSA at the $5,000 level, it is that price.
Yeah.
But
Correct.
isn't the submission, like I thought there was more about it cost more.
So the reason, I can explain this quickly and good.
Go for it. Yeah,
So
go for it.
the value you place on the card when you submit it is the value that you're protected from an insurance standpoint. So if something happened to it, that's the value that you're protected. So make sure I say this exactly correct.
Sure.
An upcharge. So if all of a sudden you submit I recommend everyone submits an Ovechkin rookie at the under $24.99 level today. If you get a 10, you get bumped up because it's worth $5,000. So they upcharge you to the next level. Mm-hmm. So it just works that way, but it doesn't go reverse. It doesn't go down. Mm-hmm. Right. So if you submit it at a $5,000, you think it's a PSA 10, it's a PSA 10. You should submit it at the under $24.99, pay that money, and if you get the upcharge, you get an upcharge. Mm-hmm. There's no one I've ever sent an upcharge to since I've started with this that hasn't been extremely happy. Like we just had a guy submitted a Gretzky rookie 3-4 weeks ago. And I sent him the invoice and I said, you got an upcharge. He goes, oh, he sent it at value $2,000. It was a PSA 7. So they didn't, and they upgraded him to the under $10,000 level. So he had to pay $800, but he has a $8,000 to $10,000 card now.
Sure. Now, quick question. I think I read Hobby Champ's question a little bit more, and I want to kind of throw this at you. The upcharge is also applied if they're grading on site.
Yes.
So they're still applying that charge. To your knowledge, is there any difference in the upcharge from what you've heard as far as that? Because I believe it's the same.
Same.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought so.
I heard at the National it was more. My mistake, maybe.
Yeah, I think they charge a flat because it's one of those things where it doesn't make any sense for them to modify it because shipping has got its own charge. Insurance has got its own charge. It's already separate. So like they don't need to charge you.
I thought the grading fee was more at the show on site.
Yeah. I think at National they can charge a special on-site grading fee, but that's not based on the upcharge. That upcharge isn't.
No.
Yeah, but his question is pertaining to the upcharge part.
I understand.
Yeah, it's like they can charge whatever they want on-site grading fee, but the actual, if there is an upcharge, it's based on whatever.
Yeah, it's based on value. I get it.
Correct.
100%.
Yeah. So you're right, Hobby Champs. There may be a different set of pricing for on-site grading that they may decide to charge, but the concept of the upcharge is still in effect depending on the value of the card.
Correct.
If that helps.
Yeah. And
That's why I wanted to make sure we kind of answered that question for him.
the other thing they do, which is really, really is good, is they and Nat said this on an interview with somebody, but they guarantee the value. They'll buy the card back if there's a problem.
Mhm.
So I have a guy that came up to the PSA Canada booth who I never met before. He was from Quebec, and he was very concerned because he bought a high-end Patrick Mahomes card, and on blowout forums he heard it was trimmed.
Mhm.
And he was like, look, I spend a ton of money on PSA cards. Like, he was a big time buyer. And he had a legitimate concern. He was like, I feel sick about this. What do I do?
Mm-hmm.
So we talked a little bit. I went over to Michel Dubois and the guy, I forget the guy's name, next to him to help translate, because this guy didn't speak very good English. And I didn't speak very good French. So we went over to fix the problem. I said, you're okay. You're protected. If PSA deems a card to be trimmed or altered, they'll buy it back at fair market value, and they'll take it out of the marketplace. And Nat Turner went like right on a couple shows and said that.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden this guy's anxiety went from like times 50, like losing the hobby of a guy that obviously spent some big money because he has some big cards, to being, wow, that's great. So then I asked about another grading company that graded some trimmed McDavid SP authentic cards out of $9.99. And the guy had one. He goes, what do I do with this? I said, well, take it back to them. And he said, no, well, it's not their problem. And so instantly and I won't mention companies, but that's a big thing from a collector standpoint. If you invest into a card and you've got a company that's backing up their grade, like, that's massive, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think they should anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
no, absolutely. They should, but companies don't.
Mhm.
And PSA,
Well, we know those companies.
Number 5.
Shameless. Love it.
No names.
Yep, no names.
Yeah.
All right. So I Brad sent a couple of pictures, so we got to take a second and look at this.
Let's do it.
So Brad, do you want to? I'm going to offer you the opportunity. Please explain yourself. What we got going on here?
So
by the way, Miller Genuine Draft, not a bad beer. Not a bad beer under the right circumstances. Not a bad.
This was 2011. Marshy he brought the cup back to Halifax, and he had a party at the Lord Nelson Hotel. And I remember he called up. He's like, "Yeah, man, you're good. Like, get us some beer." And at that, like, I'm a huge Molson supporter. Molson has done more for me, besides Bubbles, more for me than anyone else in my life. And
we already had my fun. I've already had my fun talking to Brad about Molson.
Oh my God. Right? So we went. So we did this.
Here's the other picture.
And Marshy said, bring 20, 30 people. And it was open bar, as wide open as you could possibly do. And then he goes, I said, well, I'm just going to bring a few buddies. And he's like, well, can you find the 10 biggest Bruins fans you can in the city and bring them guys too? Like, he's such a good person. The on-ice antics, obviously, there's some issues with it, but it was just awesome, right? So that was some of the pictures from the party. But I bet you there was 1,000 people in that at the Lord Nelson Hotel that just all got to see the cup. We're all drinking for free. Just, it was awesome. So
that's fair. I got you.
He's just a good guy.
That's fair. So I thought you guys would enjoy the picture. Now, just out of curiosity, should I include the picture of Josie?
Oh my God, that's
our good friend Josie. Should I?
Oh,
I have no moral opposition. I'm posing the question to you. I'm leaving it completely in your hands.
I said that one because it was more hilarious. Because that.
Oh, it is. But that's why I'm asking. It's like, can I share this picture because it's a good one?
Oh, that one of Jose is a good.
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
That was Jose as he was. What was it called? The Tropic Beauty 2000.
The Tropic Beauty 2012 calendar model.
Yeah.
Good old Jose Canseco.
Do you ever see the earpiece?
With friends.
Yeah.
With friends.
I just heard Sherry laughing out there.
With friends, you know?
Yeah. So we were judges, long story short. I won't get into details. Carlos knows the details. And do you see I can't believe I never even realized in this picture, he has the earpiece. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's right. He was always kind of talking to people. And yeah, that was funny. That was hilarious.
Right.
It was an interesting weekend in Las Vegas. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
With Jose.
So
Gone in
unfortunately,
Vegas, stays in Vegas. Oh, got it.
yeah.
Yep.
So fortunately or unfortunately, that was one of the stories that we got a chance to. So that was a visual aid to a story that Yannick and myself and a couple of folks
Yes.
at dinner were privy to. And yes.
Must have been hard eating and watching that. Yeah.
I texted my buddy that night, actually. I said, I just told the story, and he was fishing somewhere in Australia. Yeah, what did he say? I said, I just told the story about Josie.
Josie.
And he goes, oh my God. He goes, I still would like to go toe to toe with that guy. I said, oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Brad, don't do this. No, you just brought it out into the world. Because what were my words to you? I was like, I would have promoted this damn fight.
Oh,
I would have found out if I could get odds. And it's like, yo, we can make some serious bank on this.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, this is going to be entertaining as hell. And we'll make some money.
Call Jimmy the Greek.
It's like, done.
The Stovey Islands is where he was fishing. I said,
Nice.
I just told my buddy the story about Jose. And he goes, and he sent me a picture of him fishing in the Stovey, Astove Island.
The
I
heck
said,
is he
what the hell are you
fishing
doing all
for?
over there?
I assume the second image is your buddy?
No, the second one is me.
Oh, hold
Did
on.
you not
Let's
tell?
see. Oh, hold on. He's even happier than normal. You're right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you also want to see Brad with Josie's friends?
Oh no, Sherry will yell at me at that one.
Well, I offered you the opportunity. We'll spare you
We'll
that
keep
one.
that one in the vault.
We'll spare you that one. We'll spare you that one.
Okay.
You'll have to take my word for it.
It still was one of the greatest stories of all time.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Very entertaining. Good stuff. Cool. So, guys, here's what I'll propose to you. I'm happy to wind her down. I think we've done well. I got a couple of things that I need to be doing on my end as well. How you doing on your beer there, Brad?
She's almost gone. She
Sounds good.
kept giving me refills. So
Sounds good. No, I timed it out. I think I was kind of looking at it, and I was like, as soon as I saw the picture, I was like, no, we'll get this in. Oh yeah. But no, my other thought process, in all honesty, was, guys, just be aware that we did this with no news. There's literally no news this week. There's nothing. Not a damn thing. I went looking. Like I'm serious. I spent the time that I had a little downtime. I went looking. I'm like, there's nothing. Not a damn
Loggers
thing.
are clawing for something and they can't find anything.
Yeah, it's like, and that's why we have a short show today.
It wasn't too short.
I know. I'm aware. Yeah.
Fish. I get it. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, that's why I said, guys, when we don't have news, then unfortunately it's a short show. Real short.
That's awesome. All right, boys. Well, thanks. I was popping on for a half hour. I had 5 beer. And
This is always the way it works.
5?
Brad. This is always the way it works, Brad.
Yeah, I had
Always
5,
the
I
way.
think,
Always
5
the
tall
way.
boys.
There you go.
Ooh,
Now
hey.
I had a great evening. Thank you guys so much for
Absolutely.
everything.
Yeah. We'll talk to you a little bit more later on once you're a mover and shaker in the hobby, and then offline we'll talk about but we'll pass along, to our fanatics overlords as the conduit that you are going to become.
I'll give you the full tidbits first.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Absolutely. We'll chat. Like, guys, y'all don't know. Like, Brad's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal.
Absolutely. Beauport Harfangs, 1 goal, 2 assists, 50 games. Never forget it.
There you go.
Love it, buddy. Brad, pleasure.
See you guys.
Thanks for joining us. Take it
Take
easy.
care,
Have a
bye.
good night.
Hi, Brad.
All right. So let Brad go. Perfect.
Boy, everyone's going down. Sanderson. Wow.
Oh yeah. No, listen, Sanderson has got to he's got to go stock. I mean, hang out with Marcel Dion.
Yeah.
So he's busy. That's
I
important.
got to go to bed. Marcel, how are you?
Yeah, it's
What?
like he's got to go find Marcel. Hang out. That's the thing he does.
Mhm.
So real quick here, Robert says, how much you pay for the shipping customs? So shipping was $35 flat, which is fine. They did
US?
US, yeah. Which is fine because the cards were pretty good. Because you had the choice. You didn't have to ship it. You could have just whatever.
Vaulted, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I did with the smaller card. It was made more sense for me to vault it. If I want to ship it down the road, I still can, but I have multiple options with that.
I get you.
So with those ones, I wanted them in hand. I was like, no, I've got some uses. I can definitely do that. They sent it FedEx, which I did. One thing I'll say with PWCC is I'd like to see them maybe show what the shipping option is, because I didn't know exactly what it was. I assumed based on the price, it was probably going to be a courier like that. I didn't know which
Yeah.
one. FedEx was fine, but because I've dealt with FedEx, obviously. But with that said, the way they do their stuff is that they'll insure it for put the customs for the full amount, which
know.
means the customs is where I ate it. The
Oh
shipping,
yeah.
$35 or whatever, it's fine. I
But
do
you
that
gotta
with ship
pay
my
for
cards all the time.
You got to pay for the guy to do it. It's such a
Yeah,
pain.
exactly.
It's,
Well,
you know,
so with the
broker.
customs, it was like another $70.
the
and change.
broker I think is 25 to 35.
Yeah, something
standard,
like that.
flat, and then
Yeah.
you got to pay your
Yeah.
duty on top of
Customs
that.
and duty, yeah.
So
Yeah,
you're
so-
stuck there.
Yeah, so it ended up being over 100. Let's put it this way: it was over 100,
Ah,
which was certainly a valuable lesson to learn, because I didn't know how they
well,
did
you
their
bought
stuff.
on the first day, so you did okay.
No. Here's the thing: with the full fee incurred, I still went under market value.
Mhm.
So that's why I was like, I left myself plenty of room to not really care. At the end, would I have liked to have got it cheaper shipping? Of course. But at the end of the day, let's put it this way: I could flip one of those cards up and make my whole money back,
Yeah.
and then some. So it's like, I'm fine.
That's good.
So that is where buying on a good cost basis will save you. Like if you can buy at a great price, oh, but the shipping was really high and you have to pay customs. Yep, I'm still ahead. Doesn't matter. And I mean this. I'm not exaggerating. I could sell the one card, get all my money back, and keep the other card for free. So it's like I did fine. But it's good to know, because now I know that okay. So if you do a PWCC thing, be very careful then what you decide to ship, because you know that you're going to pay through the teeth whatever the going rate was of the thing. Especially if it's a higher end item, you'll be paying the appropriate fee accordingly and bid accordingly with that understanding, because that's part of what your cost is. That all plays into your cost.
Buyer's premium, everything. Yeah.
Just treat it like that. Just assume that that's going to be part of the equation, and then act accordingly. If it's not worth it for you to bid, then do not do it. If it is still worth it for you, then by all means.
People get emotionally entranced with those kind of auctions. One more. I don't want to be outbid. Then they realize, shipping, duty, tax, buyer's premium. Oh, it's like, what the hell happened?
Yeah. So short answer, yes, absolutely. I don't know how much of a difference it'll make cost wise. I think Yannick purchased something in PWCC and went the ship my cards route. I think he did save quite a bit. I don't know these particulars. I'll inquire with him so that I can get a contrast, because he did decide to put it at the ship my cards address, which means it's inside of the United States, which means that obviously that portion of shipping is cheaper. And if he had some good options as a result of it, then obviously he could have saved quite a bit. Yeah. So I would recommend to you, if you have a US based address, then as a Canadian, definitely an option you should pursue. But again, it goes back to whatever the price is, right? So right now, the way it is if the price is the same on eBay and PWCC, then I would probably buy it on eBay, only because I have much more control over the shipping options and all that. And if I already know what the shipping is going in, which usually I do with eBay, it's easy for me. With PWCC, you kind of know there's a fee involved with it. Obviously, if it's super high-end items, you don't really care that much, then it's not a big deal. It just depends. Yeah, it becomes a couple percentage points one way or the other. It's not as big a deal. On smaller items, you have to be a lot more careful. You do not need to understand that. And those are kind of the considerations you have to have.
Yeah.
It's just good. But it was a good experiment. For me, it was a good opportunity to learn their system, the way it worked, and experience both sides of it. And on the whole, my experience is fine. I think if the price you get on it is good, then you're great. Awesome. It's as good a platform as any. If the price is equivalent with eBay, then I probably would just buy it on eBay. That'd be my preference.
I think it'll come more down to rarity. Like if you like a certain patch, or the autos on card on this one, or those kind of things will really attract you in a different way that you wouldn't mind paying the extra money. So
yeah, and that comes down to, well, how badly do you want it? And which is always a valid question whenever you're dealing with anything. And then that'll determine the price that you're comfortable paying for XYZ.
True that.
Because that's going to be your answer. But I'm overpaying. But if you really, really want it that badly, then I guess you're not overpaying because you wanted it. Understanding you're overpaying.
What is overpaying? Even at that point, if you like something bad enough, it's not overpaying. You're just paying, but you think it's because anything's only worth what somebody's willing to pay.
Well,
so
exactly.
If you're willing to pay that, then is that overvalued?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a conversation I've had with player collectors over the years because I've said I've broken record prices on certain cards and certain items over the years because it's like, well, it's the one of one, so whatever I pay is the going rate. Because if I want it, I paid the maximum that at that time so anybody was willing to pay. Could it be more or less down the road? If I put it back up, would it sell for the same amount? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing in the part that I do is the rarity when it, and that's the biggest thing. How do you determine the value on some items that you just don't see or have never seen before?
Yep.
And that comes up quite often, or you don't see very often. So, it's that road that you just go, wow, I think it's about here.
Yeah.
So you're setting record prices all the time and buying them at record lows, hopefully.
Yeah, and the overall sentiment that I have when I discuss it with folks is that it's fine as long as you're happy with the price. Because if you wanted it, like I said, if you wanted it that badly, well then fine, that's the price that you need to pay. So be it. We're done. There's no point in lamenting or worrying about it anymore because well, if you didn't want to pay that price, why'd you bid it? Nobody put a gun to your head. You didn't have to do it. So you made a decision. Accept your decision. Accept your choice.
This puck goes for, I don't know, 60, 75 bucks. A really nice clean one like this one is. Collectively, when you add the box and the little insert manual, times 3.
Mhm.
Times 3 just for cardboard and paper.
Mhm. Yep.
Interesting.
The full package is part of the package. It creates
It
a
is.
different dynamic.
Because otherwise, you just have that.
Mhm.
It's a big difference. So that's what I'm always playing with. Because I paid pretty good for this. So considering.
Mhm.
But then they say just a box, it's just a piece of paper. Well,
Mhm.
historically, it's actually probably the only one that's known. That was a mail away that we know. Confirmed through the box. And anyways. So rarity always rules, and I just went in and I said, I'm buying it. I don't care.
Mhm.
I made an offer, but I was sitting there. It was late at night. I'm going, what should I do? Should I buy it now, or should I wait? Wait till the morning. It might be gone. What am I gonna do? I'll never get scans of this thing if somebody else buys it. So yeah, and I've done that over the years, hundreds of times. I buy things just to document them, and then they go back in. So if you lose a few bucks, no big deal. If you make a few bucks, no big deal. It's just a matter of having the scans because actually they're worth more than the money that you're going to pay for it anyway. So
That's fair. So Robert here says all the stuff I've won, I've kept in the vault so far, and I think that's valid. I think if you're that, I think is a valuable option for now. If you're no hurry to get the stuff, I'm impatient. Like realistically, just to quickly kind of put a bow on this. When I ship my cards, the ideal use case, if you have patience, if you want to maximize the value of it, would be maybe to buy stuff for a couple of months, pile it up, because then they'll ship it in one shipment for you. And yeah, it'll cost. It's based on weight, but a lot of cards don't weigh a lot, so you can put quite a number of cards inside of a box, and it fits, and it's fine. And then they'll weigh it and ship it accordingly. And most of the time, and by the way, you don't have to do FedEx. You can do USPS. You can do a couple of different options, and that'll
and you
adjust
put
the
your own
price.
values on those.
Absolutely. Yeah,
That's
for
awesome.
custom
So-
purposes. You have control. So you can do this. So if you want to be what I want to get the term right here. If you want to do the optimal play, it is be patient. Buy your things, stack it up, put together a package that makes the most sense, put a sensible number on it, put the shipping speed that you want, that you're comfortable with, and then get it shipped over and you're done.
So what do they charge?
So it depends on which shipping option you select. I do FedEx just because I'm an impatient man. So it costs more. So it is based on the size of the package and the weight, like in anything else. Most of the time for the packages I'll do maybe about a dozen, 2 dozen cards. It depends on whatever. Graded and ungraded, so there's usually a combination. It'll run me about between 35 and 45 for the shipping. That's FedEx, and it's basically one day. So like literally
I know,
they'll
yeah.
put the tracking, I get it the next day. So it's super fast. I don't have to do that. I could pick a cheaper option.
Well, it's actually smart because the less time it's in the postal or
Yeah.
the system,
Yeah.
the faster and the higher value that you're not covering. So you're not
Correct.
really covered. So faster,
Yeah.
quicker. You're going to pay one way or the other. So
Correct. So my philosophy is once I initiate that, I would like it as quickly as possible. Put it in there, get it in the system, get it in the tracking. The FedEx drivers here already know me. They drop it off, they knock on the door.
but what does Ship My Cards charge you?
That's between $35 and $45 for the based on the
So
amount
they
of
just
the
do
heavy
shipping, right?
Yeah.
They store your stuff and they'll ship it just for a few extra bucks that they make.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a friend who keeps
The fee. I won't go over all the different ones, but if it's just one item, usually it's about $2 flat. I'm doing it to Arizona, so $2
Gee.
flat. If it's a couple of cards, it's like 3 or 4. It's $4. If it's like a fair number of cards, it's $5. So it's really not that crazy. So that's what I mean. Like compared to shipping to Canada from the States, 17, 18, $20 for one item, it adds up very quickly in your favor to be like, no, send it to Arizona for me, or you can send it to Oregon if you want to save the sales tax. You certainly can. So you have that option. There's an extra fee associated to it, but it could be valuable to you if it's a more expensive item.
So do you have to have that in your shipping when you have that? Like, I mean,
Yeah, I have it
Well-
like when you go to eBay, under my list of addresses, I have
Yeah.
my Arizona ship my
Got
cards
it.
one.
got it.
So I click on it. So it means if I buy from a Canadian seller, it behooves me to go with my normal address.
Of
I get
course.
shipper shipping. But if it's from a US based seller, Arizona defaults, here you go.
Especially the international shipping, thing that just screws everybody over.
And that could be a huge difference because
It's
I'll have an
major.
item that's like $20 shipping to Canada that is free shipping to the United States. So it's like, well, that knocks 20. Oh, but you got charged $2 for the fee. I just saved $20.
Yeah.
I saved $18 in choosing. Oh, but you have to pay sales tax. That's like $2, $3. Depends on the item.
Yeah.
But a lot of times it's like the difference between the sales tax and the shipping is still 10, 15, $20 less than to try to have it shipped to Canada. And that's assuming they ship it to Canada. Because some of them say, oh, I won't ship internationally. Forget it.
Yes, exactly.
So-
I know my friend's been bugging me, every couple months he'll say, can you buy this card for me? Can you buy this card for me? It's just like, I don't want to screw up my guy. I'm already getting other things shipped to him from, family reasons. But I mean, so maybe I'm going to tell him to go to ship my cards and he can get all his cards and so much easier and cheaper.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul here makes a good point because I want to address it as well. The key here is that when you have this alternative there, it doesn't mean you have to use it every time. You do go on a case by case. What is the shipping they're offering? What is the price? What is the relative price? How much is the sales tax? So basically, when you go to the checkout on eBay, you can actually toggle and play around with the different alternatives, and I'll pick the one that costs me the least. Oh, actually, in this case, shipping to Canada actually costs me less because if
Yeah.
the sales tax is X amount, and let's say it's a $500 item and the sales tax would cost me X. Oh, but to ship it to Canada, it'll cost me $20, but then there's no sales tax. Oh, well, actually, it would behoove me to send it to Canada. Oh, but it's $20 shipping. Yeah, but with sales tax, it'd be like $20 sales tax plus $5 shipping. It actually costs me more to do that. So you get to play with the options and toggle them to get the result you're looking for.
That's smart. Yeah.
Yeah, give yourself more options. You don't have to use it every time. There is legitimate reasons why sometimes you may not want to use the option.
Yeah, I'm just looking because I bought some items, but I'm not paying sales tax shipping to St. Louis though. So let me go to purchase history. Should
You
be
have to
there,
check, you
right?
have to check it out. A lot of it will depend on the item and how they set it up. I know that I've seen combinations. I've definitely seen ones where they haven't done it, and then a lot of them where they have. It just depends. So Robert here says, I've been buying stuff on eBay and sending some to ComC mailbox. Yeah, that's fair. A ComC mailbox has been historically another option. I just found their processing time really slow for me, but it is another option. It does work. So my car's an alternate Oregon address and no sales tax. That is correct. Yep.
Yeah.
I know Yannick has made use of that. So he definitely could speak to it a lot more than I can because he's definitely played with it.
Yeah, see, no sales tax here. Get out of here. Yeah, no sales tax. And that was from where? So it was from, where the heck was this guy? So, Knoxville, Tennessee
Mm-hmm.
to St. Louis, no sales tax.
Does Missouri have sales tax? I assume it does.
I assume it does too.
Yeah, I know like Nevada, I know like Texas, I don't think has sales tax.
Well, it's
Or maybe it's income tax. I forget. I know Oregon definitely has no sales tax. Oregon definitely doesn't. That's why that option is available. I know there's certain states that don't have it, but I don't remember.
one item shipping. There we go. Okay, so no sales tax on that one either, and that's coming from Michigan to St. Louis.
Hmm.
So now, see, I don't get hit with sales tax. I really, it's a rarity. You know, because I'm getting that shipped to, but I'm buying as a Canadian, really.
Are you doing it on .ca or .com?
.com.
Weird.
Not weird. I have a U.S. address, so that's why it, that plus shipping and no extra charges. Okay. And that one came from, oh, this is Michigan too. Oh no, sorry, this one is Massachusetts. So, yeah, no tax on any of those. So I get the tax. I don't know why.
Maybe it's because you're the bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Maybe. I never thought of that, you know. And here's another one. New Jersey, no tax. That's weird. So I'm not getting charged tax, so I'm a happy camper.
Bobby has the no tax glitch. Well played by you.
Well, because I'm Canadian, they can't charge me tax. But I'm using a U.S. address to ship to. So there's.
But that's the thing is that you can be Canadian, but if you're a U.S. address, how would they know you're Canadian?
Oh, they know from my because I'm registered as Canadian.
Oh, okay.
And if I contact anybody through a message, they'll say, "Oh, I don't ship to Canada." So they see that I am Canadian. But when I buy something, I'm allowed to buy with the U.S. Even if they don't ship to Canada, I can still buy to the U.S. And when I PayPal, it's all U.S. because they look at it's this guy from Missouri. Done. So I'm avoiding a lot of stuff there, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm flying under the radar.
It would appear so.
It
I
would be.
gotta take a look at the settings because I'm curious then if there's a toggle that you hit. Because if you're registered as Canadian, it registered from what? Like under personal info?
Oh yeah, it's you. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're on .com or .ca. You're Canadian. If you have a U.S. address, boom, you're fine. I am.
Yeah,
I don't seem to get charged.
You mean nationality? So nationality Canada?
Yes.
So yeah, so I got that. I still get church tax. So does Paul. That's why we were talking about it. It's like, are you sure it's not the Burrell clause? Like
I
the
just
rest of
went
us
through
get
the
church
four.
tax because it's based on where it's shipping to. Because it charges the Arizona sales tax. That's the reason why. Because I happen to be using an Arizona address.
So what's the tax for? I think it's 6 or 7% for
Missouri. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Missouri has one. I just don't know what it is. But that's the thing. Like the Arizona, I'm only getting charged sales tax because it's Arizona sales tax. If I use my Canadian address, then obviously it doesn't apply. But for whatever reason, I don't. That's why I was wondering if there was a toggle there.
state taxes 4.2225%.
Yeah,
But I
Bobby
don't
has
get-
his personal ship my cars. Exactly.
I
Yeah.
do, and that's great.
Yeah. No, I get you, but the eBay system can't tell the difference. Like for it, it's like, what's the state? What's the postal code? That's what it's looking at to determine sales tax.
I'll ship my trinkets anyways. But anyway.
There you go. Sounds good. All right, guys. So any other last questions? Any pressing matters that we can address here before we call it an evening? I have a lot of crap to move in this house, and that is the plan for this weekend and then next week. So that is the plan.
Crap to move.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been wanting to fix up a couple of things around here right now. The weather is starting to turn, but it's still good enough that I could be making a bunch of trips outside to throw out a bunch of like honestly, I just want to throw out a bunch of stuff.
You ever been
Redo a bunch
outside?
of I do. Yeah. I
Nice.
literally have like down here, I've got like a garage that has like 5 dumpsters and then
Nice.
recycling and all that. So I can literally throw out everything if I want to. So I'm like, no, good. This is all I want is that I want to get rid of. I have now the dedicated time to be able to be like, okay, today's project is go to this room, clear it of all the crap I don't want to deal with, get out of here. Whatever is for donation, great, that's in this pile. Whatever's in garbage, that's in this pile. Get rid of it.
Grady cards here. Truck cards here.
Oh,
Stack.
listen, I got a pile of track cards that need to go. I don't even have time for the bonfire. That's how many I need to get rid of. It's going straight to the dumpster.
Some good money in them though.
That's what they claim, allegedly. I need to know how much it is in Doge. Some places have 10+%. Yep, that's very true. Some countries, cities have their own tax on top of state sales. Yes, that is exactly right. You're right. Yeah. So I don't know. I honestly, I will say, you're not the only person who's told me that they have not gotten any. And I feel that eBay has like these weird glitches where sometimes it'll do stuff and sometimes it won't. Because I've also done ones where I've used that address and it has not applied it. And it seems to pick and choose certain times when it decides to do it and sometimes when it doesn't care.
It seemed like I did get charged once, but I think because I bought something that was in Missouri. So MO to MO.
I don't know. It's weird because it's like it's from different states. The tax has always been just based on Arizona. That's whatever Arizona's sales tax is. It always seems to hit it.
We'll see if you're a citizen. I mean, if you're Canadian American, you have the bilingual, whatever it is.
Yeah, there's an agreement. There's an agreement in place for the tax part.
So I think there's something between that maybe I get the benefit of, because if you have a dual citizenship, that's what it was, then you should be able to avoid the tax because you can live in Canada or the U.S. So if you're buying from Canada and sending to your U.S. address, tough.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to see. I'm wondering if eBay has a toggle. There's two options. Either one, there's an actual glitch, or two, there's a toggle somewhere. Now you've piqued my curiosity.
Oh,
I want to go do some digging.
Don't
on
open
eBay.
that door.
Yeah, but I have to go. Well, I'm
You
already getting
screw
charged.
me.
I'm
It's
already getting
trouble.
charged the sales tax. So
I'm not.
I lose nothing.
I lose everything.
Too bad for you. You open this Pandora's box.
I'm
Anyway.
closing it right now.
Yeah. So anyway, today's project is indeed shovel the shit out of this room. You got it exactly right, Hockey Guy. You are 100% correct. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. No, Brad's a good guy. We enjoy having him on and having him chat. And Sherry was also great in contributing some information as well, and Brad's great when he gets a chance to hang out. And we have a lot of fun with stories. Unfortunately, most of the best ones I can't tell you. Like I just can't. Yeah, unfortunately I can't. And they're not my stories to tell. So, it is what it is. We won't tell tales out of school for that. Anyway, so that's it, guys. So that is episode 60. That is the official episode 60.
Oh, I didn't know it was 60.
Yeah. The impromptu one I don't count because that was just, we happened to come put something together, but this was the official episode 60. We got one more episode in November, and then we're in the month of December, and we'll figure stuff out from there. We'll see. I don't know how, actually, I'm kind of curious. I haven't looked at the calendar. How does the holidays fall this year? Let me see real quick here.
Christmas
Ooh.
falls on a,
Oh, you know what's interesting though? So Friday is Christmas Eve. And that means the 31st of December is New Year's Eve on a Friday. Ooh, spicy.
Will I be around?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
You should go to, we go out for dinner. Well, I don't know. Yeah, with COVID, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we got a little time to figure it out. I think my family likes to do a little bit of New Year's thing, but I'll be honest. Most of the time, I'm like, guys, like it's
Dead by 11:45. I'm like, yeah, who cares?
No, well, for me, that part is never an issue. But it's more like the New Year's thing loses a lot of its luster when it's just like, yeah, just have dinner. It's fine, not a big deal. I don't know. I'll take some time to think about it, but realistically, I would have no issue doing probably a shorter version of the episode and going into midnight and being like, Happy New Year. So I have no issue with that. I would get some entertainment out of it. What we'll do is, I think we'll kind of poll folks and be like, would you be interested in doing one? Because it would be an actual New Year's special.
Yeah, but a lot of people might not be around, though.
Well, that's the reason why I want to poll it and kind of get like
Thursday.
People would be surprised how many people are actually, because I went last year and when I was looking on YouTube, a bunch of folks were doing lives and there were hundreds and thousands of people in there. It's like, yeah, there's plenty of people who will tune into stuff. They're just like, oh, nothing is on. And actually it is. They're like, actually, I don't want to deal with these people in this thing. They're like, I'd rather watch it live.
Yeah.
Huh.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it could be.
That's why I've been like, it might actually work the opposite. It depends on how folks do their business. I don't know. I can't speak to that. Yeah, episode 60 with a baby flag. Give me that as the last episodes. For the $1 Million Man one, no. I've played that one before. Had no issue with it. Because it's actually an amalgamation of different clips. So up until this point, it hasn't been an issue. We'll see down the road. Yeah, Christmas is on the Saturday. That's why I said it will be Christmas Eve. So we'll see.
Or New Year's Eve.
That's right. Wrap presents, listen to you guys. There you go. Live the dream, Paul. Do your New Year's special clip show. I could. There are some clips. There are some clips I could pull. I guess it just depends on if I've got enough time to put something together.
Yeah. Well, you got a month.
Yeah. It's one of those things, like, I guess it would just depend on whether there'd be enough interest in it, because it's like, do you really want to see a clip show?
No.
Like, I don't know. Like, for me, it just doesn't seem like the archives are there, guys. You can knock yourself out anytime you want. And you got to go digging for hours and hours just to find
Do
a
it.
couple of clips here. and there.
Justin kind of no.
Yeah. It's like, here's me removing Justin from the stream. That's the clip. That would be a YouTube short. That'd be like 1 minute.
And then you'll have Ted DiBiase laughing. So.
Exactly. And then just end it on that. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. All right. That's it, guys. So have yourselves a great weekend. It is still on the West Coast. Still got a little time left. So enjoy your Friday. East Coast, we are now on Saturday. It is November the 20th. 1 full week and change left in November. And you got about a month in terms of shopping days to get your Christmas shopping done. We're on Black Friday. Well, now we're on Cyber. Is it like Cyber Saturday or Cyber Sunday or Cyber Monday? Cyber Monday is the next one.
Whatever.
Well, they do like a whole week of it now. So it's like, yeah, you got Black Friday and Cyber Monday and a bunch of other crap in between.
Nobody cares.
One person does.
Okay.
Somebody is doing the door crashers. I promise you someone's doing the door crashers.
What for?
They got to save $5 off their, rice cooker or something. Best of Justin. That would be interesting. Best of drunken musings. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Cool. All right, guys. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy your weekend in whatever capacity it is, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Night, guys.